Well, good morning and welcome to the City Planning Commission's in-person and remote public hearing. Apologies for the delay. It was attributable to challenges with transportation. Ryan Singer, who is our Senior Director of Land Use and Commission Operations, will now outline general information about this in-person and remote public hearing and how to participate.
Verbal testimony may be provided in person, online, or by calling in on your telephone. If you wish to speak in person at 120 Broadway, you may register either through the NYC Engage portal or at the front door. Masks are required and seating and room capacity is limited by social distancing guidelines. If you wish to access the hearing online, please register through the upcoming meetings page of the NYC Engage portal. A link to join the hearing is on the landing page after you register. Please do not close the landing page without first clicking on the link. If you are accessing the hearing via phone and wish to speak, you must first register with the dial-in participant hotline at the numbers listed on the screen. If one of the numbers is busy, please try another. The meeting ID is 618-237-7396. Press pound to skip the participation ID. The password is the numeral 1. The phone number is also posted on the upcoming meetings page of the NYC Engage portal. Please note that no matter how you are accessing the meeting, you must first register if you want to speak. Those accessing the meeting online will have the option to turn on their camera when giving testimony. When it is your turn to speak, you will be notified and promoted to a panelist. This will allow you to unmute your microphone and grant you the ability to turn on your camera. Please listen closely for your name to be called. There will be a short period where it will appear that you're no longer in the meeting. Do not be alarmed. You should rejoin the meeting as a panelist. If you're accessing the hearing via phone, your name will be called from the list of registered speakers. Once your name has been called, you'll be given the temporary ability to unmute yourself. You do this by pressing *6 to unmute your phone. For those listening to the hearing through the online live stream who have not yet registered to speak but decide they wish to do so during the hearing, you must first register to speak through the upcoming meetings page of the NYC Engage portal. It's not possible to testify through the online live stream without first having registered. For those accessing the hearing via phone who have not yet registered to speak but wish to do so, you must also first register to speak through the dial-in participant hotline that I described a moment ago. It is not possible to testify via telephone without first having registered. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes of testimony. There are a few exceptions to the 3-minute time limit. Elected officials are accorded the courtesy of jumping to the front of the queue and are not limited to 3 minutes. Appointed commissioners and consecutive translation services, when that is being used, will be extended to 5 minutes of testimony. And if an applicant team with 3 or more speakers wishes to make a team presentation, we do not have an applicant team. I'll just skip that part. How's that? The chair will announce when your time limit has been reached. Please be mindful of potential background noise during your testimony. Please make sure that if you're watching the proceedings via live stream, that the live stream is muted when you begin your testimony. Otherwise, you will hear an echo. If you change the mode by which you will be testifying, either by leaving the hearing room and testifying online, or via dial-in, or coming into the hearing room in person, you need to re-register and indicate the method by which you'll be testifying. If you wish to submit written testimony, it should be submitted to the Department of City Planning. Mailing and email addresses can be found on our website, planning.nyc.gov. Lastly, please note that this remote public hearing and all testimony provided is being recorded. I want to welcome all of the speakers and commissioners and those observing. We want to remind everyone that courtesy and decorum must be observed at all times at our public hearing. This includes being courteous with those you agree with and those you may disagree with.
And with that, I believe we can begin the meeting.
This is the City Planning Commission special public meeting held remotely through the NYC Engage portal and at 120 Broadway. Today is Thursday, September 2nd, 2021. I will now call the roll. Chair Lago,
Here.
Vice Chair Knuckles, Commissioner Burney,
Here.
Commissioner Capelli, Commissioner Cirillo, Commissioner Dueck, Commissioner Edie,
Here.
Commissioner Knight, Commissioner Levin,
Here.
Commissioner Marin, Commissioner Ortiz,
Here.
Commissioner Ramprashad.
Here.
A quorum is present. The next part of the calendar is the public hearing section on page 1. Borough of Manhattan, calendar numbers 1 and 2, CD2, calendar number 1C 210422ZMM, calendar number 2N 210423ZRM, a public hearing in the matter of applications for zoning map and zoning text amendments concerning the Soho NoHo neighborhood plan.
Thank you. And as was previously mentioned, it is our practice to accord elected officials the privilege of jumping to the head of the line and not having a time limit. We will begin with Madam Borough President Gail Brewer.
Gail Brewer is not here at the moment.
Okay, if you will let us know when she arrives. We will then move on to Assembly Member Deborah Glick.
Thank you. I'm Assembly Member Deborah Glick, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify in the ill-conceived rezoning of Soho NoHo. I've submitted an extensive detailed written testimony, but would like to highlight several key issues that I believe are counter to public interest. If I thought basing affordable housing on luxury development would be an effective way of adding diversity to the area, I'd support the plan, but I believe the opposite is likely to be the case. There's no guarantee that affordable housing from luxury development will occur. The public narrative supported by the real estate industry and sadly by the mayor that only rich people live here is totally false. The majority of people who actually live here full-time are working and middle-class people struggling to afford the high cost of living brought to us by real estate speculation. This is especially true of artists who made the area desirable in the first place. Community Board 2 had a previous ULURP that promised affordable senior housing, mixed income housing with luxury development. The result was at the last minute a switch to a purely commercial development. In 2017, Samuel Stein in the Journal of Urban Affairs wrote that zoning changes with mandatory inclusionary housing and zoning for quality and affordability have only exacerbated affordable housing issues by causing real estate speculation when developers anticipate a zoning change and buy up properties, thus driving up prices higher, despite the goal of creating housing development. His research shows that speculation of a zoning change displaces more residents during a ULURP than dwelling units MIH proposes to create. Now, despite the department's repeated assurances, which I appreciate, that the joint live-work quarters for artists, which is protected artist housing, will remain protected from real estate pressures, the marketplace has been given a signal that the city disregards the artists in Soho and NoHo. Rent regulations in residential zones are insufficient for artist workspace protection. The very materials, substances, and processes used by artists are not allowed in residential zones, so protection from eviction in this plan is not adequate. While I sponsored the loft law, too many landlords ignore its requirements, and the city is complicit in this failure, further threatening artists in Soho and NoHo. The proposed artist funds is an undefined sham with no details on how money would be used or who might be eligible for it, though the financial pressures on residents in JLWQA units may be exacerbated by this if they are in buildings with mixed designations. The entire plan ignores historic districts, their value to the city, and Soho as a National Historic Landmark District. But this mayor weakened landmark preservation rules and with no concern for the value of history that other major cities work diligently to protect. This would set the stage for the demolition of smaller buildings and mean greater displacement. And finally, The lack of outreach to neighboring communities where real estate speculation is already a problem shows a disregard for those areas that already have greater diversity. The opportunity zones bordering these neighborhoods signal that luxury real estate development is really the core goal of this proposal. And I oppose the plan in the waning days of this administration and greatly appreciate the opportunity to provide this testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Has the Borough President joined?
No, our intel is that she's going to be joining us later today.
Okay.
We'll keep an eye out for her.
Okay, so to explain the order, we will now hear from 4 commissioners, and after that, we will proceed with 5 people in opposition, then 5 people in support, and go back and forth in that manner until all of the remaining 88 speakers and rising have been heard from. And so our next speaker is Louise Carroll.
Good morning. I'm Louise Carroll. I'm the Commissioner of the New York City Department of Housing Preservation and Development, and I'm happy to be here today to share my perspective on the importance of the Soho NoHo rezoning. Between 2010 and 2020, New York City grew by over 600,000 people. 600,000 people who believe in the opportunities our dynamic, vibrant city has to offer. While these opportunities are real, we know that our city's prosperity is not shared by all. We know that the disparities that divide us have largely to do with where we live. Where we live impacts our access to jobs, education, safety, public transit, and health outcomes. To this day, where each of us can choose to live is in many ways a product of discrimination and segregation in the housing market. HPD spent more than 2 years speaking directly with New Yorkers about how segregation and discrimination impacts their lives, housing choice, and access to opportunity. We spoke with people with disabilities, immigrants, public housing residents, and so many more who reflect the diversity of New Yorkers that HPD serves. What we learned from these conversations is, if we're going to become a fair and equitable city, we must ensure that residents have realistic options to live in a variety of thriving neighborhoods. We consistently heard from participants that due to high and rising housing costs, few New Yorkers feel that they have a meaningful housing or neighborhood choice. The Fair Housing Act obligates New York City to proactively improve the fairness and quality of our housing. To do this, we must increase housing availability and choice for all New Yorkers. The Soho NoHo rezoning proposal is a critical step in our city's advancement of fair housing. Soho NoHo are amenity-rich neighborhoods that have no income-restricted affordable housing. And because of zoning, they will see no new housing development without these proposed actions. These housing constraints partially explain why rents are so high. A recent search of listings found that a 2-bedroom apartment in the neighborhood is asking an average of $8,000 a month. It is also why the neighborhood has little racial and ethnic diversity. The neighborhood is 2% Black and 6% non-white Hispanic. This rezoning seeks to rectify the land use policy that has effectively excluded low-income New Yorkers and people of color. Without a rezoning, these neighborhoods will continue to remain exclusive. For the first time, through mandatory inclusionary housing, we will introduce critically needed income-restricted housing to the Soho and NoHo neighborhoods. Moving forward, between 20 and 30% of all new residential floor area will be permanently affordable and available to residents at a range of incomes. Since 2010, Manhattan has added 53,000 units of housing. Less than 1% of this total was built in Soho NoHo. In 11 years, only 390 new housing units were added to this neighborhood. And all of them are market rate homes in one of the strongest housing markets in the city. The market will not build affordable housing in Soho NoHo unless required to do so by MIH. This rezoning would unlock up to 3,500 new homes, of which 900 homes will be permanently affordable to low or moderate income New Yorkers. It is our obligation in the city of New York to do everything in our power to promote housing mobility and choice, and to ensure that someone's economic status, race, disability, or other inherent characteristics do not limit their housing choices. This rezoning is a precedent-setting effort to bring affordable homes to one of the most unaffordable parts of our city. I respectfully urge you to support this proposal and to help advance fair housing in New York City. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Carroll. Commissioner Levin.
Thank you, Commissioner Carroll. I suspect that even some of the fiercest critics of this plan would not disagree with much of what you have told us about the state of housing across the city. But as I understand that what we're about to hear today and what we've heard from the community board in its recommendation is deep concern about the effect the rezoning would have on existing rent-protected units in the district, and the lack of commitment that MIH represents for genuinely building affordable housing. As you know, maybe I should look this other way. The camera's getting a little bit weird here. I'm looking straight at you, but the camera doesn't think so. You know, MIH is no guarantee that any affordable housing will get built. It depends on a developer deciding that the best use of that parcel is to put up residential housing, and in that case, they will be required under MIH. But a lot of other things could happen, and there is no guarantee that there will be that kind of housing. So I wonder if you could elaborate for us a little bit on the work HPD has been doing to supplement MIH in this district, if there can be any supplement, and to ensure that rent-protected tenants are protected.
Absolutely.
And not displaced by this rezoning.
Thank you, Commissioner Levin, for that question. I'll take the rent stabilized units and rent regulated units a part of the question first. So we are really, really confident that the changes to the rent stabilization laws that happened in 2019 provide very strong protection, and the strongest protection that has ever been provided for rent stabilized tenants. There, in the past, where landlords used to be able to make costly repairs to apartments just to increase the rents, they're no longer able to do that. Rent increases are very limited in terms of what you can do. When you do an MCI, you are not able to pass on very much of that scope of work to the tenants. And the ability to do repairs on vacancy and pass that on to the tenants is also restricted. There's no more vacancy decontrol. So you cannot, the incentive to raise rents past a certain amount, it was $2,700 in order to get tenants out. There's no opportunity to do that anymore. We believe that the rent stabilization laws are very strict and protect tenants. In addition to that, the Mayor's Office to Protect Tenants as well has a helpline whereby any tenant facing pressures from landlord can call and they can get free legal services from HRA. We have also instituted during the pandemic a landlord-tenant mediation regime with the Peace Institute. And HPD's anti-tenant harassment unit is very, very active in prosecuting landlords who harass tenants. We believe a combination of our our tenant anti-harassment unit, the mayor's office to protect tenants, as well as the right to counsel and the rent laws are really the strongest we have ever seen in the city, and I would venture to say in the country in terms of protecting tenants. About MIH, what this rezoning is doing is giving an incentive for when a developer decides to build housing, that housing will serve a range of incomes. We are confident that HPD has term sheets that provide subsidy to developers in order to build housing. We have financed many MIH projects, and when we do that, we require a greater share of permanently affordable housing than is required by MIH. We have done outreach in the community with DCP about this rezoning to developers. We will continue to do so to explain what we have in terms of either tax exemptions or subsidies to make these developments work. But we're confident that as we've seen throughout the city where we've done area-wide rezonings, whether it's in East New York or otherwise, that development is happening and affordable housing is being, permanent affordable housing is being produced.
Commissioner Ortiz.
Hi, thank you, Commissioner. I want to dig into that a little more because I think, the issue raised is that, the rezoning doesn't guarantee affordable housing, and that's the primary concern of the plan. Are you stating then that the incentives then, are sufficient such that a developer under this rezoning would pursue, a residential development, and then they would be required per mandatory inclusionary housing to include affordable housing? Is that your statement?
Thank you. That is correct. We've seen through the voluntary inclusionary housing program that developers have used that program year in and year out to produce residential housing. We believe that the zoning incentive is sufficient to cover the extra cost of affordable housing while producing a return for the developer in that investment. When we created MIH, we did a financial feasibility study with BAE, and we have sized MIH such that we understand a developer is able to produce the affordable housing and still produce market rate housing that would cross-subsidize that housing and make it work. We've seen it work through the voluntary inclusionary housing program, and we're seeing mandatory inclusionary housing units being produced year after year since the program has been installed, and that permanently affordable units are being produced through this program. So we're confident that it should be no different in Soho, NoHo, where there is an incentive. As you can see, market rents for a 2-bedroom unit is going at an average of $8,000. The opportunity to build housing opening up the opportunity to build housing in that area should provide permanent affordable housing units.
One quick follow-up, because there was a concern that developers would seek, exemptions. Are you seeing that on the ground? That, instead of MIH, they're seeking to try to avoid MIH? Is that sort of our collective experience as a city or no?
That is not our experience. While there is an opportunity to pay a fee in lieu, that opportunity to pay a fee in lieu is very limited. It's limited to developments that are less than 25,000 square feet, that are less than 25 units or less. And what we've seen is that not a single developer has accessed the waiver, the fee in lieu option. And the reason not a single developer has accessed the fee in lieu option is because the fee in lieu is sized at what it costs to build that affordable unit elsewhere. So the cost of building their residential development is increased basically by the cost of land and production to build the unit elsewhere. And so there is a disincentive for folks to do that, and no one has taken up that option.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you, Commissioner. Our next speaker is Commissioner Gonzalo Casals.
Thank you, Chair Lago, for having us today testifying. And thank you to the members of the Commission. I'm Gonzalo Casals, Commissioner of the New York City Department of Cultural Affairs, here today to testify in regard to the Arts Fund that would be created under the proposed rezoning of the Soho NoHo neighborhoods. To start, I'd like to provide some background on how my agency supports the cultural life of communities across the city. Each year, we provide public funding to more than 1,000 cultural nonprofits in all 5 boroughs. These encompass every size and discipline of an organization and tens of thousands of cultural workers. This year, our budget includes $230 million in expense support for these organizations. Our Cultural Development Fund, a competitive peer panel review process, awards funding to the bulk of organizations we support. We also administer a portfolio of capital projects at cultural organizations that includes hundreds of millions of public funding for new buildings, equipment, and other major infrastructure projects that help cultural groups grow their audiences and thrive in place. In the most recent fiscal year, DCLA provided nearly $2 million in expense funds to 25 cultural organizations in the Soho NoHo zoning district, and the agency also is managing 5 active capital projects totaling more than $18 million in the area. Among the organizations we support are the 5 local arts councils in each borough. Each year, these groups receive funding from DCLA that then they in turn re-grant out to smaller nonprofits, unincorporated groups, and individual artists and collectives. This long-term relationship is something we have grown in recent years as a way to foster greater equity in our funding. What is proposed for the Arts Fund under the rezoning builds on this history of supporting the cultural sector in close collaboration with cultural groups who have deep long-term relationships in their communities. Soho and NoHo, like every part of New York City, has undergone profound transformations in recent decades. Having run the Les Luma Museum of Art in Soho, I'm personally familiar with the rich cultural community that exists in this area. The Arts Fund will be one of the most powerful tools we could create to offer long-term sustainable support for arts and culture in this neighborhood. In addition to investing and maintaining and expanding the role of the arts within Soho and NoHo, the fund will also support groups in the surrounding communities of Lower Manhattan below 14th Street. Crucially, this includes underserved areas like the Lower East Side and Chinatown, where we have been committing to increasing investments. Culture is essential to the healthy communities, and the presence of arts and programming correlates with better public health, public safety, and education outcomes. So the investments that the Arts Fund will create for underserved neighborhoods throughout the targeted area are a major reason why this is so important. Arts and culture are at the heart and soul of Soho. Artists and cultural groups have made it into one of the New York's most iconic neighborhoods. If we want to preserve and build on this legacy, we must recognize and prioritize the people and organizations who keep it alive. The Arts Fund would accomplish this in a major substantial way and demonstrate our collective commitment to supporting the cultural life not only of Soho, but communities across Lower Manhattan. Thank you for the opportunity to offer testimony today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Commissioner Levin.
Well, yes, I wonder if you could tell us a little bit more about how the Arts Fund will actually work. As I understand it, it's essentially a tax on those loft owners who have remained in their JWQA units and who may wish then to, as life moves on for all of us, transfer to a family member or sell on the open market, notwithstanding the fact that many other units, JWQA units in Soho, have been lost simply because people haven't paid attention to the rules and the properties have, fallen into regular residential use anyway. That's not really a question for you, but I think it's part of the context of this conversation. And the whole purpose of the JLWQA was to ensure that artists could continue to live and work in a manufacturing district. So it seems to me that this arts fund is kind of coming along after the horse has left the barn. Nonetheless, money for the arts is always a good thing. So I wonder if you could tell us how the amount was, that $100 a square foot was arrived at, how the fund will be administered. Will a separate organization be set up to manage it, such like the theater subdistrict fund in the theater district? How will decisions be made about how the funds are allocated, so forth and so on?
Thank you, Commissioner. I want to start by saying that I agree with you that funds for arts is very important. Thank you for acknowledging that. And thank you for acknowledging that probably the first portion of the question is not something I can answer. I would defer to my colleagues at CDP. I can talk about, once the funds are the funds are in the arts fund, how it would work. It would certainly not work exactly as the theater commission and the theater district. For that, we had created, for the theater district had created a specific nonprofit to manage it. What we want to avoid here is to reinvent the wheel and really bring the funds, and treat them the same way that we treat all the funds that my agency distribute. So either the funds could be distributed by DCLA through our CDF project or program, or we could designate, like I mentioned before, one of our regranting partners to make sure that the funds could reach out not only to cultural organizations, but individual artists and collectives. In any case, we would make a designation that this specific portion of the funds coming to DCLA would be exclusive to support the areas that I mentioned before.
Thank you for that. Are you working on these kinds of nuts and bolts issues at the moment? Are we likely to know anything more about how the fund will work by the time the commission has to make a decision on the rezoning?
Yes, I could just answer any specific questions you may have in addition how it might work.
Well, maybe we can do that in post-hearing follow-up, but I think it's going to be important for us to drill down a little deeper and understand what this really is. And I think I can suspect that there will be a strong interest in the part of the local community in playing a role in the administration of these funds, distribution of these funds. So yeah, let's talk about that further in the follow-up.
Commissioner, just to add, again, we're not reinventing the wheel. We're using the same methods that we use for our programs. And part of that is the peer panel review, in which we bring folks, from communities, from cultural organizations, to help us vet the applications. So it's a very open, transparent process. And we envision that the same we're going to be doing with the same fund.
Okay, good. But I think it's important that this one be rooted in this neighborhood.
Absolutely. That's why we're talking about Soho, NoHo, and Lower Manhattan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner Casals.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Gregory Anderson.
Good morning, Chair Lago and members of the City Planning Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Gregory Anderson, and I am Chief of Staff and Deputy Commissioner for Policy and External Affairs at the New York City Department of Sanitation. The Department of Sanitation, along with our fellow agencies, have been very closely involved in the Soho NoHo neighborhood planning process, and we appreciate and understand the many quality of life concerns in this neighborhood. Mixed-use neighborhoods, particularly those as dynamic as Soho and NoHo, bring a particular set of challenges and opportunities from the sanitation perspective. While the COVID-19 pandemic and the resulting financial crisis led to significant reductions in cleaning services by DSNY, this year we have restored the majority of these cleaning services, including additional litter basket collection throughout Manhattan and the Soho NoHo area. We've also expanded our community cleanup program to engage with residents and civic groups to keep neighborhoods clean. And we have created a precision cleaning initiative to respond rapidly to illegal dumping, overflowing litter baskets, and chronic litter conditions. And I'm happy to discuss any of those in more detail. DSNY is also working to pilot several waste storage and collection approaches to reduce the impact of waste on sidewalks, which we understand is a particular problem in congested sidewalks in older neighborhoods like Soho. These include containerized storage and collection for both commercial and residential waste. And we look forward to implementing these pilots in areas around the city, potentially including these neighborhoods in close partnership with local stakeholders, communities, residents, and businesses. In addition, the proximity of residential and commercial uses brings with it challenges regarding residential and commercial waste operations. In New York City, DSNY collects waste from homes, schools, and institutions, while private carters collect waste from restaurants, offices, retailers, and other commercial properties. Currently, 49 different carting companies service businesses in Manhattan Community Board 2. The routes are long and dangerous, and residents experience noise, air pollution, traffic, and risks to public safety. DSNY is in the middle of a comprehensive reform of the private carting industry, creating commercial waste zones to select just 3 carters to service each of 20 zones in New York City through a competitive procurement process. DSNY will select carters that meet high standards related to price, customer service, infrastructure, sustainability, and safety. And businesses will be able to choose from among these 3 carters in the zone and pick the carter that best meets their specific needs. This approach will lead to safer streets, cleaner air, quieter nights for neighborhoods across New York City, but particularly in the Manhattan core. Again, thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to answering any questions you have.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Anderson. Our next speaker will be Deputy Borough Commissioner Jennifer Santa-Ynez.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Lago and City Planning Commissioners. I'm Jennifer Santa-Ynez, Manhattan Deputy Borough Commissioner of the New York City Department of Transportation. On behalf of Commissioner Gutman and Borough Commissioner Pinkar, thank you for inviting the department to testify today. DOT is working closely with our sister agencies, including the Departments of City Planning and Sanitation, to identify opportunities to address quality of life concerns, with strategies beyond zoning coming out of the Soho NoHo neighborhood plan. This includes implementing freight management solutions, alleviating street and sidewalk congestion, and maximizing opportunities for open space. And I will highlight some of our agency initiatives now. DOT's off-hour deliveries program aims to help reduce congestion by providing technical support to businesses interested in shifting their delivery times from peak hours to overnight hours. OHD can help reduce double parking and traffic congestion and can help to reduce truck emissions. Businesses also have more predictable delivery windows and reduced transit time and fuel costs. DOT is sensitive to shifting associated noise pollution from overnight deliveries in mixed-use residential neighborhoods, and thus includes a noise mitigation guide as part of our onboarding materials. DOT also evaluated the effectiveness of neighborhood loading zones. We converted parking spaces to no parking regulations during the daytime and evening hours, Monday through Friday, to allow curb access for package deliveries by commercial vehicles, taxi and car service pickup and drop off, and active loading and unloading of personal vehicles. We found that NLZs helped to reduce double parking and can also help to reduce conflicts between trucks and cyclists and improve bus travel times. Through our commercial cargo bike pilot program, DOT incentivizes the adoption of sustainable and efficient freight delivery by making designated loading and unloading space available for cargo bikes on street. Cargo bikes in the pilot can load and unload wherever commercial vehicles can and are exempt from Unimeter payment. DOT also administers the city's Open Streets program. Open Streets prioritize pedestrians and cyclists by transforming streets into public space, allowing for a range of activities and supporting local businesses and schools. And last, DOT is developing the first NYC Streets Plan. The 5-year plan will involve an in-depth analysis of current planning efforts and will set equitable and ambitious goals for city streets. We're currently drafting recommendations following our first round of public engagement, and will produce a streets plan report to the City Council at the end of this year. The first plan will include several targets, such as 1 million square feet of pedestrian space created and maintained within the first 2 years. DOT will continue our coordination with sister agencies and stands ready to work with elected officials in the community board, local business improvement districts, and neighborhood stakeholders to evaluate ways to address future concerns and further improve the safety and mobility on our streets. In closing, I'd like to thank you again for inviting DOT to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Our next speaker will be Janine Kiley, to be followed by Juan Rivero.
I'd like to share my screen. Just a moment. Sorry, my computer is crashing. Just a moment, please.
If you would prefer, we can go on to the next speaker to give you the opportunity to start.
Yes, please go to the next speaker and I'll be ready in 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will hear from Juan Rivero and then go back to Ms. Kiley.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I'm Juan Rivero speaking on behalf of Village Preservation. One of the many lies of this plan is that it will make these neighborhoods more diverse and affordable. It will actually make them wealthier and more expensive, and we've submitted solid documentation proving this. Even if the plan did not result in the destruction of a considerable amount of affordable housing with lower income residents, which it will, and even if it created the promised affordable housing, which it won't, new development under the plan that are 75 to 70% luxury and 25 to 30% affordable would still be populated by wealthier people than the current neighborhood and cost more to live in. First, as per the documentation we've provided, even the 25 to 30% in the affordable units will be wealthier and paying higher rents than the least wealthy 25 to 30% of current residents. And the incomes required for those units are considerably higher than the average income of the 25 to 30% least well-off current residents in the rezoning area. Second, new market rate construction in this neighborhood commands significantly higher prices than neighborhood housing overall. The 75 to 70% of residents in market rate units in new development can be expected to pay an average of $17,000 a month in rent, or $6.35 million per unit. This would make them considerably richer than the top 75 to 70% income earners currently in the neighborhood and be paying higher housing costs. This is simple math. So even if this plan turns out exactly as the EIS predicts, it will produce a richer, more expensive, less diverse neighborhood. So I ask you, how do richer people paying higher housing costs at all points of the income and housing spectrum make for a fair and more equitable neighborhood? And that's what the EIS predicts. As we've documented, this plan will in all likelihood create little, if any, of the projected affordable housing and result in the demolition of some of the existing affordable housing. Therefore, its impact on affordability, income, and diversity will be even more profound and even more negative. Either way, a vote for this plan is a vote for a richer and more expensive neighborhood. We urge you in the strongest of terms to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivero. We'll now return to Ms. Kiley, who will be followed by Valerie De La Rosa.
Good morning. I'm Janine Kiley. I'm the chair of Community Board 2, and I want to thank the City Planning Commission for its extensive engagement process over the last 3 years. But this process has been a sham. The city's plan fails to incorporate any meaningful community input despite hundreds of hours of work. The mayor's plan is virtually unchanged. In July, Community Board 2 voted 36-1 to reject the mayor's plan to rezone Soho, NoHo, and Chinatown. We urge all the commissioners and city officials to actually read our resolution. There's a bit.ly link on the screen and on all my slides. The plan has 6 failures. 1, it fails to achieve affordable housing and instead incentivizes office and dorm development. It promotes demolition that will drive displacement, that will not help with the rent laws in the city. There are 635 rent stabilized units in 185 buildings, 43% of the developments in Chinatown. It also ignores affordable housing opportunities, 100% affordable housing like at 2 Howard, a federal parking garage. CB2 has supported this site since 2014. In January, Biden issued Executive Order 13985 that would support the sale of this site for housing. 2 days ago, CB2 met with representatives from the State Department and our elected officials to discuss the site. This is a real opportunity. Number 2, the plan fails to maintain the mixed use neighborhood where nearly half the square footage is residential. People live here. CB2 supports as of right ground floor retail. No one's fighting that. But we oppose eliminating the 10,000 square foot cap on retail and the 5,000 square foot cap on eating and drinking establishments. These caps are all throughout the city and in nearby special districts in Tribeca and Hudson Square. This is a zoning-led bailout for over-leveraged retail owners and disincentivizes opportunities for small and medium-sized businesses. Number 3, it fails to secure JLQWA future. It creates a punitive tax based on inaccurate, sloppy data that the city tried to hide from Community Board 2 and the public to fund an ill-conceived arts fund. Eugene Yu from CB2 will take through details on this. We only received the underlying analysis through a FOIL by a community member despite repeated requests from Community Board 2. Bottom line, there's no JLQWA penalty in the city sales data. It fails to protect the 6 historic districts. Other people will cover this. Fails to mitigate and listen to the community. I really want to touch on apples to oranges. The EIS evaluates 26 sites, not 58. It produces, and the plan produces 1,868 housing units, 20 to 30% affordable, 0 guaranteed. And finally, check the box on Chinatown. Nobody reached out to Chinatown. 1 meeting, 1 person, the parent of a community board member. There's lots of opposition to this plan. Please read our resolution and vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kiley.
Happy to answer.
Our next speaker. Thank you.
I just want to assure you that we do have your resolution and we have read it.
Yes.
And thank you for that.
And Commissioner Ortiz.
I have a question. So, the statement that's gone out that the plan incentivizes office, dormitory, and large retail development. I was curious, what incentives specifically are you referring to? Because in my read of the rezoning, I'm not sure I understand what specific incentives are backing that statement.
Sure, I'd be happy to answer that. If you look at the yellow housing opportunity areas that the city proposes to rezone R10, that would allow 12 FAR with MIH, but 10 FAR for office space. In nearby Hudson Square, which does not have MIH, but it does have similar zoning, we are seeing over and over again, developers are choosing to build office space and not housing. That's where Disney's headquarters are. The biggest site that Trinity Real Estate is going to develop with a school at the base was going to be luxury housing. It's now going to be office space. 550 Washington, where CB2 supported a ton of affordable housing. And guess what? That's going to be Google's headquarters. And Trinity Real Estate also recently broke ground on a 100% speculative office building in Hudson Square. So that's what the market is building. I don't run the internal rate of return numbers, but that's what we're seeing in our neighborhood.
I appreciate that. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I guess, that's a market-driven decision as opposed to incentive that's baked into the zoning. I guess that's just the clarification that I was trying to get at. And then the question on 2 Howard. Yep. That is a federal parking garage. I believe that's where the FBI parks their cars. And my understanding is that, conversations with the feds have not gone particularly far. It's difficult taking parking away from, the police and the FBI. So I'm curious about your conversations and does the rezoning preclude the development of that site as affordable housing? So those 2 questions.
No, I'm just pointing out that you're doing a massive upzoning that will potentially create displacement and destroy historic districts that are a model for us that drive tourism citywide. And in return, you may not get any housing because of all the loopholes and incentives. But I do want to talk about 2 Howard. We met with a representative from the Public Buildings Reform Board. She works for the State Department. She was in New York City this week. I believe she met with John Mangan in your offices either yesterday or today. 2 Howard is the first 2 floors. I believe there's a basement floor on lease. The State Department leases those. And the State Department is actually moving their cars out of that location. Several years ago at 26 Federal Plaza, that site was all the cars needed to be moved from there because there were structural problems in that building. And the State Department had no problem finding alternative space to lease for their cars downtown. And actually they did check just this week that site's going to be coming back online in 2023. Bottom line, there's plenty of places to park cars. And yes, that people hate, but this is a decision that the GSA would make nationally, not the local GSA. And we had preliminary conversations with representatives from all of our elected officials. So I'm very hopeful that this can finally move forward. We now have a friendly presidential in office, and I think another game changer is the executive order that was issued on January 20th, 2021, advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities through the federal government. It's Executive Order 13985. So it's a real opportunity, and I just want to point out that Community Board 2 fully supports this, looking into this as an opportunity to build affordable housing, 100% and guaranteed.
I think it is a great opportunity, and we'd certainly love to see that at that location if commitments can be made. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Kiley. Our next speaker will be Valerie De La Rosa, followed by Emily Hellstrom.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Valerie De La Rosa, and today I am speaking to you as a Mexican-American millennial renter in Community District 2. I've lived in the district for 6 years, and I'm also speaking to you today as a graduate student in economics at CUNY's John Jay College. The mayor's plan will fail to maintain a mixed-use neighborhood. In your deliberations about the mayor's plan, please take into consideration the following data points from the second quarter of 2021. SoHo recorded the highest retail leasing velocity in the second quarter of this year. The largest transaction was by a retailer named Vashi, which is a luxury jewelry brand based in the UK, which actually secured more than 11,000 square feet on Green Street. Other leases include a French apparel company, AMI Paris, and a Canadian coat company, Canuck. All three of these global brands are opening up their first locations within Manhattan. Prince Street in Soho, part of the this proposed plan, was one of the only corridors in Manhattan to record an increase in average asking rent, rising 13.3% quarter over quarter this year and 7.4% year over year to $469 per square foot. This uptick was mainly caused by the addition of an above average price space at 123 Prince Street. But quarter over quarter, 3 streets that are within this proposed plan, including Broadway from Houston to Broome Street, had a 9.9% increase quarter over quarter for rent. Prince between Broadway and West Broadway had 13.3%, which I just mentioned, and Spring Street from Broadway to West Broadway, 1.7%. Eliminating the 10,000 square foot cap on retail incentivizes more large retail development and does not support small businesses, nor ensure a healthy, vital tenant mix that supports a residential neighborhood. More importantly, the cap ensures that the community has input on potential quality of life issues and supports small businesses in our neighborhood. I leave you with a guiding principle from the Envision Soho NoHo plan that said that this neighborhood plan should promote economic vitality. And it includes 3 things, and I'll see if I can get to my end of my time here. But it says that economic vitality should encourage a vibrant and diverse ground floor landscape that enhances the quality of life for residents. Specify and allow and incentivize scarce neighborhood uses that aim to serve the community, and provide predictable zoning rules that support small businesses such as independent retail and local services. I strongly urge you, commissioners, to reject the mayor's plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. De La Rosa. Our next speaker is Emily Hellstrom, to be followed by Peter Davies.
Hi, my name is Emily Hellstrom, and I've lived in Soho since 1996, and I'm the co-op board president of the largest co-op on the Broadway corridor, and I am also the vice president of the Soho Broadway Initiative. I'm authorized to speak today on behalf of my co-op. I'm here today to urge you to put a pause on this rezoning application and come back to the table to work with community to fix the real issues that we have all said exist and that we know we can fix. Residents have spent countless hours during the Envision Soho NoHo process. In addition, the Soho Broadway initiative spent even more hours coming around the table to work on this, and yet we have been completely ignored. What the city rolled out a few months ago bears no relation to the hours of time that so many of us have spent in discussion and planning. This huge hook that this rezoning hangs its hat on is affordable housing, and yet offers gaping loopholes that we know big real estate is able to exploit. One only needs to look at the St. John's Terminal debacle, where our own community board fought hard to get affordable units, to see them vanish when our elected officials did a deal with Google. It is our community that showed how low-income immigrants and Chinese American tenants will feel the acute pressure of displacement by this plan. It is our community that exposed loopholes that will allow an increase in density with no guarantee of housing being built. It is our community that identified and brought together the federal government to hopefully obtain 100% affordable housing at the 2 Howard site. And guess what? That is now moving forward. 2 Howard Street is not even in this plan. I sit on the SBI board with 50% commercial property owners, and many times I have heard them say they will build whatever will bring the greatest market return. Developers know well that hip tech companies looking for cool areas in town for office space will pay. They know that they can knock down buildings by keeping facades. They know how to monetize free air rights that this new FAR will give them for free. In fact, during one of the Envision meetings, I sat next to the representative of Vornado Realty Trust, and he said, "What is wrong with allowing building owners to build rooftop penthouses?" And sure enough, one of the loopholes that our community found, rooftop penthouses. This plan is aimed squarely to please the real estate industry. Just look at the FAR increase. The city knows these commercial property owners need these FAR giveaways. They have sucked money out of their overpriced commercial leases, sold them as REITs and other complicated mortgage bundling schemes, and now they cannot lower their commercial rents in the new market landscape. How to solve this? Why don't we do a rezoning that literally grants property owners free money in new FAR? Meanwhile, artists who pioneered this neighborhood get slapped with a punitive owner tax. This rezoning is a REBNY giveaway on top of a retail bailout wrapped in faux social justice cloak to be sure that anyone who opposes it is labeled as a racist. Our community is not racist. They just don't want Soho to be given away to REBNY. Please say no to this bad rezoning, and let's come back to the table and do this right.
Thank you, Ms. Hellstrom. Good timing. Thank you. Our next speaker will be Peter Davies, to be followed by Christopher Good.
Hi, yes, good morning. My name is Peter Davies. I'm a resident of Soho for 41 years, a member of 2 labor unions, longtime member of Lower Manhattan loft tenants, now serving as a residential representative on the board of our local business improvement district. And I was also part of the Soho NoHo advisory group, where I participated on behalf of the Broadway Residents Coalition through scores of meetings over the past several years, which has brought us here today as you consider this plan that will totally transform Soho and NoHo, and also Chinatown, which the city has effectively erased from its planning and ignored the folks who live there. Today, I speak for myself. I want to talk to you today about tenant protections, because despite what HPD and others tell you, the city's plan contains no such protections. The city's proposed upzoning and grant of new FAR puts a target on the backs of rent-regulated tenants and loft tenants. Currently, most of the historic loft buildings are maxed out with no available FAR for new construction. But the DCP plan changes that calculus, allowing no new bulk to be built right atop our heads, all as of right, leading to eviction by construction, eviction by demolition, leading to displacement. HPD notes a number of phone numbers to city agencies that tenants can call in the event of bad actions. Now, this is an admission that a world of pain is in our future. It's a dark future created by DCP, new uncertainty where no such allowance now exists. If you don't believe me, I direct you to the testimony in opposition to the plan from 2 tenants advocacy groups, Cooper Square Committee and Tenants PAC. Tenants PAC has 6 points for needed tenant protections. I point you to my building. which DCP is giving an allowance for 70,000 square feet of new bulk to be built on top of our building. The only way that can be done is by driving steel through the existing residential tenants built spaces. Our landlord tried this in 2004. You will find this in the special permit application in the DCP files. They were not allowed to do it because there was no available FAR. Well, now DCP is giving them the FAR they need to build on top of our heads. This is a world of pain. It is going to lead to displacement of existing longtime tenants. I urge you, consider the facts, look at what is underneath the statements, and vote no on this bad plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Davies. Our next speaker will be Christopher Good, to be followed by Denny Salas.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please begin.
Hi, I first moved to Soho in 1977. I support this modest rezoning. I live and work in the Chinatown part of the district. And I know it obviously very well. I've participated in the process for the past 2 years. I think the planners have done an excellent job at outreach and providing accurate information. The current zoning has been 40 years of giveaways to homeowners. I should know, I'm one of them, I've benefited. But enough, we need a better community, a more diverse community. I'm disappointed that powerful neighborhood groups have not engaged in good faith and have instead decided that to attack the entire process with misinformation. Contrary to their claims, these groups do not represent many residents like me. I support the rezoning, but I have two concerns. The first is that after the proposed rezoning, it'll still be more attractive to build offices. There needs to be an adjustment, either a down zoning for the offices or something, because offices will get built more than housing still. The second is that there should be no community preference for the affordable units. I mean, and the point of this is trying to have some diversity in this community. Community preference for the affordable units really undermines that. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Good. Our next speaker will be Denny Salas, to be followed by Dan Miller.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Denny Salas, and as a Black and Brown resident of this neighborhood, I've spoken ad nauseum espousing the benefits of providing opportunities for working class families by building affordable housing, including at yesterday's hearing supporting the 250 Water Street project. Unlike that project, where opposition to the plan has some legitimate concerns, the most boisterous opponents of this rezoning have decided to dust off the tired old playbook we've seen across our country, objecting to diversifying a wealthy and overwhelmingly white neighborhood. They first claimed that holding hearings via Zoom, like today, was ageist and discriminated against the disabled because they weren't allowed to attend meetings in person during our current pandemic. When faced with facts that attendance at community board meetings and other public hearings increased, they decided to remove that line of attack. Today, after dissolving many other iterations of grandstanding, they now claim that this zoning is racist. Yeah, sure. Let's talk about the history of Soho, where it was the site of the first freed slave colony before their land was later ripped away from them, in another example of disbanding opportunities from Black and Brown people in our city. And is there a single commemoration of that history in Soho today? No. Again, erasure of the contributions from this community towards the prosperity of this city. And what about prosperity, or the lack thereof, provided to the Black and Brown community here? Last year, former mayoral candidate Ray McGuire chaired a study by Citigroup that showed how structural racism and its implications on housing, education, and upward social mobility led to a loss of $16 trillion towards American GDP over the last 20 years. And if we could wave a magic wand and fix these inequities, then we can increase our GDP by $5 trillion over the next 5 years. Moreover, those figures were validated by a McKinsey study displaying similar results. Well, we may not be able to wave a magic wand, but our city can begin to take the necessary steps to fix the generational inequities that have existed by removing structural racist legacies like exclusionary neighborhoods, which Soho and NoHo are. I urge you, the commissioners of this group, to ignore the hyperbolic arguments made by these charlatans and do what is simply the right thing to do, which is support this rezoning and begin tearing down the unequal access to success. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Salas. Our next speaker is Dan Miller, to be followed by Austin Celestin.
Hi, my name is Dan Miller, and I'm speaking to urge you to support this rezoning because there's a larger question at stake here. Ultimately, if we can't rezone Soho, NoHo for more residential and affordable housing, where can we? The opponents of this plan have claimed that this rezoning won't add diversity and won't add affordable housing, and that's just ridiculous. Soho is the second wealthiest neighborhood in the entire city, according to census data as compiled by Curbed. This is a objectively wealthy, well-off neighborhood. It's the perfect place for MIH to really take effect and build badly needed affordable housing. If we can't build housing here, then we're just giving up on the concept of building housing in New York City at all. And that's what a lot of the opponents want. They'd be perfectly happy to freeze the city in amber, make no room for anyone who wants to move here and enjoy our amazing city, and sit on their unearned real estate profits because they bought a condo in 1998. But for those of us who want to share in the city's future, who can't afford Soho, and who need more homes, for people who want to move to the greatest city in the world, this is exactly the kind of rezoning that we need. The only change that I would make to it would be to lower the commercial FAR. We need to ensure that housing, not commercial space, is what gets produced out of this badly needed rezoning. I urge you to lower the commercial FAR and raise the amount of housing that can be produced under this plan. And just remember that the city is in a desperate housing shortage. We are running out of time. We are running out of time to build more housing. We need these homes, and to do nothing is simply not an option. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Our next speaker is Austin Celestin, to be followed by Cordelia Person.
Good morning. My name is Austin Celestin, and I'm a sophomore at NYU. I think I spelled out all the benefits of this project. It's a supply crisis, and we're building negligible amounts of housing lower than Great Depression levels. And this plan does something to alleviate that. 900 units of affordable housing in an affluent, high-opportunity neighborhood, and market rate units to help absorb the rich from working-class neighborhoods into an area that can sustain them. But I think it should be worth engaging with the concerns of the plan and how the plan actually does address them or ways that they can be improved. There's a genuine concern about affordability, a concern I share. The minimum for mandatory inclusionary housing is 25%, and this project barely gets above that. And there is precedent for city plans that have a higher proportion of affordable units. Gowanus, even ill-fated plans like Bushwick or Inwood. But the commonality between those plans is that they're significantly larger than this. Bushwick had 1,600 more units in the plan. Gowanus had 8,000 total units. And you can see this trend in single buildings. Take 7 in Long Island City that has 958 units with 300 affordable. I think it's quite clear that if affordability was a legitimate issue to address, we should have had a larger plan with, say, 4,000 units. I also think we could pass this rezoning while still looking at tenant protections. Those things, deregulation and allowing for more bulk and rent control and affordability provisions, do not clash unless we let them. The zoning and historic character is in jeopardy and sets a precedent for destruction of other historic districts. Much of this historic district won't be touched without going through LPC, but even if it could, I would say the historic districts are part of why we're here in the first place. For 60 years, we have placed more restrictions while largely downzoning large districts, Soho among them. And to be clear, landmarking individual sites is good, There are many buildings in the neighborhood that are worthy of protection and many more throughout the city that deserve this status, like Grand Prospect Hall. But districts don't do that. They serve to restrict housing, and while this doesn't apply to all of them, a number have a racialized history, like Brooklyn Heights admitting to hoping to keep public housing out of the city's very first historic district, or the Upper West Side, where a landmark map and a red line one are one and the same. What about office space? Yeah, you can cut that. This should be a housing rezoning, not for office. What about conversions? Use them. Use every tool in our toolbox that we have. But it's not a zero-sum game. We shouldn't use ADUs or SROs as an excuse to not rezone. Let's talk about climate. Across the board, cities have a smaller carbon footprint. New York City has the lowest, thanks to its walkability. Mid-rises and high-rises are more efficient than single-family homes. From a climate perspective, and I'm sure we all know what happened last night, it should be a no-brainer. Yes, infrastructure is important, but resiliency projects should take 20, 30 years. Should we not build housing in that time? The housing crisis is just as desperate, and we are more than capable of multitasking and planning on doing several things at once. We have to pass this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Celestin. Our next speaker will be Cordelia Person, to be followed by Richard Corman.
Hi, I'm Cordelia Person. I'm the Executive Director of the NoHo Business Improvement District. As a member of the Envision Advisory Group, I have been deeply engaged with this process from the beginning. Over the last 3 years, I have attended almost every Zoom and meeting and heard many concerns over the plan. I have also heard some very good ideas for compromise to address those concerns. And I hope this rezoning will go forward with some of those changes in place. Everyone knows that there are some real problems with the current zoning that need to be addressed. The current mismatch of zoning rules that have been patched together since our last rezoning continue to lead to the kinds of problems the opposition of this plan have been complaining about. What the area needs is a coherent plan to follow going forward. We need zoning that actually matches the current usage versus continuing with the long, cumbersome, expensive variance process that only works for certain well-financed tenants and developers. From the beginning, the NoHo Business Improvement District's goals for the rezoning are around the retail use of our buildings. We are happy to see that the plan makes retail as of right and ends the arbitrary 10,000 square foot limit to the size of retail that makes no sense due to the size of our building floor plates. We have said since the beginning that retail is in a major flux and property owners and retail uses need the flexibility to use their spaces as the time and trends lead them. And COVID has only made this more true. The NoHo bid also feels very strongly that we want to preserve the historic character of the district and are concerned that the level of upzoning proposed. Many groups, including the Soho Broadway Initiative, the NoHo Bowery stakeholders, and Cooper Square Committee, have come up with alternative zoning scenarios that we believe will allow more growth, but not at a level that will be detrimental to the district. We really want to say strongly that we hope the Department of City Planning is listening and will look close at these plans and alter their current proposal so that we can get a plan that will lead us into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Person. Commissioner Ortiz.
Hi, quick question. There's been a discussion around the incentive, how the FAR incentivizes perhaps office over residential. Just in your experience, on the ground, what's the return to work and how has the demand for office space been affected as a result of COVID? I mean, are you seeing that folks are deciding, for office over residential? I mean, just to give us a sense of ground truthing that concern.
I don't know if I can say if folks are deciding on residential or commercial for building. What I can say is commercial has come back. The rentals are almost full for commercial. We lost a lot of tenants. And now when I talk to the businesses the owners that are on my board, they're almost fully leased for September. So I feel that there is still a very strong strength in the commercial use of our district. I think that the high ceilings, the opening windows. We have a lot that works well for that. So, but I, as a person who's been involved in this, am concerned that we could, maybe we don't need to give commercial more FAR. Like maybe we really do want to make sure that this, one of NoHo's greatest things about COVID was its mixed work-life ability, even through COVID, that kept it alive. And I want to hope that that will stay in place. I think that is one of our real strengths and always has been.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Person. Our next speaker will be Richard Corman, followed by Jean Wilker. Oh, excuse me. We are joined by Manhattan Borough President Gail Brewer. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I'll be very brief because you have many people to talk to, but I'm going to talk as an looking at this and an overview. I'm on a cell phone because I'm not in my office right now, to put it mildly. I want to say that, just in my opinion, we all, at least I can speak for myself, want to get to a situation where there is affordable housing, where there is rezoning, where the historic district is maintained, where tenants do not have to lose their apartments, and where I would agree with the previous speaker and others, even those who support the project wholeheartedly, feel very strongly that we should not be incentivizing anything to do with commercial. There are so many challenges to this project. So I think my main word is people like Alex Naratoff, Mike Dekas, Steve Herrick, Zella Jones, and Andrew Berman has contributed. Certainly Elizabeth Goldstein, Aaron Carr, who supports this idea, and the amazing work of trying to figure out how to deal with the JWQA, how to deal with all the concerns of the retail. A lot of ideas have come out of, I don't know, I think I've been to maybe 20 or 30 hearings and discussions on this topic. Between now and when you vote and when the city council votes, we all have to sit down and try to come up with something that is different than the current proposal. Now, I know, people want to try to figure out how to have a broader definition of the arts. People have tried to figure out how people can work in their apartment. People have tried to figure out what is the arts fund. Maybe it's not $100, maybe it's less, maybe it doesn't exist. What is the way that tenants can be secure? How do we make sure buildings are not demolished? What is the challenge in terms of the retail? I think there are some very ideas so that you would still have some as of right, but you would still be able to have the smaller storefronts. And at the same time, if there was some kind of performance-based discussion of retail, then it would make more sense. So many issues have come out because of the great discussions. But what we cannot do, in my opinion, is to wholesalely support this proposal. As I indicated, even the people who want affordable housing and want this proposal say there are just many issues still to be decided. So I'm here to say that I too am still working on my thoughts. I know that I'm very slow. As you know, we've had quite a few of these because you've been just as busy as I am. So I'm talking about the commercial FAR has to be reduced. We have to figure out what we're going to do about demolition and saving tenants. We have to make sure that 2 Howard Street, when I spoke to the administration, I know that they are working on the issue of getting the federal government to give them that site for 100% affordable housing. And I also know, not in the area, 5 World Trade Center, we're trying to get many more affordable units there. That's in community board number 1. We have to figure out what we're going to do about the loft tenants and obviously the WQA, the JLWQA. We do want more arts in the area. I don't know if I don't know what you call it. I call it a flip tax. That's the wrong term. When you go from joint work to residential, what should that amount be, if anything? And if it is any money, what is the group? Then make sure it's spent correctly. That works in East Midtown. And then we're also working on all the performance standards that retail operators. There were some good ideas there where both those who are interested in not having some kind of a permit process could in fact get what they need, and the community could still make sure that they have what I consider the smaller mom and pops. We also have to look at, there were some state and national historic designated buildings. We know specifically that if LPC doesn't designate them, it doesn't really make a big difference. So can we look at those? That's what we did when we did East Midtown. 14 buildings were added to the roster. And in fact, the ULURP didn't go through until they were added to the roster. And of course, there are all the quality of life issues that I know the BIDs have been extremely helpful in making a list of and what their concerns are, commercial waste zone and others, and have been very articulately listed. So those are some of the concerns that I have. This is perhaps the largest, most challenging rezoning. They're all challenging that we've all been part of. And I look forward to working with you and the council member to see if we can come up with a program that is solve some of the issues that I just listed. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Always a pleasure to have you participate in our hearings, Madam Borough President. Thank you. We'll continue with Richard Corman, to be followed by Jean Walker.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. On behalf of Downtown Independent Democrats, I strongly urge you to reject the proposed city plan. This rezoning plan is deeply flawed. It fails to meet its essential objectives, most particularly its stated affordable housing goals, and will displace and impact the lives of existing rent-protected and low-income residents in Soho, NoHo, and neighboring communities. In December 2020, DID issued a resolution calling for the city to pause and revise its plan for Soho, NoHo rezoning. We stated that the proposed plan incentivizes office development and big box retail instead of adaptive reuse, new affordable housing, and the preservation of the significant stock of affordable housing already there. We urge the city to complete promised studies and additional analyses after the pandemic state of emergency is lifted and to develop a plan that guarantees greater opportunities for affordable housing, addresses displacement, includes zoning that allows office to residential conversion and does not incentivize office and dormitory over residential use or big box retail over small business. And a plan that defines clear mechanisms to legalize existing residential occupancies, incorporating public review and input, and that are non-punitive. A plan that maintains the character and integrity of the impacted historic district and the creative foundation of the area, as exemplified by JLWQA, a critically important city economic driver, and a plan that presents economic analyses of the upzoning and how the plan will impact development rights. The city's final scope of work remains virtually unchanged on all of those key issues, and from that scope of work and did not incorporate the needed additional studies and analyses, ignored our comments and many of the other groups that have commented on this before. And as you have heard from the borough president just now, there are so many open issues that have been raised and raised and raised and never yet addressed. And this plan certainly does not deal with them, including issues raised in the original Envision Soho NoHo report initiated by Borough President Madam Brewer herself. For these reasons, the deep flaws in the plan, the likely damage it will inflict on current, particularly low-income and rent-protected residents, many of whom are seniors aging in place, and for its likely failure to add any material amount of affordable housing, this plan must be rejected. DID could not be more supportive of the great need for affordable housing in Soho, NoHo, as well as all of Lower Manhattan. We are, for example, petitioning all our elected officials to support 100% affordable housing at the proposed 5 World Trade Center site and at 2 Howard Street. We would support a Soho, NoHo rezoning plan that it does achieve substantial affordable housing in the area, but without the irreversible damage that this flawed plan will inflict. There are so many flaws in this plan.
I'm afraid, Mr. Corman, that your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for testifying. Our next speaker is Jean Wilker, to be followed by Michelle Varian.
Hi, I am Jeannie Wilkie, a member of the Soho NoHo Advisory Committee and NoHo Neighborhood Association. Also resident and business owner for many decades with experience in distressed real estate. And today we're looking at a lot of distressed real estate from the storm yesterday and a lot of distressed people. I support affordable housing as a noble goal, but oppose the rezoning as it stands as insufficient, and in no way does it accomplish its goal. Commissioners should do the deep dive into this. My comments address open and green space and climate issues. The city states the lack of open space is a significant adverse effect in this plan, yet little to no solution is given or mitigation is proposed. The pictures tell 1,000 words today, looking at the news. The area has the lowest, if not the lowest, ratio of open space per resident than anywhere else in New York City. The urban heat effect must be addressed in this upzoning. New York City's own reports show this area in the red zone for 4 out of 5 pollutant statistics. With coastal and stormwater flooding, New York City is using flood maps that are yesterday's news. And I wrote that earlier yesterday before the storm. It's today's news, stormwater flooding. The American Society of Engineers last year increased New York City projections for wind gusts from 80 miles an hour to 110, almost 40%. Have these and other recent scientific studies been incorporated into the upzoning? Whether SECRA requires or not, scientific studies on climatic shifts must be proactively addressed. Of concern is that data collection appears to be part past data and part data collected during the pandemic. Really? During a pandemic? I'm concerned about the accuracy. Lastly, the city may have a legal responsibility in going through a rezoning, upzoning, but there's also a moral responsibility, and to be proactive in addressing open and green space and climate issues, finding the solutions for open and green space, which are not addressed in this upzoning and must be. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michelle Varian, to be followed by Ronnie Wolf.
Michelle is not in the room.
Thank you. Then it will be Ronnie Wolf, followed by Lee Benkett. I'll also note that people who have signed up but are not in the room at the time that they're called, at the end of the meeting, we will go back to all of them and see if they are present.
Ronnie is not sort of speaking, might be having technical difficulties. We can reach out.
Okay, we will then proceed with Lee Benkett, to be followed by Jessica Katz.
I'm Lee Benke. Can everybody hear me? I've never done this before. So I'm Lee Benke. I live on the Broadway corridor. I'm a painter. I moved there legally before there was retail in 1984. And I hope to live there while aging in place. I'm not rich, and I fully support the city's laudable goal of providing affordable housing to a wide variety of our population. This proposal is set up for failure for both residential and retail spaces due to the incompatibility of these historic structures to comply with the proposed requirements. These incompatibilities are not being discussed or considered in this process as it is rushed through. Let me talk first about residential conversion. Alexander Naritoff has offered expert testimony explaining that a zoning charge from artist living to UG2 requires a change in the building certificate of occupancy. UG2 residential spaces are subject to rules and regulations that are different and more demanding and incompatible for those for joint living. As Naritoff states, it would be impossible to accomplish unless the building is vacant. I think this is something that is not completely understood in my building. It would be physically impossible without a gut renovation for the entire building, and it will never be suitable for normal purposes. My space is a large space with very few windows, not a normal apartment, as you guys are talking about all the time. And it's designed for living and working, not for living. I was involved with the conversion of our building from manufacturing to joint living, and it was a very, very complicated process due to the nature of how these buildings were built in the 19th century. Many of the features are not compatible, and it's not going to work. I don't even need to read all of this. The cost of conversion would be astronomical, even if there was a way found to overcome these issues. Add to that the $100 a square foot fee, and I will not be able to stay in my loft for my senior years. Those kinds of costs are beyond the means of many, many older artists. I also want to say a little bit about expanded retail. and that is the infrastructure is not adaptable to accommodate the expanded delivery requirements for upzoning of retail. We have vault spaces in most of our basements. There is no place for a loading zone. There is no way to convert these buildings without really spoiling their historical significance. It's just not possible. So it precludes the construction of the required loading bays that are normally accompany the large retail deliveries. Our streets are already overcrowded, with large destination retail occupying just 1% of the potential spaces so far. Without an ability
Thank you, Ms. Benke.
Okay.
I see that you have written testimony. We would welcome your submitting it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jessica Katz, to be followed by Zella Jones.
Hello, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jessica Katz. I'm the Executive Director at the Citizens Housing and Planning Council, or CHPC. CHPC thanks the Commission for moving this crucial rezoning forward. Soho and NoHo are some of the wealthiest, most expensive neighborhoods, not just in New York City, but in the nation. Over the last 40 years, the area's restrictive and exclusionary zoning has allowed it to transform from a hub of working class artists to what is in effect today a gated community. Where we live matters. Residents of Manhattan Community Board 2 enjoy a level of access to opportunity, amenities, and services so great that they are expected to live 6 years longer than the average New Yorker. This rezoning is a chance to move words like racial equity and fair housing into action. It is long past time for Soho NoHo to welcome new neighbors and to give low-income households and New Yorkers of color a chance to share in the benefits that have been enjoyed by a privileged few for decades. For at least a year now, you've heard countless arguments in opposition of this plan. Many are thinly veiled expressions of NIMBYism and exclusion, many not so thinly veiled, like the idea that gaining 900 affordable units in Soho NoHo is not worth the other changes that the rezoning could bring. I'm confident that you will recognize these claims for what they are. Tens of thousands of New Yorkers are experiencing homelessness amidst an economic and public health crisis of unprecedented magnitude. There is no cost-benefit analysis to be made between aesthetic preferences and the health, safety, and well-being of 900 families. A lot of talk today about the supposed risks of the rezoning, but the risks of doing nothing are even greater. Freezing this neighborhood in amber has led to skyrocketing rents and set off a wave of gentrification across Manhattan and across the 5 boroughs. We cannot allow neighborhood residents to slam the door shut behind them once their property values have made them wealthy. We can't listen to the argument that this rezoning is, quote, not affordable enough from a group of people who also opposed a project that was 100% affordable to extremely low seniors nearby. At the same time, if you dig deep enough into this onslaught of opposition, you will find some thoughtful recommendations to improve this plan that CHPC hopes you will consider. Community Board 2 and several other groups have pointed to the federally owned site at 2 Howard Street, which we should certainly pursue. Some stakeholders, CHPC included, have recommended lowering commercial FARs from the proposed levels in the housing opportunity zones to ensure the desirability of residential development and maximize opportunities for fair housing. We strongly believe that recommendations like these are worth considering and urge the commissioners to make any changes to the plan that would result in a greater amount of affordable housing. At its core, this rezoning is a step forward towards a more equitable city, one that disrupts the status quo to put historically underserved communities first. We must see this plan through to the end in the best and most impactful version possible. Thank you.
Commissioner Levin.
Thank you for that, Ms. Katz. Oops, please don't go away. Oops.
I'm here.
No, you're still there.
She's back.
You did address, and we've heard 2 core criticisms of this rezoning from the perspective of its capacity to develop affordable housing, and you addressed one of them, which is the commercial, the possibility that property owners would choose to develop commercially rather than residentially. So that part you've addressed. We've also heard concern, and we hear this every time we have a rezoning, about the risk of displacement, that market forces will go to work on existing rent stabilized units in the area and force the departure of, you end up losing more affordable housing than you create. You've got experience with these rezonings across the city. Do you have any advice for us about how to approach the issue of displacement and protect against it here?
So I think particularly for a very high rent neighborhood such as Soho, I think the recent changes to the rent stabilization rules do go a very, very long way to ensuring that we kind of minimize the risk of displacement. And I would also encourage the commissioners to consider that by doing nothing, we have seen the incredible pressure on displacement in these neighborhoods where there simply isn't enough housing stock to meet the demand. So by our calculations, the displacement risk is much higher by doing nothing than it is by doing the rezoning, which would create some way to absorb some of the demand for housing in the neighborhood, even very high income housing.
Thank you. Commissioner Ortiz.
Asked and answered, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Katz. And I realized that I had jumped over Ronnie Wolf, who will be followed by Zella Jones.
Anna, did we lose Mr. Wolf? We had him in the panelist column. We can go to Ms. Jones.
Okay, we will go to Zella Jones, back to Ronnie Wolf if available, and then on to William Thomas.
Nope, Mr. Wolf has just unmuted his microphone.
Oh, fantastic.
Go ahead, Mr. Wolf.
Hi, this is Ms. Wolf. How are you? I moved to Soho in 1979. I'm a certified artist and owner of a small co-op in Soho. I should say I'm an owner with my fellow shareholders in our co-op of the small co-op retail space. I'd like to address two issues, and that's the AKA Arts Fund. We, as owners, all of our artists have put in our hard-earned money to keep these facades in great shape, to restore and maintain these public vaulted sidewalks from the 1800s. It's not cheap, and it's very punitive and vindictive of DCP to put any kind of cost of our transferring our longtime family home onto family members like our sons and children. Should we sell? So, or should we die? You know, they're the ones who will have to carry that burden, and they shouldn't. You know, all these years we have, you know, done our due diligence to stay up to code. The other thing is the commercial owners aren't being asked to do anything. We are, as residents, we are totally legal, and commercial retail owners are not. They are the ones who should be paying into an art fund, and that art fund should support the residents who live in Soho. I just think it's such an ill-conceived approach to burden the residents instead of burdening the commercial owners who have deep pockets, who have hedge funds and private equity funds that back their investment. And the last thing I'd like to say, small co-ops allowed their bankrupt tenants to stay during this whole period, have extended their leases, and we've gotten nothing from the city to supplement us. But rather than keep the space empty and vacant, we have let the small tenants stay, and we have reduced rents, and we've gotten no reward for doing so other than it's for our community to keep it vibrant. So I'd like you to look more deeply at the residents. We're not racist, we're not rich, we're not privileged. We just moved here early, and at the time, we invested heavily into making it what it is today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. Our next speaker is Zella Jones, to be followed by William Thomas.
My name is Zella Jones. I am president of NoHo Bowery Stakeholders Incorporated. Where our organization is a community benefit organization, and our members own over 1 million square feet in NoHo. Most of my remarks will be directed to issues within NoHo. We share many issues with Soho, of course. We have submitted testimony to all of you that kind of breaks open this discussion in a slightly different fashion. We feel that there are 3 different areas that in many ways don't overlap, and in this discussion so far have overlapped greatly and to the detriment of the plan overall. First, we call them silos. I'm not going to go into the heavy details because you will have it in front of you very soon, but the three silos include, the first silo is for developers seeking to build new development on vacant or significantly underutilized sites. That's one set of issues. Silo 2 is owners with sites with existing and largely overbuilt buildings for lease, largely commercial office or retail with some mixed JLWQA. And Silo 3, which is the most emotional and possibly the most difficult to address, it is the JLWQA conversion issue. On that, in Silo 1, we feel that these sites need to be mapped specifically and with a special mixed use special district. The precedent is to give very precise definitions for each of the areas. For NoHo, the area that has the most potential to produce affordable housing is actually in the center of NoHo and not in the northeast corner, which is currently tagged as the affordable opportunity zone. Those buildings are already large. There are already sites that are in development now going to office and won't change. But in the center of NoHo, we have 3 very large sites, and they need to be looked at very specifically because they are in historic districts. They are surrounded by 14 individually landmarked buildings, and they are also surrounded by buildings that have
Ms. Jones,
over
I'm
80%
afraid that,
lot coverage.
Ms. Jones, I'm afraid that
Yes.
your time is up, but we would very much welcome your submitting any written testimony.
Yes, certainly. I have submitted it. I hope that you will
Yes.
take a look at it, and I hope you will listen closely to Alex Naritoff's
Thank you, Ms.
solution to the
Thank you, Ms. Jones. We'll now move on to William Thomas, to be followed by Moses Gates.
Hi, everyone. My name is Will Thomas. I live in the East Village, and I'm here to support the proposed rezoning as the executive director of Open New York, an independent grassroots pro-housing organization. We believe that allowing more homes here would help to alleviate New York's housing shortage and help to fight displacement in other neighborhoods. That said, there are a few changes that we would recommend. First, the commercial densities in the proposal are too high and could risk offices being built instead of mixed income housing. Those office densities should be lowered. We also feel that the city should expand the community preference policy beyond Community Board 2 to ensure that the rezoning is a force for racial and socioeconomic integration. Finally, we feel the city should mandate the deepest affordability option of MIH for new apartments. So there are a few facts that I want the commission to mull on, which I've noted for you many times. But between 2010 and 2017, median rents went up by more than double median wages. Homelessness is at the highest rate since the Great Depression. And pre-COVID, 1 out of every 10 elementary school students in New York City public schools attended from homeless shelters. The 900 affordable homes that this rezoning is slated to provide are desperately needed. But it's also worth remembering that residential construction in Soho and NoHo has been essentially illegal as of right since the 1960s, which has pushed demand for market rate housing into all the surrounding neighborhoods, which has in turn raised rents and caused displacement. Building more market rate housing in Soho, NoHo, 2 of the wealthiest neighborhoods in the country, should help put this process into reverse, and it should be welcomed by anyone who cares about raising rents or displacement. But lastly, I really want to emphasize for the Planning Commission that the office densities in this plan are far too high. As DCP has noted many times in these hearings, Soho is the 3rd largest job center in New York City after Midtown and the Financial District. And while some may doubt the strength of the office market at the current moment, there's a lot at the southwest corner of Bowery and East 4th Street in the rezoning area that's already being developed as an office tower, despite the possibility of increased residential development when the rezoning passes. So a reverse Long Island City in Soho, I think, would be an absolute disaster, both in terms of lost affordable housing, but also for DCP's reputation. And I just want to add, we've been testifying for this pro-housing rezoning for almost 2 years. And while I'm sure that many of my fellow attendees disagree very strongly with us, it's undeniable that Soho is a wealthy white neighborhood, that such neighborhoods have not built their fair share of housing, and also that more mixed income housing here would really not be the end of the world. So I hope the commission can see past the ample misinformation pushed around the plan and approve it with the amendments that it needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Our next speaker will be Moses Gates, to be followed by Zachary Roberts.
Mr. Gates had indicated that he is in person, so.
Okay, when he enters the room, then we will be able to accommodate him. And Zachary Roberts, to be followed by Trevor Stewart.
Zachary Roberts is not in the room.
Okay. Then we will have Trevor Stewart, to be followed by Fanny Ip.
I'm Trevor Stewart. I'm speaking on behalf of Village Preservation, formerly the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation. In spite of the efforts by the mayor and other proponents of this upzoning plan to portray it as motivated by social justice and equity, let's be 100% clear about who the main beneficiaries would be: big real estate developers and private institutions like NYU. Imagine you bought or own a property in the rezoning area, and suddenly you're able to build something 2.5 times as large as the rules allowed when you bought it, and that you can suddenly include all sorts of highly profitable uses that were prohibited when you first bought your property, such as luxury condos, giant big box international chain stores, and NYU dorms and classrooms. Well, if you're Edison Properties, which owns the 2 largest development sites in NoHo and Soho, and you've made multiple large donations to the mayor and his disgraced campaign for New York, for One New York, you don't have to imagine it. Your dream is about to come true, and a multi-million-dollar windfall is coming your way if this plan is approved. Same if you're the Chu family, which owns some of the largest development sites in the rezoning area and which has made campaign donations to key decision makers in this process and is set to make a killing if this plan passes. This proposal is not about benefiting New Yorkers or those in need. Big box chain stores, NYU dorms, high-end hotels and office buildings, and luxury condos and rentals with no affordable housing don't benefit New Yorkers or those in need. This plan is about benefiting the wealthy and well-connected developers who've lobbied, donated, bought, and paid for it. Don't be part of it. Please vote no on this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Our next speaker is Fanny Ip, to be followed by Lionel Stevens.
My name is Fanny Ip, and I grew up in the Lower East Side, where I currently continue to reside. Chinatown is a gateway for many Asian immigrants such as myself when my family and I newly arrived here in the U.S. 40 years ago. We lived in Confucius Plaza while my mother worked at a nearby garment factory. I have many fond memories of celebrating Chinese holidays with our neighbors while adjusting to the American culture. Chinatown is not just some kitschy area where people come to have dinner on Christmas Day. It is a livelihood for many who live and work here because there is nowhere else that can provide the same social support and affordability in New York City. I am here to urge you to please oppose the Soho NoHo neighborhood plan because Chinatown will be destroyed if this plan goes through. Not only there's no guarantee that any affordable housing will be created from this plan, but this plan will also reduce the little existing affordable housing that's left. This plan will displace many of the elderly, the working class, and lower income residents in Chinatown who will be the most vulnerable and at risk of the displacement from this plan as concluded by Village Preservation and Community Board 2. After 9/11, Chinatown suffered a heavy blow to its small businesses, and it took many years to recover and bounce back to the Chinatown that it once was. However, these small businesses that keep Chinatown's economy running suffered another heavy blow recently due to the pandemic. If the City Planning Commission really cared about planning, it would do everything it can to protect the Chinatown small businesses and its residents by opposing this plan. This is also a racist plan because there has been no outreach on this plan for the Chinatown community. And not to mention, Chinatown isn't even included in the name of this plan, nor in the city's testimony you just heard, when Chinatown would stand to lose the most from this plan, as mentioned earlier. This plan was thought up by racists and put together by racists. And if the plan gets approved, then the members of the City Planning Commission are also racist. Mom and pop stores that have been in the neighborhood for generations will be forced to close, and the lower income and elderly residents will be displaced, while a handful of corrupted politicians, city employees, and individuals that are in bed with real estate developers will profit off the loss of this historical neighborhood that have helped so many immigrants like myself forever to a couple of shiny glass towers for billionaires. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zip. Our next speaker will be Lionel Stevens, to be followed by Laura Tenenbaum.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Lynelle Stevens, and I'm speaking on behalf of Village Preservation, formerly the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation. Of the many pernicious elements of this plan is that it strongly incentivizes demolition of rent-regulated, affordable housing, permanently losing this precious resource and displacing residents who are overwhelmingly lower income and disproportionately artists, seniors, and Asian Americans. We have identified 650 units of such housing in 108 buildings in the rezoning area. The city says there are 185 such buildings, meaning the number of units is probably near 1,000 or more. With a little over 4,000 housing units in the rezoning area, that's 1 in 4 units and residents that will have a target on their backs as a result of this rezoning. With a proposed increase of allowable density of 30 to 140%, virtually every rent-regulated building will be underbuilt under the new zoning, creating strong incentives for landlords to do whatever they can to get tenants out and demolish their buildings to build substantially larger. Landmarking won't prevent that, since the LPC routinely allows demolition of buildings behind their facades, which is all that's needed to permanently eliminate rent-regulated units. Anti-harassment regulations won't prevent it, as has been proven time and time again. The strengthened rent laws of 2019 won't prevent it, as they left the demolition allowance entirely intact, though those changes virtually guarantee these units will remain affordable unless they are demolished. The Department of City Planning continues to deny these facts and dishonestly claim that 90% of the rent-regulated affordable units are located in historic districts, without releasing the addresses to back this up. But we submitted to the commission the addresses of the 108 buildings with rent-regulated units in the rezoning area we identified from public records, and 30% of them are either outside historic districts or non-contributing buildings within historic districts, which can be demolished. And as stated, the 70% located within historic districts are not protected anyway. So a vote for this plan is a vote for displacement of lower income tenants and destruction of affordable housing. We urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. Our next speaker is Laura Tenenbaum, to be followed by Anita Brandt.
Hi, I speak on behalf of myself and our artist JLWQA co-op, which asked me to explain why we urge you to reject in its entirety the proposed rezoning of Soho, NoHo, and parts of Chinatown. We fully support the CB2 resolution. It accurately and clearly analyzes and details the plan's fundamental and unfixable flaws. Our neighborhood zoning problems can be fixed through text change, not this draconian rezoning. As an artists co-op with a 50-year stake in this community, we urge that any rezoning's goal include keeping Soho a vibrant, popular, active, inhabited arts community, not the commercial center with big box stores, clubs, and interactive retail entertainment venues that DCP gleefully anticipates. The level of commercialization permitted under the plan is antithetical to what was asked of city planning at the start of this process. Throughout Envision, city planning was asked to tweak things to make our community work, not bulldoze it and hand it over to over-leveraged big real estate. This plan for a dystopian future was an ugly surprise for us, a slap in the face. Even worse is the message about democratic process and data gathering when it is being rammed through during a pandemic. It is painful and wrong for Soho and NoHo's older artist residents to be labeled relics by DCP And none of us or our business is important enough for DCP to quantify in its study of our community. The picture DCP paints is not the truth of our community. Our community's uniqueness is that it has an artistic core, that its historic cast iron buildings resonate with the past and have been repurposed for the future, that it looks like no place else in the world and is thus a draw for visitors from every part of the globe. Will people come here when it looks like Midtown South? To make changes, Soho needs the city to take creative planning for the future. Here are some of our thoughts. Allow retail below the second story as of right, but keep the 10K square foot limit on retail and 5K square foot limit on eating or drinking establishments. Keep the current FAR and add an appropriate height limit. Expand the meaning of artists to allow for more creative maker activities in JLWQA units. We agree that a more diverse community is a better community. Deeply affordable housing can and should be built without commercial towers in the mix. The plan must include planning for global warming. Our area is already a heat sink with no green open spaces at all, as well as the traffic hotspot. Consider, for example, requiring facade materials that help cool. I understand that the rush to get this done before the mayor's term ends makes it difficult to do it right, but you should be presented with a state-of-the-art plan for the future, and this plan is anything but. Unlike Soho, the plan needs a complete do-over. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tenenbaum. Our next speaker is Anita Brandt, to be followed by Aaron Cahan.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Anita Brandt, a lifetime resident and business owner in NoHo, and I'm also chair of the Community Board 2 Soho NoHo Working Group. I've spent my career as an architect renovating historic buildings here in New York City. My specialty is to modernize and restore historic structures. So why did CB2 vote no to the mayor's plan? Simply put, this is a classic case of garbage in, garbage out. This plan is based on incorrect assumptions and data, and therefore it's not fixable. It recklessly incorporates massive FAR increases and requires the adoption of incompatible residential rules and regulations that will directly result in a tornado of destruction, demolition, and displacement. And while the plan does not guarantee any affordable housing or adequately solve other stated goals, it does guarantee huge financial gains to a few well-positioned property owners. This plan will shatter the historic and cultural cores of our unique districts, and those will never come back. They will not be replaced. And new construction will dominate with big, bland, familiar corporate towers. The promise of affordable housing attempts to disguise that this rezoning will, most likely, in reality, reduce available affordable units. In fact, the plan renamed parts of Chinatown as East Soho, officially identified as an opportunity area and targeted for building demolition. One tried and true action that is still allowed is to remove long-term subsidized tenants is demolition. As for new housing, what the plan promises in public, it takes back in loopholes buried in the small print. Please join CB2 in rejecting this rezoning. Let us start fresh, armed with all the high quality data and information we have gathered during this long planning process, and let's prove we can and must do much, much better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Brandt. Our next speaker will be Aaron Cahan, followed by Louis Madigan.
Hello, my name is Aaron Cahan from Fried Frank. We appreciate the thoughtfulness that has gone into this proposal and the range of viewpoints that have been expressed throughout the public process. The proposed text includes an allowance for lower base heights within a historic district to account for the surrounding site conditions. We ask the Commission to work further with the Landmarks Preservation Commission to ensure there is alignment between the site-specific LPC review process and the proposed zoning controls. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cahan. And I understand, let's see, that next up is Louis Madigan, to be followed by William Meehan.
We done with Mr. Khan?
Oh, no, please. I'm sorry.
Wait,
Commissioner Levin.
Can you elaborate for a not very intelligent observer of all of this? What are you talking about here? That you want base heights? What do you want to have happen with the base heights?
So we work with a number of property owners in the area, and this comment is based on our experience with the LPC review process. LPC review is done on a site-by-site basis, and there are often unique conditions taken into account. We can follow up with examples of conditions that may warrant further coordination with LPC.
Okay. I think that would be very helpful if you could maybe send us a memo, and also if you could indicate who you're representing in this, that would be helpful too.
Absolutely, will do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. My apologies. Our next speaker is Louis Madigan, to be followed by William Meehan.
Louis Madigan is not in the room.
Okay, then William Meehan, to be followed by Stephen Sutendijk.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome. And I will also know that we are joined by Vice Chair Knuckles, and with huge thanks for having spent 3.5 hours getting here.
Hi, my name is William Meehan, and I ask for you to support the Soho NoHo neighborhood plan. My office is in NoHo, so my job has been added in the area in the recent years, but there has not been any housing added in the area for me. If I wanted to move to NoHo right now, I would have to pay at least $6,000 a month because that is the cheapest apartment available on StreetEasy. So that means that anyone who wants to move to NoHo needs to make $240,000 a year. Soho is not much better. It is no coincidence that rents are so high in a neighborhood where new residential buildings are illegal. This housing crisis is horrible citywide, but building our fair share of housing in Soho is important to helping solve it. I ask that city planning be careful not to incentivize commercial over residential. And I would ask them to do that by either raising the residential FAR to R10 throughout, or even possibly lowering the commercial FAR so that this really incentivizes more housing and especially more affordable housing to desegregate the neighborhood and allow lower income families to live here in perpetuity. Beyond affordability, as we've seen last night, it is imperative for the climate crisis that we allow for more housing in Manhattan, where our residents have a fraction the carbon footprint of the suburbs or of Sunbelt cities. People will not be bringing their cars, thankfully, due to the lack of parking mandates in Manhattan. Anyone concerned over lack of public space, there's a clear option right there, which is our city streets, our beautiful cobblestone streets in Soho. Should be opened up as Barcelona-style super blocks, and that would really alleviate any concerns about possible loss of open space. The consequences of doing nothing are dire, including in continued exclusion and people continuing to get priced out of the area. So please support the plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meehan. Our next speaker is Stephen Sutendijk, followed by Shelley Friedman.
I believe Stephen is not in the Zoom.
Okay, then it will be Shelley Friedman, followed by David Herman.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Shelley Friedman. I have been working with the Soho Bowery, the NoHo Bowery stakeholders, and with Zella Jones in the submission that she referenced earlier. Others included in that effort have been Steve Herrick and Alexander Naratov. I think the significant issue here I'm going to skip the technicalities and get down to an observation as someone who has spent 25 years practicing land use in Soho. And that is that this is not a situation, the existing zoning, M15A, M15B zoning is not simply running out of steam. It continues to actively harm one of the city's greatest neighborhoods, most recently in the ability to provide affordable housing. This is allowing the zoning to remain one day longer than necessary will only continue to frustrate most of the stakeholders that you've heard testify today, whatever their perspective. The idea of providing a special permit is an important step forward, and I hope that the commission will lean forward rather than fall back on any sense of pausing to with regard to this action. I think that the departmental staff and the Manhattan office in particular have the experience and the resilience to work with all the stakeholders to find our way to correct this situation and to end the dramatic negative impact that the current zoning is having on NoHo and Soho. I'll also note, again, as a practitioner walking the sidewalks, that in my practice, I've probably seen 15 or 20 projects, good, sound, decent projects, new development, adaptive reuses, building upgrades that literally died on the drawing boards because they could not cope with the cumbersome and technical and conflicting requirements and the out-of-date requirements of the current zoning. This is an opportunity to remedy that situation with fresh zoning for a new age that can incorporate much of what you've heard today in a way that can meet the challenges in the future. I also believe that some attention should also be given to some of the other policy initiative imperatives that stand side by side with affordable housing. The need to adopt regulations that might promote open space.
Mr. Friedman, I'm afraid that your time has expired, but we would welcome your submitting written testimony.
Thank you very much for your time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Herman, to be followed by Marianne Arisman.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm David Herman, and I'm speaking on behalf of Village Preservation, formerly the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation. One of the many deeply dishonest elements of this plan is a last-minute addition of an allowance for NYU or for any private university to expand anywhere in the rezoning area, ending current zoning restrictions on their doing so. We all know NYU has been eyeing Soho and NoHo for expansion for many years. But in 2012, when the City Planning Commission approved the NYU expansion plan, we were assured that this meant no further expansion elsewhere by the university would be allowed. This plan eviscerates that promise. Adding insult to injury, the rezoning would exempt NYU from the affordable housing requirements that are the supposed basis for this rezoning plan, and add another allowable use that would compete and interfere with the potential production of affordable housing. From the earliest stages of this process, neighbors and this organization made clear that we opposed any change in regulations letting NYU or other private universities expand here. And we were told by the sponsors of this process that this was not what they had in mind. Like so much about this process, that turned out to be a lie. There is absolutely no reason to change the zoning to grant one of the richest private universities in the world a free hand to expand here, especially when it directly undercuts what you claim is the main reason for this rezoning, which is the creation of affordable housing. This is just one more reason why we strongly urge you to reject this dishonest, deceptive plan. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Mr. Herman. Our next speaker is Marianne Arisman, to be followed by Andrea Goldwyn.
I'm Marianne Arisman, speaking on behalf of Village Preservation, formerly the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation. Another of the many lies that this rezoning is based on is that it's either this or maintain the status quo, that opponents are unwilling to consider any changes to the current zoning whatsoever. That's not true. There's a community alternative plan endorsed by more than a dozen local groups that call for a deeper and more broadly affordable housing. All have endorsed allowing residential development with real affordable housing requirements without the massive loopholes the city offers. All have endorsed allowing a wider range of retail without the giant big box chain stores and eating and drinking establishments of unlimited size that the city wants. All have endorsed a path to legalization for non-artist residents without endangering the status and protections for artist residents the city plan contains. All are open to allowing more compatible uses as of right, like museums and nonprofit social services, but oppose allowances for NYU and private university expansion as the city proposes. And what we all don't want, which the city actually seems most interested in, is the massive proposed upzoning, which is what offers incentives to displace long-term lower-income tenants and demolish buildings with rent-regulated affordable housing, as well as destroy historic buildings and create oversized new development. If there were truly a desire on the part of this administration to update the zoning and add provisions that would create new affordable housing, you would find willing partners in us and virtually every group in this neighborhood. That's not what we're seeing. We're seeing an administration and a plan focused on developer giveaways, enormous upzonings, and oversized development, demolishing rent-regulated affordable housing and displacing lower-income tenants, and preserving the loopholes which allow developers to avoid having to build any affordable housing. This is among the many reasons why we strongly urge you to vote no and reject this dishonest, destructive plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Arisman. Our next speaker will be Andrea Goldwyn, to be followed by Kate McIntosh.
Okay, thank you. Good day, Chair Lago and commissioners. I'm Andrea Goldwyn, speaking for the New York Landmarks Conservancy. The Conservancy was a member of the Soho NoHo Advisory Group. We concurred with the goal that the group's conveners presented to us at the start to update antiquated zoning so it reflects the residential and commercial realities of this area. We also support the goal of affordable housing, but like many members of the advisory group, we cannot support this proposal. The advisory group agreed that the historic character of Soho and NoHo should be preserved, but the proposal allows nearly doubling the size of new buildings in historic districts, even as it acknowledges that this will create little affordable housing within the district boundaries. DCP is ignoring the real and unique asset of these historic districts. This neighborhood, as I learned through these many meetings, doesn't have a lot of parks, surplus school seats, athletic fields, libraries, or reasonably priced grocery stores, and this plan doesn't address those issues. It does have historic buildings. They form streetscapes that have attracted residents, artists, tourists, and tremendous economic development. The rezoning threatens those streetscapes and the area's economic viability by encouraging out-of-scale commercial development that will diminish the historic character. The vast majority of the new housing is set to be outside of the historic districts, while the rezoning targets rare buildings that date back to the 1820s as prime development sites. Adding to the chorus, no one is against more housing, but there needs to be a balance that continues to protect these resources. DCP says that Landmarks Commission review will safeguard the historic districts, but when DCP brought in city agencies and other stakeholders to discuss their role in the rezoning, even this morning, LPC was not part of the public engagement. The rezoning will put enormous pressure on LPC to approve out-of-scale buildings. The Conservancy would support zoning that recognizes today's commercial, retail, and residential uses, protects artists, and encourages affordable housing. There have been thoughtful and detailed alternative proposals from Cooper Square Committee, Soho Broadway Initiative, and NoHo Bowery stakeholders, all members of the advisory group. They allow respectful development while protecting historic character. We urge you to study these sensible alternatives and compromise. City planning talks about this neighborhood as high opportunity and transit rich, as if it was just a series of subway stations and bus stops, but it is so much more than that. We ask you to remember this, listen to the advisory group, and consider the alternatives. The community members who have put in so much time and effort across these meetings have given some great ideas, good suggestions, thoughtful alternatives. Working together, we can find a better plan that protects Soho and NoHo and lets these neighborhoods thrive. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Conservancy's views.
Thank you, Ms. Goldwyn. Our next speaker is Kate McClintock, to be followed by Elaine Kennedy.
I am Kate McClintock, speaking on behalf of Village Preservation, formerly the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation. From the beginning, we were told that this process would look to ways to preserve and reinforce the artistic character of Soho and NoHo. In fact, this plan seems designed to do everything it can to destroy that character. The allowance for big box chain stores and eating and drinking establishments of unlimited size will make it incredibly difficult for any art gallery or arts or design related business to continue on in any ground floor space unless they're lucky enough to own it, which is why leading arts groups and the Soho Design District are opposing it. The upzoning will create huge financial incentives for landlords to try to push out remaining artists living in rent-regulated and loft law units so they can gut or demolish their buildings, which is why groups like Lower Manhattan loft tenants and New York City loft tenants are opposing it. The allowance for vastly larger office buildings and hotels will further dilute and diminish the artistic character of these neighborhoods. The new allowance for as-of-right luxury condos and rentals, along with NYU dorms and other private university facilities, will further supplant and dislodge any arts-related uses in the neighborhood. And the new rules more or less amount to a phasing out of the artist and residence regulations, which helped make these neighborhoods such vital centers of artistic activity. The plan allows for no new artist residences and includes no provisions for new artist housing among the affordable housing, and no new space for arts groups. These are just a few of many ways in which we were lied to by the sponsors of this process about its true intentions, and that the plan itself is a lie. We therefore strongly urge you to reject and repudiate this plan. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you for testifying. Our next speaker is Elaine Kennedy, to be followed by Moses Gates.
I'm Elaine Kennedy, and I wish to comment today and give my testimony in opposition to this plan. I spoke yesterday in opposition to the 250 Water Street plan, where I'm a resident now, but I grew up in Greenwich Village, which we now call Soho NoHo. Actually, I grew up in Soho, and then I transferred over to NoHo when I was 18 years old. I'd like to comment on certain aspects of this plan, including allowing NYU to extend into the district. And I just want to share some stories from my childhood. First of all, when I grew up, Washington Square Park was our playground, and the parents from the lower across Houston Street on the what we call the Lower East Side, which is now Soho, that was our only green area in our plan. And my first experience with preservation came when I was just a child, and NYU decided that Washington Square Park should be part of their campus. And they wanted to take the whole park, except for a small area that would allow you to go and visit the Ark, but the fountain area and everything else would have been incorporated into their campus for their ceremonies, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we fought that then, my parents fought that, and they were successful in that. And, but think about that for a minute, that Washington Square Park would now belong to NYU if they had their way. My second experience with NYU was my mother dreamed of us getting out of the tenements, which are now Soho, and sell for $2 million an apartment, and put our name on all these lists. And there was a lot. And it was designed to be part of the My Cove project for middle income housing. But NYU interfered. and took over that and held us up and wound up with 2 buildings out of 3 buildings that were built, which my daughter now resides in one. And so they took it over. This is not about affordable housing. This has never been about affordable housing. And how can anyone sit here and say that we're going to put 75% of the building in as high rental and 25% is, and this is going to help us in the long run? I just don't understand it.
Ms. Kennedy, I'm afraid your time is up, but if you have written testimony, we would welcome receiving it.
I will submit.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Moses Gates, followed by Harrison Grinnan.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify. My name is Moses Gates from Regional Plan Association. Overall, RPA is very excited about DCP's focus on the Soho NoHo area as a neighborhood which could supply much needed affordable housing and applauds this effort. This is exactly the type of neighborhood the mandatory inclusionary zoning was designed to work in, high market neighborhoods in which larger buildings can be built with proper zoning. However, there are modifications we would like to see in order to make this most effective and equitable plan possible. There are really 3 different visions possible for the future of Soho and NoHo today as this goes through the process. The first is to reject the zoning. In this case, development and change will still occur, just the type that will make the neighborhood even more exclusive and segregated. This is typified by what happened in 2015 between Sullivan Street and 6th Avenue south of Spring Street, where 4 4,600 square foot single family homes currently valued at $12 million each were built. This is the type of development that results in high market areas which are not zoned to allow for mixed income multifamily housing. Encouraging more expensive single family homes is completely inappropriate in an area like Soho, which needs affordable housing and neighborhood retail, has incredible access to jobs and transit. Those Sullivan Street single-family homes have a walk score of 99 out of 100 and a transit score of 100 out of 100. And this is especially egregious from a design standpoint, considering 6th Avenue is a wide street in core Manhattan, the type of street which is best suited for large multifamily buildings. The site of these 4 townhouses could easily have accommodated well over 100 apartments with ground floor neighborhood retail and still not have been taller than the building next door. And I will note RPA asked the Commission to include that area in the scoping process. The second vision is to approve the rezoning as is, a much better option, but there is a risk, which is that the high allowable commercial FARs will result in office buildings instead of the intended result of mixed income housing. Given our housing gap, which the recent census has only noted has been exacerbated, and the wish from all parties involved, I might add, to see affordable housing be built as opposed to commercial development, this is still not the optimal path. The third option is to modify this proposal to be intentional about what we want to be built, which is mixed income housing. Because increasing the residential FAR is out of scope at this point, the way to do this is to lower the commercial FAR to 2.0, still allowing for neighborhood retail, still allowing for some office development and some neighborhood services. To be clear, we are not asking or suggesting that the commercial development or commercial FAR be slightly lowered or tweaked or trying to walk a little bit of a balance, or that, probably it'll get built as affordable housing and not commercial FAR. If mixed income housing is what we want, mixed income housing is what we should zone for. And 2.0 commercial FAR would be most appropriate. Finally, we are going to suggest we'd like to see one MIH loophole closed, which is section 2396B2 of the zoning resolution, which allows affordable rentals on the bottom floor and luxury condos on the top floor. We'd like to see that changed here to have true mixed income buildings as opposed to
Mr. Gates, I'm afraid that your time is up. We would very much welcome getting your written testimony. Commissioner Ortiz.
Hi, I can't see you. I'm around the corner, but this is Larissa. You just mentioned the last point around the loophole you'd like to close. Could you finish that thought?
Certainly. When MIH was originally passed, it was required to have integrated floors to a certain degree. between affordable and market rate if the building was all rental, or if the building was all condo, or if it was affordable condo and market rental. In the case of market condo and affordable rental, the building is allowed to be segregated. It's allowed to have the lower floors be affordable rental only, and the higher floors all be luxury condo development. We would like to see that loophole closed completely in MIH and specifically in this instance.
Commissioner Levin.
And we could point out that that's exactly what's proposed at 250 Water Street, which we spent 6 hours listening to yesterday. So thanks for raising that issue. I regretted that in the swirl of all the other testimony, we didn't have an opportunity to dig into that one.
Yes, but that is excellent and exactly what we suggested for that site as well.
Yes, Commissioner Ortiz.
Hi, Moses. I'm not sure if you have any thoughts on this issue, but, you know, the question of displacement has come up, and I know you touched upon that with the, you know, you actually touched upon it with the no action scenario. You know, under no action, are we saying that some degree of displacement is likely, and you know, what do we do about displacement in an action scenario?
Absolutely. I mean, there is no such thing as a no action scenario. Things happen, things change, no matter if a place is rezoned or not.
Yeah, we're using EIS language.
I understand. So I'm just making that point. So in a no action scenario, the trend that we have seen, which is consolidations of multifamily housing into single family housing, of which RPA did an analysis on, and it is not in the study area, but it is just north of the study area is the epicenter of that. Those are the kind of things that happen, and that results in not just displacement, but displacement for less people. In an action scenario, the most effective thing that could happen is to disincentivize changing residential, and specifically rent-stabilized residential, into commercial buildings or commercial redevelopment, which we address through that suggestion to knock down the commercial FAR. And we would ask that the commission seriously consider the proposals by Cooper Square Committee and other neighborhood stakeholders concerning things like certificate of no harassment and other tenant protections that could be done in the area as well.
One thing I saw was some exploration, or I guess no, wrong thing to say. A point was made that you know, it's actually difficult to displace residents, and that likely you would see buyouts, and that developers would then be more likely to pursue other sites. So we might see less displacement. I mean, how much weight do you put on that argument?
I mean, the biggest thing I would note is, you know, the rent stabilization rules change, as we have seen. You know, they have changed in one direction or another, you know, throughout the last several decades. Zoning is tougher. You know, I don't know of a neighborhood that's been, you know, rezoned and then rezoned again 5 years later, like the rent stabilization laws changed. So I would ask and encourage the commission to focus on this in the zoning context and not in the context of what the current rent stabilization rules happen to be. I happen to think that the current rent stabilization rules are pretty tight and provide pretty good protection with a couple of exceptions, you know, for commercial redevelopment, also a little bit for consolidations or separations. But, you know, we as Regional Plan Association are looking at this in a long-term view, and I would suggest that the rent stabilization laws will change before this neighborhood gets rezoned again.
Bernie.
Mike's looking, but maybe you can hear me. So where does RPA stand on the issue that NYU may become a bad actor under this rezoning, and also that unlimited size of restaurants and bars will also have an exit?
We have not dug in too much to the commercial component of this study. I don't want to, you know, give a forthright opinion on that because that hasn't been the focus of our testimony in our study. It's very much been about affordable housing and affordable housing growth. You know, so I would stay agnostic on the commercial component. On the issue of NYU, I don't think we are looking at ascribing motives to any one individual actor. Like, I understand NYU is a presence in the village and that it is a source of neighborhood discussion. You know, we look at this from a land use perspective. We don't look at it from incentivizing or disincentivizing individual actors. I would suggest that higher education is a good and valid use, you know, especially in Manhattan and in New York City and in a place where you have good transportation and good amenities. You know, I would suggest that in addition to, I will go a little bit off the rails, I would suggest that making Washington Square Park a welcoming place and reducing the, you know, kind of the nighttime closures and heavy policing around that area would also be a wonderful thing to do for the students. I think that there is a lot of different ways you can incentivize students in the area. I don't think that's a bad thing, but I don't want to focus on an individual actor and how this might or might not affect them.
Fair enough, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Gates.
All right, thank you.
I'll just note for both the commissioners and the folks who are either in the room or online that we have 60 remaining speakers, which suggests that we will be at this for at least 3 more hours. And with that, our next speaker is Harrison Grinnan, to be followed by Douglas Hanau.
Well, we've heard a lot about the character of the neighborhood today from homeowners in the area, so I'd like to kind of dive into that. According to the city's demographic analysis, the rezoning area is 77% white as compared to 32% for the city as a whole. It's also extraordinarily wealthy, and the rents are extraordinarily high for market rate rentals for those who don't already have a rent regulated building, which at this point is impossible for anyone moving to the city to acquire. I'd like to kind of focus on the moving to the city aspect because I think that gets maligned a lot, but we have a big statue in the harbor that you might have seen referred to as the Statue of Liberty that says that we welcome people. For the Afghan refugees, the State Department is not recommending that they move to New York City because it is too expensive. There are 19 cities that were listed as especially welcoming, and New York City did not make the list because of housing affordability. For New York to continue to be a beacon to the free world at large, we need to welcome people, and we need to do that, we need homes for them to live in. We can't just, you know, freeze the city in amber because people will continue trying to move here, and that'll just kick people out, and we won't even be able to welcome those who really need to move here the most, whether that's from Afghanistan, whether that's people in Texas, whether that's people in Arkansas. New mixed income, we've heard arguments that new mixed income housing wouldn't help desegregate the neighborhood, but they really don't have any idea what the racial demographics of new market rate apartments would be, let alone the affordable units. The census tract containing Court Square in Long Island City has seen 70% of its housing stock constructed after its 2001 rezoning, and the area is substantially more diverse than Soho at only 45% white. I don't have the exact numbers, but New Jersey City, which creates the most housing in the metro area, is even more diverse. Jersey City also was specifically named as an area that is welcoming for Afghan refugees. That's because they built. It might not look as historic, or it doesn't have the character of the tenements back when immigrants lived there before, but immigrants live there now. No immigrants can live in Soho now. It's not possible. It's too expensive. There's no way to get that housing unless you got it 30 years ago and you're kind of grandfathered in. Not allowing development in Soho will also increase displacement pressures elsewhere. If we don't build new housing there, the rich people who would live in those market rate apartments don't disappear. They move into other housing, whether that's in the East Village, in Chinatown, or in Brooklyn, pushing existing residents deeper and deeper. You see that along the L train. The West Village displaced people to the East Village in the 70s, and then the East Village displaced people to Williamsburg in the 90s. From Williamsburg, people were displaced into Bushwick in the 2000s, and then from Bushwick, people were displaced to Ridgewood in the 2010s. Now we're talking about rezoning East New York at the very end of the L train. We need to cut the cycle short. We need to put the housing where people want to live rather than pushing people further and further out. Because at the end of the line, there's nowhere else to move and people have to leave from the city. And that's tragic to me.
Thank you, Mr. Grinnan. Thank you for testifying. Our next speaker will be Douglas Hanau, to be followed by Sean Sweeney.
Thank you. My name is Douglas. I'm a lifelong New Yorker. I've lived in New York my whole life, and I live in a historic district. And living in a historic district, not Soho, NoHo, but a different one in Brooklyn, living in a historic district has benefited me in 3 fundamental ways. One, it has provided a ridiculous amount of equity, like many of the people who oppose this rezoning. Living in a historic district is unbelievably good for my pocket. I've benefited tremendously. I've also taken advantage of mortgage interest write-off and many other benefits of having a house that just the value goes up and up and up because nothing ever gets built here. The other advantage it has given me is great schools. My kids go to amazing schools because the neighborhoods are privileged. The best teachers teach there. PTAs raise tons of money. It's a wealthy neighborhood. The third advantage is health. It's very healthy, great place to live. So what I don't want to do is hoard the opportunity that I've had by buying 25 years ago, like many of the people in Soho have now. Just because I bought 25 years ago doesn't mean I should be the only privileged person in New York. We need to open up my neighborhood, which is why I support the Gowanus rezoning, but also Soho NoHo, to people who don't have the opportunities that I had 25 years ago. The only way we can do that is to build larger, is to build with an environmental sense, because you can't fight climate change with 50, 75-year-old buildings. You have to fight climate change by either renovating the apartments to environmental standards, which historic designation often makes very difficult and expensive, or building new with environmental technology that's evolved. The other reason why I support this rezoning wholeheartedly is because my children and their generation will not have an opportunity to live in New York and in neighborhoods like Soho if we don't rezone. My kids will have my house, so lucky for them, but other kids won't have that advantage because just like immigrants, young people can't live in New York, and we need to stop that. The last thing is that many of the people on the Zoom who oppose it have been in government or appointed or on the community board for many, many years. There's hundreds of years of community service, and none of them have done anything to build any affordable housing in Soho NoHo. So please support this. This is a great opportunity to allow people to take advantage of a great neighborhood and new people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hanna. Our next speaker will be Sean Sweeney, to be followed by Adam Brodheim.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm Sean Sweeney. I'm the director of the Soho Alliance, the direct successor of the Soho Artists Association, which worked with city planning back in '71 to give us the great successful zoning we have, or the successful neighborhood we have now. We also worked with city planning to get rid of eating and drinking establishments with entertainment over 5,000 square feet. We worked with city planning in 2005 very cooperatively, all along very cooperatively, for 50 years, to pass 74-712, which would allow 17 buildings, I believe, being built in the historic district. Why do we oppose this one? Because this is called the Soho NoHo neighborhood plan. It did not come out of the neighborhood. This came out of REBNY. Why is the only people not speaking here tonight, this afternoon, as a representative from the Real Estate Board of New York? We were told, and Commissioner Lago, you were at all those meetings, not once was upzoning ever discussed. We actually asked some of the landlords on Broadway if they wanted upzoning. They said no. The only person who wanted an increase in the square footage greater than 10,000 was the REBNY's representative. And YU was asked face to face, do you want to come into Soho? No. So this is not a Soho NoHo neighborhood plan. Where's Chinatown? The commissioner from HPD gave the breakdown on Black and brown people, but where were the Asian people? She did not give that, because the other speaker spoke about displacement. We all know that when their luxury housing is built, look at in East Village, in Williamsburg, Bushwick, there's displacement of poor people of color. This is a fact. So let's not kid anyone. And so it's giving us great distrust for the city planning. We were sold the bill of goods, and it's really disappointing. Developed a building with a bunch of creative people and artists back in '77. And we had to pay an 8% tax, a BRAC, Business Relocation Assistance Corporation tax, to supposedly assist the manufacturers who were being displaced. Whatever happened to that? It took me 30 years at a community board meeting to ask someone who was involved in it at the time. He says, it went into the general fund. So if you think this flip tax is going to go into our arts fund, you don't know the history of Soho. I also want to contradict some of the misstatements that some of the commissioners made. One of them said payment in lieu of won't apply, has never been used before. That's because the land values are minimal compared to Soho. So any developer would be willing to pay to build somewhere else in the 4 or 5 other boroughs, but not in Soho at our rates. What else was there? Oh, the sanitation. Come on, give me a break. That's why we have a bid, and we had to set up our own little cleaning association.
Mr. Sweeney, I'm afraid your time is up, but we welcome your written testimony.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adam Brodheim, to be followed by Gene Standish.
Good afternoon. My name is Adam Brodheim, and I'm a historic preservationist studying at Columbia University. I was lucky enough to testify yesterday about 250 Water Street. I spoke about how preservation and development can work together to build a stronger and better New York. These are not contradictory ideas, and Soho is the site of some of the best examples. I've always loved the Scholastic building that fits seamlessly into Soho, respecting the built environment without being a soulless copycat. We can and will do more of this in Soho if the plan is approved. We will bring empty lots, garages, and underbuilt structures into the fabric that defines this very special neighborhood. Building New York, building new history in a historic neighborhood. We've emerged on a sunny day following a night of tremendous tragedy. There are thousands of people whose life is drying out across the streets and stoops of New York. Some of these people live in illegal basement units, forced to live in unsafe conditions because of the tremendous pressure of our city's housing crisis. This plan is an opportunity to lessen the pressure on them by building new housing. It is anticipated that 900 new families will be able to make their home in Soho in permanently affordable housing. Some of those new families will undoubtedly be those affected by yesterday's flooding. I hope that a family that today is in despair, looking at their possessions drying out in the September sun, will someday laugh and smile through their new neighborhood, Soho, a more diverse and more equitable neighborhood than it is today. We can make that happen. We can approve this plan. We can lower commercial FARs to encourage residential development. We can minimize community preference to make sure that it is those who are at risk who are brought to Soho. And to put my preservationist hat back on, we can do all of this without threatening Soho. We can do all of this and, in fact, improve Soho. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Brodheim. Our next speaker will be Gene Standish, to be followed by Zishun Ning.
My name is Gene Standish, and I'm on the board of the Bowery Alliance of Neighbors. If the Soho NoHo upzoning is implemented, it would actually make these neighborhoods richer, less diverse, and more expensive, and likely destroy much of the affordable housing and push out longtime tenants and businesses, all the while allowing grossly out-of-scale new construction and big-box chain stores. It provides multiple incentives and loopholes for developers to avoid building any affordable housing at all, but would enable and encourage huge commercial structures, luxury condo construction, and hotels. Included in Soho and NoHo are some of the city's most popular historic districts. Consequently, the Soho NoHo upzoning would set a dangerous precedent for the destruction of historic districts all over the city. This plan calls for the first upzoning of an historic district in the 66 years of the Landmarks Preservation Commission's existence. City planning asked many agencies to participate in the process. Shockingly, the Landmarks Preservation Commission was not one of them. The mayor's plan would allow new development of an egregious scale up to 2.5 times that current rules allow. It would push out longtime tenants in rent-stabilized units and legally protected lofts and encourage the demolition of historic buildings. Even if new developments are built, as the city predicts, with 70 to 75% luxury condos and 25 to 30% affordable housing, these developments will overall actually be more expensive and house wealthier and less diverse residents than the current neighborhood overall, making for less equitable, less affordable neighborhood. I urge you to oppose the Soho NoHo upzoning. Thank you for letting me give my testimony.
And thank you for testifying, Ms. Standish. Our next speaker is Zishun Ning, to be followed by David Malkins.
Hi, my name is Zishun. I'm a member of Youth Against Displacement. I'm here because I'm mad. I'm mad because again, the city is continuing to promote racism and displacement agenda. Chinatown and the Lower East Side has been excluded from protection against luxury high-rises since the 2008 East Village rezoning. We were told by you and Mayor de Blasio when we came up with the Chinatown Working Group rezoning plan that we were quote unquote too ambitious. Some people say it's an old story. Yes, racism is so common sense that it has stopped being a scandal and now it has become a farce. With the pro-developer Soho, NoHo, Chinatown rezoning, the city has the audacity to incentivize developers to build luxury condos in the name of quote unquote racial equality and diversity. This is a displacement plan and it will destroy existing affordable housing and small businesses in Chinatown, Soho, NoHo, and the broader Lower East Side, like so many previous pro-developer plans that caused loss of affordable housing and homelessness in the first place. Tenants and workers from Chinatown and the Lower East Side have repeatedly spoken against this plan, yet you treat us as non-existent. We are invisible to you. You still keep saying it's only Soho and NoHo, as if Chinatown and the Lower East Side do not exist. It seems the only Chinese people the mayor recognizes are the bad landlords like the True family, who displaced the largest restaurant in Chinatown and will benefit from this proposed rezoning. Is this how the city addressed racism? By displacing communities of color in support of bad landlords and big developers? Is it how the city addresses racial equality by displacing white people as well, so that now you can say, oh, hey, we are displaced. We are equally displaced, displacing white people and people of color at the same time. All those who still pretend that this is a racial justice and fair share plan should be ashamed of themselves for helping Mayor de Blasio cover up his racism and displacement agenda. Enough is enough. Stop this disgusting charade. Stop it, just stop it. CPC, vote no on the Soho, NoHo, Chinatown rezoning and pass community plans that really preserve the and creation of the low-income housing like the Chinatown Working Group plan.
Thank you, Mr. Ning. Our next speaker will be David Mulkins, to be followed by Eugene Yu.
Thank you. My name is David Mulkins. I'm president of the Bowery Alliance of Neighbors. I'm also a 25-year public high school history teacher. Soho and NoHo are iconic, economically thriving, vibrant, historic districts, famous for cast iron architecture and as an incubator for modern art. By adding height and bulk, big box superstores, luxury housing, and NYU dorms, this plan would destroy its unique creative character, displace longtime residents and businesses, especially in Chinatown, and set a terrible precedent for the destruction of historic districts all over this city. When these hearings started, the mayor's forces said that they would work with and listen to the community. They insisted, we're not talking about an upzoning. They used the public hearings as a cover, ignored our voices, and in fact maligned our character and produced a predetermined upzoning plan that brings on tall towers, NYU dorms, big box stores, and hastens the displacement of residents and small businesses. To call this plan affordable housing when it brings 75% luxury units and only 25% affordable is fraudulent and a developer-driven sham that is clearly promoting hyper-gentrification. While the term mandatory inclusionary housing may have fooled some in the past, it does not fool this community. It certainly did not fool Community Board 2 and many of our elected officials, and Community Board 2 voted by a staggering 36-1 to reject the plan. The city ignored the community alternative plan for Soho and NoHo, which seeks more affordable housing but without luxury upzoning, big box stores, NYU dorms, mass displacement, and destruction of historic character. Please vote no on this irresponsible plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you for testifying, Mr. Malkins. Commissioner Ortiz.
Hi, a question for you.
Mr. Malkins, if you wouldn't mind taking a question?
I'm just curious, so under the current zoning frameworks, without this rezoning, how do you get affordable housing?
Well, I know that the proposal has been put forth by Community Board 2 and several of the speakers today to use some of the properties that would allow 100% affordable housing.
Yes, there's one site to Hudson that I understand is a federally owned property and will require the federal government to be engaged in that conversation. To Howard, excuse me.
Right, and I understand that there are some other sites as well, and the great danger is that because there's loopholes in the affordable housing under this plan, it would unfortunately, very possibly not result in any affordable housing because it's so easy to squirm out of it, as we've seen in other areas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we will now turn to Eugene Yu, to be followed by David Fall.
Thank you. Let me just share some visuals that I have. So if you give me just one moment.
If we could wait to start the clock until the visuals pop up, thank you.
Thank you to the commissioners for allowing us the testimony today. My name is Eugene Yu. I'm a board member of CB2, and I am also a resident of Soho. Moved here in 1997, which makes me, I guess, a bit of a youngin. I would first encourage the commissioners to read the CB2 resolution. It does go into a lot of detail about how we came to our recommendation, and that's definitely something I would encourage. But the focus of my testimony here today is to talk about data. Much of what our process was looking at the data that was provided and trying to figure out the purpose of the plan. And we looked at this for a few reasons. The first I want to bring up is affordable housing. In terms of affordable housing, we had asked for lists of rent stabilized and controlled units, as well as units that contain lofts that are in IMB status or have moved through the state loft board process. We found at least 600 rent stabilized units in the study area, which represents at least 1,142 residents. I would ask that we look at this area, which is Soho East. This is a euphemism that hides the fact that this area is completely within Chinatown. 50% of the residential buildings here contain rent stabilized buildings. If I understand that part of the presentation on Tuesday showed that a larger number were in other areas, but I would ask that you look at the proportional value here. So 50% of these buildings contain rent stabilized apartments. This annexed portion of Chinatown contains only 4 full blocks and 2 partial blocks out of the 56 blocks in the study area. So that's less than 10%, but this area will bear the brunt of the burden as part of the plan, and 43%, almost half of the residential units are expected to be built here. We also took a look at the Arts Fund and JLWQA and how the city went to create the $100 per square foot contribution. And you'll see the slide referenced here, which is from the Tuesday presentation. Our conclusion was that there is no meaningful difference between the JLWQA and non-JLWQA units. This was borne out in the data, which we just received this week, and involved a FOIL request. So, this is, again, we've been working on this and will continue to work on this. As part of the analysis, we also saw that the there were questions about.
Mr. Yu, I'm afraid that your time is up.
Okay, if I could just say one thing.
No,
It's,
actually, Mr. Yu, we are holding folks to 3 minutes, but Commissioner Bernie has a question.
Would it be possible for Mr. Yu to submit the diagram?
Absolutely. We would very much welcome both the slides that you were showing and any talking points that go with them. And thank you.
okay.
Our next speaker will be David Thal, to be followed by Mark Dykus.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. I've been the condo board president of my building in Soho for 21 years and been a property owner and lived here for 31 years. I'm here as the elected representative of my building on Mercer Street. I appreciate that others here are testifying to you detailing the flaws in the upzoning plan, which I agree with. Rather than echo those arguments, the most valuable thing I think I can offer you are my firsthand observation and facts, sort of a boots on the ground effect of the adverse consequences the proposed plan will have on us as individual property owners. In other words, we're not corporations. We're not real estate investors. Here's a financial snapshot of my building. It's a well-maintained landmark building. We are half owners who live here and half renters, plus 2 street-level commercial units, so we're a good residential commercial cross-section. Some of our rents are almost half of what they were just 3 years ago. Of my building's 11 units, 3 are currently vacant, including 2 street-level commercial units for over 2 years. Our real estate taxes have more than quadrupled in the last 10 years. Our building insurance premium has more than doubled and is projected to increase another 20–25% later this year. That's actually very updated information I just heard. Our property values, however, are way down. The point is, Soho has been in an economic downturn for years with empty storefronts on every block pre-pandemic. All you got to do is walk around. Now, here's how the upzoning plan would personally affect me. I'm retired. I live in my condo. I don't rent it, so I get no income from it. In my case, my annual real estate bill has increased so much, it is literally almost the same amount I get in Social Security each year. In other words, I now give all my Social Security to the city just to live in the same home I've lived in and worked in for 31 years. The proposed plan creates an unprecedented new conversion tax. The proposed $100 per square foot tax for Soho, NoHo residents, AIR property owners, which we are, will hit me personally with a new $165,000 tax bill. My loft is 1,600 square feet, and it's also one of the smallest in my building. That is literally 7.5 times more than my current annual real estate taxes in one bite. Let that sink in, because this tax is a one bite. It's not like when you sell your apartment, they're going to just tax you. Okay. In other words, the city already takes my Social Security, but now wants my IRA, a new tax ostensibly for an arch fund no one here asked for, with no neighborhood oversight, no financial sustainability plan. The result is this new conversion tax will bankrupt some middle-class property owners, no doubt. Some of them have already testified about this. This new tax targets individual residential property owners and is designed to drive us out.
Mr. Thal, we'd very much welcome seeing your written testimony on this, but I'm afraid that your time is up.
I thought we had 3 minutes.
Yes, it was 3 minutes, sir. It goes by quickly.
All right, well, thank you.
Commissioner Levin.
Question? Yep. My understanding is that the zoning, the tax you're talking about, I think it's correct to talk about it as a tax, would apply when you transfer your,
It's not an option. They're saying to us, you have to transfer, and it's not when you sell it.
Only if you want to switch into use group 2.
That's not what I've been told. That's what I've been told, that not only is it not before you sell, in other words, you could say, well, someday when you sell it. No, they want it now, and they want it all at once.
I'm afraid that we'll consider that a post-hearing follow-up.
That's not the way the text that we've been shown reads, but.
That's what I've discussed this with Sean and other people. That's what's been explained to me by Pete Davies and Sean.
We'll
and
get that clarified in the follow-up.
We'll clarify that for sure. Thank you, Mr. Thal.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Our next speaker is Mark Dykus, to be followed by Christopher Marte.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and fellow commissioners. My name is Mark Dykus. I am the Executive Director of the Soho Broadway Initiative. the not-for-profit that manages the neighborhood-focused business improvement district along Broadway from Houston to Canal. The initiative represents commercial and residential interests within our corridor equally. On the topic of the proposed rezoning, commercial property owners and those in the business community generally welcome the long overdue changes to legalize retail. But the vast majority of residents I speak with do not support the rezoning as it currently stands for a number of reasons. Given the diversity of perspectives, we are seeking to make changes to improve the proposal. First, the initiative recommends modifications to the proposed text to better align building height and bulk regulations with the existing building stock in the historic district. We have prepared a detailed massing study, which we will submit for the commission's review. For buildings along Broadway, we recommend a maximum FAR of 7.2 for residential use, 6.5 FAR for community facility uses, and 6.0 for commercial and manufacturing uses. For height restrictions, we recommend reducing the proposed maximum building height from 205 to 125 feet and the maximum street wall height from 145 to 105 feet. Our proposed changes to the plan would ensure that income restricted units developed through the MIH program would not only help achieve affordable housing goals in the city, but would also be contextual with the existing building stock. Second, the initiative believes that as of right retail use is appropriate throughout Soho and NoHo and should be done in a way that maintains the mixed use character of Soho. The retail vacancy rate within our bid is currently at 30.4%, which represents an increase of 18.4% since 2018, when our vacancy rate was just under 15%. The current rules governing retail are complicated and expensive, making Soho attractive to established businesses that can afford to hire consultant teams needed to follow these rules. Rules governing retail should not make it harder for a business to locate in Soho than in other parts of the city. Rules applying to retail should be easy to follow and help attract and retain businesses to this important part of the city. Therefore, along Broadway, we support unrestricted as of right retail on the second floor and below, consistent with the floor area of buildings on those floors. Above the second floor, the initiative supports allowing low impact retail uses such as yoga studios, galleries, and spas without special permits. Folks have spoken to you about issues with the Arts Fund, which we share. Lastly, I'd like to talk about calling on the city to develop a comprehensive approach to address quality of life issues. We stand ready to work with the city, Department of Sanitation, or DOT to resolve those issues with both long and short-term solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dicus. Commissioner Levin.
Mr. Dicus, does the initiative have a position on large-scale retail, the notion of removing the caps on retail?
Yeah, so we support retail as of right without size restriction on the second floor and below. We don't think that 10,000 square feet is some magic line that when you cross it automatically generates quality of life issues. Those quality of life issues are generated because these mix of uses, office, retail, and residential, are all happening right on top of each other. And we need to have a comprehensive approach from the city. And the bid can be a partner to address those issues. But yeah, to answer your question, no, we don't. On Broadway, we support unrestricted retail on the second floor and below.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ortiz.
That was the question I was going to ask as well, but a follow-up question. What has, one concern that's been raised is that, the impact of that change in the zoning will affect the ability to attract smaller tenants to Soho. What do you say to folks who make that point?
Well, I think Soho right now is a place, because the rules are complicated and it's such an established retail market, that it's really only the well-funded retail establishments that can really can afford to follow those rules. I think taking those restrictions away and allowing retail, at least in our view, second floor and below, will make it more attractive for small, medium, and large scale retail. That those rules will not be in place. They will not, you don't have to hire an architect, lawyer, et cetera, lobbyists to go through that approval process. And we think that flexibility will help attract a more diverse mix of retailers to the neighborhood. And that flexibility will allow property owners and businesses to be creative in doing that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dicus. Our next speaker is Christopher Marte, followed by Hugh Evans.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hosting this meeting. My name is Christopher Marte. I'm the state committee member of the 65th Assembly District and the Democratic nominee for City Council. I strongly oppose the city proposals to upzone Soho, NoHo, and Chinatown. This is not an application that will create affordable housing. As we've seen and as we heard, one might not have any affordable housing. This doesn't protect small businesses. We haven't heard any initiatives of how we're going to promote and keep small business thriving throughout all three communities. This is not going to improve the quality of life. If anything, it's going to bring more construction to this city, which is going to create an adverse effect on our infrastructure. And as we saw last night, our infrastructure can't even cope with what we have now. But I'm going to put a more detailed testimony in my submission. What I want to talk about today is what the executive director of city planning said earlier this week, when she called this process one of the most race-driven process by the community, which I completely disagree. That was the same narrative of why they started this upzoning. They said we wanted to bring racial justice and equity to this community. And for an executive director to say that after the community spent 2 years working, studying, trying to figure out how to make this community much more affordable, how to protect tenants, how to not displace tenants, what we saw was that the city just ignored us completely. And after 7 years of this administration upzoning communities of color throughout the city and using MIH as a stone to say, we will build affordable housing, we will keep all these communities affordable. When we look at the last census that just came out, it shows that neighborhoods in Brooklyn have become richer and whiter. And so when we look at this plan, when we look at one of the communities that was completely ignored, not even on the title or any page of the DEIS, Chinatown, how do we not expect the same thing to happen that's been happening for 7 years to happen in this community? The city even whitewashed the name, calling it Soho East, not Chinatown. They held one outreach meeting, and you know how many people attended? One person. That is systemic racism. That is institutional racism. The city knows who are the community leaders. The city knows the people to reach out to. We all showed up when they wanted to build a mega jail. We all protest. It would have been one phone call to do outreach to that community. However, the city ignored. And as Gail said earlier today, there's still too many questions that have gone unanswered. Why are we going to make a decision on this plan when we don't know about the flip tax? When we don't know if this is whether it's going to displace residents or not, or whether it's going to displace small businesses or not, or whether NYU is going to take advantage of this deal and build more commercial spaces, school space, and dormitories. There's just so much in the air.
I'm afraid that your time is up, but thank you for submitting your longer testimony and for coming here today to testify.
And I hope you reject this application. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Hugh Evans, and to be followed by Alexander Naritoff.
Hi, I'm Hugh Evans. My pronouns are they, them, theirs, and I'm speaking on behalf of Village Preservation today. Projections about the affordable housing this plan will produce is based on the city's claim that no developer will choose to just pay into a fund rather than include affordable housing as they're allowed to for developments with 25,000 square feet of residences or less. The department's main argument is that no developer has chosen to do this so far, but as per documentation that we've submitted, that's an outlandish basis for arguing that it won't happen here. By far, the majority of those other developments the department cites had additional public funding, making them 100% affordable. So paying into a fund to avoid including affordable housing just wasn't an option. And all those other developments were located in much weaker housing markets, where market rate units command fairly similar or even slightly lower rents than the affordable units, providing little incentive to pay into a fund to avoid providing affordable units. But in Soho and NoHo, market rate units bring in astronomically higher rents or sales prices than affordable ones, giving developers huge financial incentives to limit their residential space to 25,000 square feet, pay into the fund, and avoid providing any affordable housing. If they have unused floor area, they'll simply fill the rest of the building with lucrative retail, office, hotel, or community facility space, which has no affordable housing requirement. As many locations, such as around Canal Street or Broadway or the Bowery, where many of the projected development sites are located, having non-residential uses on these lower floors makes sense, even without the perverse incentive from this plan to limit residential use to 25,000 square feet. Doing so will allow developers to lift residences up above these noisy streets to where they will command the best views and highest prices. The department continues to deny these clear economic facts, making demonstrably false predictions about the likelihood of affordable housing resulting from this plan. It seems the department's miserable track record of accurately predicting the results of its rezonings is poised to continue here. This is just one more reason why we strongly urge you to vote no on this plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Alexander Naritoff, who will be followed by Kathleen Wakeham.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Alexander Naritoff. I'm a practicing architect living and working in Soho for 41 years, and I was also an alternate member of the advisory board. The Envision process started out well enough. We talked about revitalizing an art community, finding ways to make new parts of it affordable. We talked about its live-work, mixed-use nature, and its environmental efficiencies. We talked about creating new types of artist housing and co-work spaces subsidized by the high values achieved by market-rate residential lofts in this great neighborhood. So what happened? Why didn't you continue to work with us to come up with a scheme that actually works? Take what should have been the simplest issue, making joint live-work quarters for artists saleable to non-artists. An authentic problem. But the way you solve this simply does not work. If I owned my loft, and I'm a loft tenant, do you think I would pay you, New York City, $300,000 for the right to sell to a Google vice president who wants to walk to work? Really? Instead, you will see a new planned feature appearing in Soho lofts for sale, an artist room right next to the maid's room. I guess that'll be a type of affordable housing. Seriously. And get ready to reactivate the DCA and for a new profession, certification consultant. Why do you think that anyone who owns a lot in Southeast Soho would build a residential tower and then give 25% of it away to affordable housing when this owner can build an office tower and keep all of it for themselves? Why are you giving this owner an FAR gift? Why is New York City not getting any affordable housing back for that? There are very few large lots in Soho, NoHo. Most properties are fully developed. Most existing lots are 25 by 100. The way this proposal is written, at least one floor and penthouse could be added to almost every loft building in Soho, NoHo without triggering any MIH. Double buildings on larger properties will get divided into smaller lots, and those that are likely to be the only sites that will see any new residential conversion, all without MIH. None of this works to satisfy any initial goal we discussed. This is a disaster, a result of a failure to set clear and defined goals, to be transparent, to understand the nature of this neighborhood, and to apply progressive planning theory. It does not have to be this ugly. It took a few months. I listened to and worked with a lot of people, and I worked that out, 8 pages that I submitted as written testimony. And for example, the key for sales of an existing joint living work quarters for artists is not to have to change the C of O.
Mr. Naritoff, your 3 minutes has expired. We'd be glad to receive your written comments, and I thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Kathleen Wakeham.
Kathleen is not in the room.
David Lawrence. Todd Fine.
Can you hear me?
Is that David Lawrence?
Yes, it is.
Okay, Mr. Lawrence, and then Todd Fine.
Okay, great. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. throughout this process, we've asked DCP to share the data upon which this entire premise is built, and they have refused to do so almost every single time. There recently was a FOIL request, which was granted just a few days ago. And I would like to deal with the artist tax, which, is incredibly unfair. DCP argues that the artist tax is justified because JLWQA spaces sell for less than non-JLWQA spaces in Soho. We asked a professional financial analyst to review their raw data and try to figure out the methodology of how they came to this figure. And he could not find any difference at all. What we concluded was that the co-ops sell for less than condos. And that is a phenomenon that's prevalent throughout our city, not just Soho and NoHo. And so this is a case where DPC is trying to make the artist the boogeyman here and say, oh, you're rich and you have to pay more. But in fact, this is a phenomenon that's across the board. So I'm 100% against this. I also think that there's a lot of confusion on the city's side, particularly about this instance. My colleague, Eugene Yu, who spoke a few minutes ago, unfortunately was unable to finish his presentation. The point that he was about to make was that at the review session on Monday, there was a PowerPoint presentation made, and in it, it said, sorry, backing up. There was a comment on the explanation saying, this is a personal note, which was not meant to be part of the presentation. It says, quote, the average unit would contribute roughly $2,200. If 50 units are sold each year, this would result in $11 million being contributed to the Arts Fund each year for the next 20 years or so. So I guess the question is, which came first, the $100 per square foot determination, or the fact that the Arts Fund wanted to make $11 million a year for 20 years? Again, going back to what Eugene attempted to start with, in the presentation on page 48 under 143-13, Joint Living Work Quarters for Artists, it states in part, quote, the contribution amount shall be $75 per square foot of floor area to be charged from a joint living work quarter for artists to a residential use as of the date of the adoption, and shall be adjusted by the chairperson annually. The $75 figure quoted there is news to me, and I'm sure everyone. I'd like—
Mr. Lawrence, your 3 minutes has expired. You are welcome to submit your testimony in writing. Thank you, sir.
I have a
question?
More of a comment than a question. I just wanted to let you know that in review session, a number of commissioners have asked questions about the fund. We recognize that, a lot of the details have not been worked out. We've expressed concerns about that. And I think, we all want to see more information about how that fund is, administered, what it's used for. I think that remains a point of consideration. So I just wanted to let you know that.
Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Ortiz. Todd Fine.
Yes, thank you. Across Brooklyn, across New York City, there are people who are crying about the demolition of Grand Prospect Hall, the 1892 opera house for German immigrants. And I actually hold you responsible because you are indicating doing a major rezoning in Gowanus, that area exactly. And just like this rezoning, LPC is doing nothing. They haven't done individual landmarks. In this case, we're talking about the most important historic districts in the entire world, I mean, maybe top to 20, 30, 40 of major urban areas. LPC never had a session with the public. LPC was not here today. LPC has not landmarked a single individual building in the vicinity or in the outside that could be under threat. LPC has not give any advice on the contextual standards that the envision process promised. LPC doesn't have any opinion about the idea of upzoning a historic district, and we can't get their commissioners or their executive director to participate in this process at all. Maybe because they're actually opposed to it and they just are embarrassed for their professional credibility to be involved. I don't know. But I know that your agency cannot pass a major rezoning of one of the most important historic districts in the world without the agency that created the historic districts to be part of it. I mean, you'll be a laughingstock in every history book of landmark preservation, of urban planning ever. It just can't happen. It needs to be started again with LPC, and it can't just be, it's not about just the rezoning, it's the periphery. For instance, 241 Canal Street. Remember, you know that big red pagoda bank, the Grand Golden Pacific National Bank and the Starbucks, beautiful Chinese, that's going to be destroyed under the plan. There hasn't been any discussion about it. We're just going to destroy famous Chinatown landmarks, part of the rezoning. Everyone knows it, but nobody's commenting on it. There's no hearings. There's nothing. So this process has to include LPC. It can't go forward this term. It's got to be scrapped, and LPC needs to be involved. There's no alternative, is there? I mean, how can you finish it if LPC doesn't participate? I'd like somebody to explain this to me. I mean, I'm a historian of the Little Syria neighborhood, Lower Manhattan. You've heard me talk about 5 World Trade Center. There's other opportunities, but you can't endanger New York's history this way. And the crying over Grand Prospect Hall is going to be crying of people in Chinatown and Soho who are going to see these really important buildings destroyed with you guys not caring about it. I mean, this is things people love all around the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Question, sir?
No, not a question, just an observation. I have had that same question in my mind. What's the role of LPC here? I should have asked it in the review session. I'll certainly be asking it in the follow-up.
No one knows.
Thank you. Amit Solomon. Amit Solomon. To be followed by Rains Judd.
Thank you for letting me speak today. I'm commenting as an OR resident, but also as a PhD econometrician. I'm going to comment only on the JLW QA conversion fee. So after much delay, we were finally able to obtain the study and the data that DCP used to justify the proposed conversion fee of $100 a square foot. This fee will result in an assessment, according to my calculation, of almost $500 million levied on the existing SO&O long-term residents, with the proceeds going almost entirely outside of SO&O. I will say DCP was not forthcoming with this information. It required a freedom of information request, an appeal, and a protest on the appeal. And even then, the information was only given 5 business days before this hearing. Well, what we found is some serious data errors, which make the entire study not just unreliable, but biased. DCP included dozens of non-market JLWQA transactions, such as transactions due to divorce or inheritance in the study, including some with prices as low as $90 per square foot. The city included transactions for commercial and retail space as part of JLWQA sales, including for basement space. And in the comparison group that is named regular or loft, the city included a large number of massive renovated penthouses, and with the majority of the group being condos rather than co-ops. Well, as they say, garbage in, garbage out. In other words, the inclusion of this irrelevant sales data of JLWQA units and the large proportion of penthouses and condos in the comparison group invalidates this study. And when these errors are taken out, there is no statistically significant difference whatsoever between JLWQA units and those labeled regular or loft, none. For all intents and purposes, the price per square foot is the same. Since this study is the only justification DCP provided in support of this fee, the only reasonable course of action for you is to eliminate this fee in its entirety. I also wanted to point out that no such study was conducted as to the appreciation of development lots or rights for property owners. And there is no fee proposed on what will be a massive appreciation in value. Thank you.
Thank you. Rains Judd.
Hi, I'm
To be
here.
followed by, okay, thank you. To be followed by Sam Moskowitz. Please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Rainer Judd. I'm president of Judd Foundation, and I want to thank Chair Lago and the commissioners for the opportunity to testify today. Judd Foundation is a not-for-profit founded by the will of artist Donald Judd. We own 101 Spring Street, a permanently installed building with art of Judd's and other artists of his time, the time being the 60s and 70s. None of our staff or our board members live in Soho. However, we support those who currently do live there. And I agree with Anita Brandt from CB2 that this challenge is an opportunity for us to work together to secure the distinct and unique future for the community of Soho and the contiguous neighborhoods. And I want to thank the hard work of community members, you all, borough president, many elected officials, CB2, Village Preservation, Cooper Square, NoHo, Bowery stakeholders, Youth Against Displacement, out of Chinatown, Sierra Club, and so many others. Judd Foundation is committed to our community of artists and low-income residents. I myself was born at 101 Spring Street in 1970. My parents, Donald Judd and Julie Finch, bought 101 Spring Street in 1968 for $68,000. It's a 5-story cast iron building, architect Nicholas White. They were co-founders of Artists Against the Expressway in the 60s that opposed the city's plan to raise multiple blocks of cast iron buildings. Artists and residents were not supported at all by the city when they inhabited and bought buildings, fought for them, and saved them. The idea that artists should be charged now is appalling. Charging a fee to luxury residents and retailers would make more sense. It is important to keep in the forefront historic preservation, its value and its challenges, while continuing to support current rent-controlled residents and affordable housing. No more luxury housing, no new offices, please, no demolition. Judd Foundation spent 10 years in planning and 2 years of work to restore our building at 101 Spring Street. It is expensive to upkeep and restore these magnificent buildings, and we're happy to share our experiences of the challenge and resources available for historic preservation with anyone who would like to ask us. And before I wrap up, I want to mention something that I would consider as a city leader, if I were a city leader, that the income these neighborhoods bring to the city will be diminished in parallel as the historic quality diminishes in the process of demolition and development. And in wrapping up, I'd like to bring your attention to a letter that I quite admire that was sent to you all, dated March 25th, 2021, from the National Trust for Historic Preservation. Happy to send it to you again. It was sent to the mayor and Chair Lago. And it ends with, the Soho NoHo neighborhood plan includes a dramatic increase in FAR that would impact a 56-block, 146-acre project area, 80% of which overlaps the boundaries of 6 historic districts, including the Soho Cast Iron Historic District. According to our local partners at the Municipal Art Society, the most recent September 2020.
Ms. Judd?
Yes.
I'm afraid your 3 minutes is up. And
okay.
Thank you for having submitted it before, and we'll make sure it is available to all of the commissioners.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for testifying. Our next speaker is Sam Moskowitz, to be followed by Spencer Williams.
Hi, my name is Sam Moskowitz, and I'm speaking on behalf of Village Preservation, formerly the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation, and we strongly urge you to reject the Soho NoHo rezoning plan. It's full of lies, distortions, and misrepresentations about the affected neighborhoods and what it would do. It's also full of blatant giveaways to the mayor's developer donor friends who've lobbied for it, while masquerading as a social justice and affordable housing plan. That's why housing and tenant groups like the Met Council on Housing and Tenants Pact strongly oppose it. That's why over 7,500 New Yorkers through our website alone have written you, urging you to reject it. How can you justify a plan that would allow the construction of over 10 million square feet of space in this small area, but only accounts for about a third of it being built? How can you justify a plan which allows big box chain retail stores of unlimited size, NYU dorms, huge office towers and hotels, and luxury condos and rentals with zero affordable housing, as long as they don't exceed 25,000 square feet per zoning lot? How can you justify a plan which would likely create little or no affordable housing due to multiple loopholes, but would potentially displace hundreds of lower income tenants, disproportionately seniors, artists, and Asian Americans, and permanently destroy their rent-regulated affordable housing? How can you justify allowing development up to 2.5 times the size currently allowed here? How can you justify a plan which literally erases Chinatown, renames here Soho East, and targets the largest upzonings and displacements for that area? This plan will not make these neighborhoods or our city more equitable, fair, or affordable. It will eviscerate parts of Chinatown, destroy the scale and character of nationally and internationally recognized historic neighborhoods, help push out the roughly 1/3 of rezoning area residents who make less than the city average income, and make these neighborhoods richer, more expensive, and less diverse than they are now. Do not simply accept the misleading, incomplete, and skewed data and analysis from the department about the rezoning. For the sake of Soho, NoHo, Chinatown, and all of New York City, please reject this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moskowitz. Our next speaker is Spencer Williams, to be followed by Julie M. Finch.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Spencer Williams, speaking for the Municipal Art Society of New York. Thank you all for the opportunity to comment today. The city's Soho NoHo proposal comes on the heels of other neighborhood rezoning efforts that have largely been concentrated in lower income communities of color. Soho and NoHo, like all neighborhoods throughout the city, have a responsibility to help address New York City's housing crisis and advance fair housing. The Cities Where We Live report highlights this area as a strategic opportunity to bring new housing choices to a wealthier, higher opportunity neighborhood. However, the current proposal misses the opportunity to establish the additional tools that are needed and tailor the zoning to effectively manage the change while supporting existing residents and businesses through the process of encouraging additional density and affordable housing. A successful housing plan should be measured by how well it increases net affordability and housing choice, not just increasing unit production, to ensure that the area is livable for people of all incomes with equitable access to stores, transit, and schools. MIH alone is a blunt zoning tool that lacks the sufficient nuance to effectively address the socioeconomic complexities of Soho NoHo. While the requirement of new affordable units triggered by MIH is an important tool, more is needed. Affordable housing production and historic preservation protections can coexist and be mutually beneficial. Ultimately, historic districts help manage change, not prevent it. A more contextual neighborhood planning approach could be achieved by scaling back the proposed zoning across the entirety of the project area, particularly the commercial uses. To successfully infuse economic and racial diversity, the city must also prioritize other strategies to increase production, including site acquisition and new unit production through partnerships. The city must do more to facilitate deeper and broader affordability across all income scales to maximize housing choice within the neighborhood. 80% of the rezoning area is within historic districts. 73 historic architectural resources have been identified that are on the state and national resource list that are expected to be demolished under the plan. We are confident that the draft environmental impact statement has not addressed the full extent of potential development and the subsequent impacts. Non-landmark districts should have a greater guidance for shaping new development and relating to the historic resources like the Bowery Historic District, the Samuel Treadway Skidmore houses, and the Old Merchants House. The city should collaborate and work well with LPC, SHPO, and other key stakeholders to identify priority resources and develop tools, protections, and design guidelines that can more fully mitigate areas of interest that fall outside of the protection under the local landmarks law. I thank the members of the Planning Commission for your thoughtful review of this proposal and encourage you to take a wider view beyond zoning to adequately increase housing choice, expand access to opportunity, respect the area's historic resources, and ultimately make the neighborhood more livable for artists, residents, and small businesses.
Thank you for testifying, Mr. Williams. Our next speaker is Julie M. Finch, to be followed by Michael Ray Hill.
Hello.
Welcome.
I was the chair of Artists Against the Expressway, and I am shocked, completely shocked, that this cast iron historic district is being gobbled up with different plan towers in the middle of this beautiful cast iron district. What the heck is going on? We fought to save this cast iron district. We kept an expressway from going through it. And now what? Also, I'm very concerned about Chinatown, and how dare your staff call it Soho East? That is crazy. I'm very proud of my daughter who spoke just recently. And I want to say that the limit of the zoning, the height of the zoning should be 125 feet, no more. And we should keep the cap on 5,000 square feet and 10,000 square feet of commercial space. Without subsidies, there will be hardly any affordable housing built. And Chinatown is an historic place. It's not something that you can just gentrify and tear down and send all those aged people out. Where are they going to go? I approve of the CB2 alternative plan and the Cooper Square plan, and I think the arts fee is a punitive penalty, and I think it's vengeful. And I knew when there were advisory committees and public hearings and all that claptrap for the last year or two, I knew it was a phony plan. I knew you were just the City Planning Commission would just go ahead and do what the mayor wants and what his Rebney developer friends want. And I'm against this plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you for taking the time to testify, Ms. Finch. Apologies. Our next speaker is Michael Rahill, to be followed by Marna Lawrence.
My name is Michael Rahill. I'm a resident of Manhattan, an interior designer and an architectural historian who specializes in the history of NoHo. I respectfully request that the City Planning Commission vote no on the current upzoning of Chinatown, NoHo, and Soho proposal as it is insufficient in its current state. There needs to be more built-in protections and minimum guarantees for affordable housing in new development, not just wishful incentives. The reason we're even having this discussion is another glaring example of runaway development's pernicious minimizing of environmental and uncompensated public and long-term cultural costs in advancement of a recklessly cavalier agenda bent on subverting community consensus and engendering backroom Gilded Age deal-making. This would simply be another way for developers to circumnavigate existing secret law. Need I remind you that in Soho alone is the best preserved but fragile historic interiors of the Merchants House Museum that are still under threat, as is the structure itself by a developer looking next door. Development should proceed in tandem with those who will be impacted the most having a seat at the table generating the new terms, not pushed through as an fait accompli for the developers. Instead of naively tipping the scales in full favor to developers under the misguided hope that they will mercifully carve out community concessions in their empty monoliths of stratified luxury, do the work of righting the wrongs of centuries of racist and inequitable housing practices. New York is one of the most segregated cities in the country. Specifically, it ranks as the 9th most segregated city in the country, according to a June study by the Othering and Belonging Institute at the University of California, Berkeley. The pandemic has disproportionately affected communities of color, and the multi-generational families and businesses of Chinatown have had to endure incredible hardships during the time. Voting for this upzoning will unquestionably shift what agency and equity is still community-centered to the pitless realm of Wall Street hedge funds. Voting no is the only path forward to ensuring a harmful and problematic legacy of civic abandonment and plutocratic zeal are put at bay in service of the individuals, small businesses, and families who actually live in apartments and invest back in their communities and not empty condos owned by shell corporations. Trickle-down development does not work. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for testifying, Mr. Rahill. Our next speaker is Marna Lawrence, to be followed by Sherry Wood.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
I live in the Special Little Italy District neighborhood, another disappearing act apparently, on Cleveland Place, the block that is the eastern side of Petrosino Park Square, directly across from Soho. What happens on the western side of Petrosino Park on Lafayette Street affects all that happens on the eastern side on Cleveland Place and vice versa. I'll take a moment to speak on behalf of my neighborhood of Little Italy. Demographic studies indicate that many Little Italy residents are middle and lower income who continue to live in relatively affordable housing. There is no focus on how the Soho NoHo rezoning proposal would impact the special Little Italy district. I say this because already there is a great deal of pressure on my block to amend the SLID zoning, which protects the residential character of the neighborhood and open space. I refer to the Kenmare Square LLC application to amend the zoning at 23 and 25 Cleveland Place in order to build an outsized 8-story commercial building. The Department of City Planning held a hearing in February and has yet to hold a vote. One must wonder why it is taking so long. I wonder, could it be because the DCP is waiting for the onset of construction of an already approved new development across the street on Lafayette Street, which would in turn give more incentive and permission to developers who have their eyes on Petrosino Park to build bigger and create an entertainment center, which in turn would displace most or all the residential units in the vicinity. Chapter 21 regarding mitigation includes many negative environmental impacts the proposal could have on our parks, open spaces, playgrounds, etc., but offers no solutions, just as the plan doesn't include how it will mitigate the negative impact on real live people. On a personal note, I was already displaced for a period of time this summer due to an attempt to constructively evict me through severe harassment. It is only because I and other residents on Cleveland Place filed a lawsuit that included a temporary restraining order that I am in my home for at least for now. This is just one example of how the policies pushed on our communities by the mayor and too many of some of our elected officials, thank God, some only, of course, the DCP, and negatively impacts New York City residents. You know, I don't know why this is happening. I don't understand why the city government of New York does not work on behalf of those residents who actually live here. Why individuals who are supposed to represent our needs don't listen. But unfortunately, after attending so many workshops and meetings to take part in supposed to be a public process to address the rezoning of Soho NoHo is absolutely what I have observed and experienced. One of the reasons I chose to live in this city so many years ago is because I loved and trusted our great city, made up of beautiful, varied cultural communities. To do the right thing for those who inhabited the streets and sidewalks, office buildings, restaurants, retail stores, and residential apartments of our city. New York City used to be a community and civil society that was compassionate, generous, and sensitive to the needs of all of those who walked our streets and sidewalks. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Yet I show up, and of all of us, again and again and again. Please, this is a cruel plan to make a few individuals more wealthy.
Thank you, Ms. Lawrence.
Too many residents anxious.
Thank you for showing up. Thank you for testifying. Our next speaker is Sherry Wood, to be followed by Richard Moses.
I'm Sherry Ward, and I'm a resident of Soho. I've lived here since 1999, and I vehemently oppose this upzoning, rezoning, and this $100 tax. It's clear that this is payback for the developers. De Blasio allowed the looters to come into Soho. I was there, I watched 3 nights, told the police to stand down and no touch. And he's the one behind this plan. It's no good. I encourage and beg city planning to sharpen your pencils, do something that you can be proud of, and do something that the community can be proud of. I love Soho, NoHo, Chinatown. Don't destroy this historic area. The globe enjoys Soho, NoHo, and Chinatown. So please, please do the right thing and do something that you can be proud of, the people can get behind, because this plan is not that. And also with regards to the $100 tax, it was brought up in one of the first Zoom meetings in June that they were trying to understand where this $100 figure came from. And a gentleman called the woman, as I understand it, said, "How did you come up with this figure?" And she said, "Well, you have to start somewhere. So please."
Thank you, Ms. Ward. Our next speaker is Richard Moses, to be followed by Jennifer Carlson.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Madam Chair. I'm Richard Moses, President of the Lower East Side Preservation Initiative, also known as LESPI. LESPI strongly opposes the mayor's plan to upzone Soho and NoHo which includes parts of Chinatown and the East Village. If approved, this plan would allow buildings to be built up to 2.5 times larger than what is currently permitted. It would promote out-of-scale luxury condominiums and office buildings, destroy the character of these neighborhoods, including the historic districts, and set a dangerous precedent, threatening neighborhoods and historic districts throughout the city. Included in these neighborhoods are some of New York's most popular historic districts. The plan, as it now exists, would dramatically alter the scale within those districts. It would also allow the proliferation of large chain big box stores, making it more difficult for small, independent and family-owned businesses to survive. While this upzoning plan is presented as a means to promote affordable housing, the specifics of the plan belie this claim. There are no provisions for explicitly middle and low-income residents. Actually, the plan promises to make the neighborhoods less affordable, neighborly, and hospitable than they are now. Instead, LESP supports the community rezoning plan for Soho NoHo, supported by many local community organizations. This plan would help create more affordable housing for the area while maintaining the neighborhood character that so many residents, businesses, and visitors cherish. The charm and livability of New York City lie in its neighborhoods and their distinctive qualities. Those distinct charms are what draw prospective residents to live in New York and tourists to visit. Our historic districts and neighborhoods are not only characterized by beautiful, irreplaceable architecture, but typically with a lower scale that allows for light and air, particularly important in these times of pandemic. I respectfully urge the City Council Planning Commission to defend New York City neighborhoods and reject the Soho NoHo neighborhood plan. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jennifer Carlson, to be followed by Catherine Schoonover. Excuse me.
Jennifer is not here.
Okay, then we will go to Catherine Schoonover, to be followed by Adrienne Sosin.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Catherine Schoonover, and I am also speaking on behalf of Village Preservation. Another critical reason why this plan, should be sent back to the drawing board is procedural. Almost everyone responsible for it will be out of office once it's implemented, and they know they can't be held responsible for whether or not it actually fulfills its highly questionable promises about affordable housing. Let's be clear, with every rezoning the city has implemented, they have been wildly off in their projections about what its effects would be, including regarding affordable housing. Whether it's downtown Brooklyn or East Midtown, West Chelsea, or East New York, the city has always failed to paint an even vaguely accurate picture of what their rezonings would do. And if critics are correct, and this plan will not only fail to produce promised affordable housing, but will instead displace low-income residents and destroy affordable housing, those responsible need to be held to account. More importantly, to help make for a better outcome, those making this decision need to know they can and will be held to account and will have to face the voters for what they have done. They need to know that they can't just promise one thing with this plan and then be immune to accountability because they're immediately term limited out of office, like the mayor and the outgoing first council district member. This decision should be left to the new city council member for the district and the new mayor to decide, so that they will be around to be held accountable for their decision. For this and so many other reasons, we urge you to vote no on this irresponsible and damaging plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schoonover. Our next speaker is Adrienne Sosin, to be followed by Ariel Cates.
Thank you. I thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I tell you that I was at the City Planning Commission hearing yesterday about the Seaport, where I live, where I opposed the outsized and inappropriate development that is being requested by Howard Hughes Corporation. I also oppose the Soho NoHo rezoning as a preservationist and as a person interested in historic preservation and the long-term good that this area brings to New York in terms of the richness of life, the hearkening back to history, the cast iron buildings, the small galleries and publishers, and all the art and restaurants that go on in Soho and NoHo. I also object to the fact that Chinatown would be bearing a large impact from this plan that does not take into account the many people who live there. I think the residents of New York City deserve to be heard at least as much as the developers. And I don't think that the developers in this case have the city's best interest in mind. They only have their own profit motive. I think this is a plan that should be opposed and should be set aside. I think there's a rush in the outgoing administration to push this plan, to push the Seaport rezoning plan. These are poor reasons to go along with it. In the long term, better things can be done in both Soho, NoHo, and Chinatown, as well as in the Seaport. And I thank you for your work and your efforts on everyone's behalf, not just the developers who stand to push out the residents and have louder and more moneyed voices. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and I should give special shout out to you, Ms. Sosin, and the others who have on back-to-back days testified before us. We really appreciate civic engagement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ariel Cates, to be followed by Michael McKee.
Hello, I'm Ariel Cates, and I'm speaking on behalf of Village Preservation, formerly the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation. Among the many reasons to oppose this deeply troubling plan is the gargantuan scale of development it would allow and the consequences of doing so. For all practical purposes, the current maximum allowable FAR here is 5, since a higher FAR is only allowed for a very narrow band of community facilities like houses of worship, whereas under the rezoning, the allowable FAR would be a minimum of 6.5, given the much wider range of very lucrative community facility uses allowed. Thus, the plan would grant increases in the allowable size of development of at least 30% to 6.5 FAR, up to a 94% increase to 9.7 FAR, and even a 140% increase to 12 FAR. This is enormous, not only compared to the very generous size of new development currently allowed, but more importantly, compared to the existing buildings in the rezoning area, which average around 4.8 FAR. The maximum allowable FAR of 12 is thus nearly 3 times that size and 20% larger than allowed for residential development on Billionaires Row in Midtown. This not only means grossly out of scale construction, but huge financial incentives for demolishing existing buildings smaller than what the new zoning allows. That includes buildings of historic significance, both landmark buildings and those listed on the National Register but not landmarked, and buildings with affordable rent regulated units within. It also means huge oversized penthouse additions to buildings throughout the rezoning area, none of which the environmental analysis plan takes into account. The dramatic and unprecedented proposed upzoning is not only wrong, it's unnecessary. Retaining something like the current 5 FAR while designating some areas for residential development with mandatory affordable housing and others for commercial, so the two uses are not competing with one another, would more effectively achieve the plan's purported goals without the irreversible damage and developer giveaways. Thus, we unequivocally urge rejection of this plan. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Cates. Our next speaker is Michael McKee, to be followed by Anna Markham.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Michael McKee. I am a tenants' rights organizer and advocate. I am testifying on behalf of my organization, Tenants Political Action Committee. We oppose this plan. We think it's a very bad plan. There are a few good points to it, and everyone agrees that Soho and NoHo needs updated zoning, and Soho and NoHo need affordable housing. But this plan does not provide that, and that's why we oppose it. I've submitted a longer written statement, but I'm going to concentrate my limited time here on the issue of demolition, which is something I know something about. I have worked for 51 years as a rent control and rent stabilized advocate, and I'm very familiar with the rent laws. Now, the problem is you are putting a target on the back of the rent regulated, rent controlled and rent stabilized, as well as loft tenants, by increasing the FAR for these buildings. Demolition is the only major mechanism left to landlords who want to get units out of the system. All the other mechanisms were pretty much closed off by the state legislature 2 years ago, but demolition was left intact. Now, demolition is a difficult, time-consuming, and costly process for landlords or developers, but if the incentive is great enough, they will do it. And I'm afraid that by increasing the FAR for these building addresses even by 30%, let alone up to 94% and 140%, you are creating that incentive. Your staff has basically poo-pooed this issue. It won't happen. I'm telling you, I think it is a very serious issue, and I would urge you that if this plan is going to go through, you demap these buildings, remove all of the buildings with rent-regulated apartments, remove all of the loft unit buildings, of which we don't know how many there are, but there have got to be some, and not increase the FAR for those addresses by any amount at all. That would make for a complicated map, but it's the only way you can protect these buildings and protect these tenants. I also want to insist that your staff should release the complete information about these buildings. The city planning staff says there are 185 buildings. Village Preservation has been able to identify 108 through its own research and door knocking, but we want to know where the others are. So we would really like you to release this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McKee. Our next speaker will be Anna Markham, followed by Susan Stoltz.
Hi, I'm Anna Markham, speaking on behalf of Village Preservation, formerly the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation. One of the many falsehoods this plan is based on is that it will certainly result in a 25 to 30% of space in all new developments being affordable housing. This is simply untrue. The plan doesn't require or guarantee a single unit of affordable housing being built and will likely result in little, if any, of it. On the southwest corner of Bowery and 4th Street, where the department claims affordable housing will be built, a commercial tower is set to go up with 0 units of affordable housing. That's because the plan exempts from its affordable housing requirements all retail space, offices, hotels, community facilities, which includes NYU dorms and other private university facilities, and even luxury condos and rentals of 25,000 square feet per zoning lot or less. As per the detailed analysis we have submitted, on every single site in the rezoning area where the city predicts affordable housing will be built, the rezoning actually provides a stronger incentive for not including it by allowing developers more market rate space if they exclude affordable housing than if they include it. This is a simple fact which the department continues to deny. By using the affordable housing exemption for residential uses of 25,000 square feet or less on over 90% of the projected development sites, developers can build the maximum allowable floor area without including any affordable housing whatsoever. In the tiny fraction of sites where they can't achieve the maximum allowable floor area without affordable housing, they can still build much more market rate floor area by not including affordable housing than by including it. It's magical thinking or simply a lie to say that profit-driven real estate developers will forgo these financial incentives and include affordable housing when the plan offers them so many lucrative ways not to do so. This rezoning is in fact designed not to produce affordable housing, but merely to use its false promise as a fig leaf for the obscene giveaway to developers. We sincerely urge you not to be an accomplice in this willful deception and to reject this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Markham. Our next speaker will be Susan Stoltz, to be followed by Bruce Williams.
I'm an artist, loft tenant, and senior, and I've lived in Soho for 42 years. I moved to the loft with a wave of young multidisciplinary artists in 1979. We shared rebuilding the interior, the rent, and working together creatively. We became the artists of the 80s and 90s, the East Village club scene, new genres requiring collaboration. I worked in puppet animation. In Soho and in my loft, a new generation of feminist communities developed. Artists continued to thrive in Soho and give back to New York City. The loft law, an ongoing process, gave us stability, time, and space to create and meet. The security of a legalized loft with JLWQA Live Work Studios. Like many artists, in addition to my own work, I spent much of my life working in diverse and underserved communities of young adults and children in schools, hospitals, and other communities. My Soho loft provided safe workspace such as an animation studio for young teenage Latino girls. This plan maliciously undermined laws protecting hundreds of rent-regulated tenants, loft tenants within the zoning area, many of us seniors aging in place. As seniors, we are not only vulnerable, but will be targeted as the city's new allowances for overwhelming construction and demolition made possible by the granting of new FAR to property owners. This puts us directly in the harassment zone. I've been there before, targeted because I was a woman leaseholder by a landlord owning 40 buildings. We had 10 days to cure. I was young with all the energy to fight. It becomes your life. Today, of the archives of organization, a state of my painter partner, and my own art to distribute. COVID-19 has interrupted this process, as has the impending doom of the upzoning process. While these development rights are being given free to speculators, it's been a one-sided process. The community and its residents have been promised nothing in return for this major expansion, not a senior center, not an inch of green space, and no help with harassment or potential displacement. DCP offered a helpline, a joke in an emergency. The $100 square foot conversion fee from JLWQA to residential use is unprecedented and unfairly displaces fixed and lower income seniors, especially vulnerable in co-op buildings. In answer to a question by
Ms. Stoltz, I'm afraid that your 3 minutes is up, but we would welcome your submitting any written testimony that you have.
Okay.
And thank you for testifying.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Bruce Williams, to be followed by Lena Rubin.
Hello, my name is Bruce Williams. I've been a resident of NoHo. I'm a resident and a city certified artist. I've been here 26 years. This plan is nothing but a giant giveaway to commercial development. The changes to commercial FAR and bulking will result in huge big box stores and entertainment venues coming in, and the spillover that this will affect on Chinatown, the East Village, and all the surrounding neighborhoods is going to be tremendous. By making it impossible for small businesses to exist, these big box stores destroy the resilience of the neighbors, of the neighborhoods, and make it impossible for any kind of community to exist. The changes to the bulking and the giveaways to developers to build penthouses on these buildings will not result in any type of affordable housing whatsoever. There's just so many loopholes in this that it cannot possibly produce the desired effect of affordable housing. So I urge the commission to deny this plan. We do need rezoning, and we do need a better plan to go into the future, but giving it away to developers with massive cash giveaways, and it's cash when you let developers put in stuff that destroy neighborhoods. So please reject this, and thank you very much.
Thank you for testifying, Mr. Williams. Our next speaker is Lena Rubin, to be followed by Darlene Lutz.
Hello, I'm Lena Rubin, speaking on behalf of Village Preservation, formerly the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation. One of the many unconscionable elements is the allowance for big box chain retail and eating and drinking establishments of unlimited size throughout the entire rezoning area. Who thinks Soho, NoHo, and Chinatown or New York City need more of these? What social justice or housing equity agenda does this fulfill? What is the justification for allowing destination mega retail of unlimited size on narrow side streets such as Green, Worcester, Bleecker, or Baxter streets? Such an allowance will only make it impossible for anything other than a huge chain store or giant restaurant or bar to survive here and harm smaller, local, independent businesses. Who does this help other than the big developers and big landlords who have been lobbying for this plan? Large chains take revenue out of our city and turn our neighborhoods into giant outdoor malls, indistinguishable from anywhere else. Oversized chain stores, bars, and restaurants make life difficult for residential neighbors and don't tend to support healthy, successful retail environments, as we see higher retail vacancies in areas with large numbers of chains than those with independent businesses. These types of giant retail, along with the other proposed oversized developments, generate huge amounts of traffic in what is already one of the most traffic clogged areas in New York City. One of many reasons why groups like the Sierra Club NYC oppose this plan on environmental grounds. Have you seen the daily bumper to bumper gridlock along Broome, Canal, Grand, and other streets where the largest new developments are proposed, which this will only make exponentially worse? Residents agree that allowance for a greater range of as of right retail uses makes sense, but with reasonable size limits like 5,000 square feet for eating and drinking establishments and 10,000 square feet for general retail. But this proposal is nothing more than an unmitigated giveaway to powerful corporate interests and should be rejected. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rubin. Our next speaker is Darlene Lutz, to be followed by Arthur Schwartz.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to give my testimony. I am Darlene Lutz and have been a resident and in the arts community in West Soho since 1978. I'm going to paraphrase what I believe I heard Commissioner Levin say a few days ago, that the CPC doesn't always get it right in rezonings. Wiser words have never been spoken in recent memory. A mere 10 years ago, Hudson Square, which shares a border with Soho on 6th Avenue, was rezoned for residential development. That rezoning was crafted by the largest landowner, Trinity Church Wall Street, and spearheaded by revolving doorman, Carl Wiesbrod. The words affordable housing and housing crisis never entered that rezoning discussion. The Hudson Square rezoning has resulted in multiple 30-story as-of-right high-rise luxury condos, but it's the commercial developments that have taken center stage. Disney's avenue to avenue, block to block, massive campus on land leased from Trinity Church Wall Street is on the rapid rise. But Trinity's not developing housing for these budding Mouseketeers going to be working there. Trinity reneged on their signature 50-story, 800-plus unit rental housing development with a 450 pre-K through 5th grade school, public, at the base of that building located at 6th Avenue and Canal Street. The start date for that development, which never materialized, was 2013. Right now, that vacant 24,000 square lot is currently a banging outdoor party bar with booze and burlesque. In 2019, Trinity announced that they had deep sixed that housing development, and the new plan was for a 490-foot skyscraper and which would be 100% office tower. Yes, CPC got it really wrong with the Hudson Square rezoning and is poised to repeat this history. I have a question about median income housing, MIH, which has been bandied around these conversations for the last few hours. Does MIH include racial quotas? Is race a considered factor in the application process? I already know the answer, but do you? In practical application of MIH, this plan is a farce. The race baiting in this process has been vile, and the genesis of that is on the city. The public defamation and slander against the community by city officials is actionable, and I caution all to keep their bias out of this. I support my community board too, and those elected.
Thank you, Ms. Lutz.
Standing.
I'm afraid that your time is up, but we will gladly accept your written testimony in addition to your oral testimony. Thank you. Our next speaker is Arthur Schwartz, to be followed by Alexis Fowler.
Arthur Schwartz is not here.
Okay. Then Alexis Fowler, to be followed by Ali Ryan.
Alexis Fowler is also not here.
Okay, we'll move on to Ali Ryan, to be followed by Jocelyn Anker.
Hello, my name's Ali Ryan. As a long-term resident, a former practicing artist, and the neighborhood party candidate running for City Council District 2, I oppose the Soho NoHo neighborhood plan. I have witnessed over the past 15 years the number of rent-stabilized apartments decrease as market rate apartments increase, causing a discord and divide in the people who live in my neighborhood. People who live in real affordable housing, such as NYCHA, rent stabilization, Mitchell-Lama, joint live work, quarters for artists, affordable home ownership, and homesteads are able to live here for the long term because of the low cost of living, whereas market rate apartments attract short-term renters, typically young professionals and college students who only live in this area for a couple years. The discord shows quality of life issues that have been well documented in the news, with rooftop parties, backyard parties, trash, empty storefronts, and landlords warehousing empty apartments and storefronts because they don't want to rent below market rate. I like to cite as an example the Cabrini Nursing Home in East Village, which cared for 240 low-income elderly patients. In the early 2010s, it was sold and gutted to become Bloom 62, a luxury residential building of 81 units. And right now, a two-bedroom apartment is on the market for $4,500 a month. The Department of City Planning has been intentionally quoting pre-COVID numbers as reason to pass this plan through. According to the Envision Plan, 7,769 residents live in this proposed rezoning area, and this plan wants to add new 3,200 housing units, and of those 800 are affordable. The proposed plan is trying to increase density in an already in a downturn market with an uncertain future on multiple levels. For example, in the New York public school system, enrollment has gone down hundreds of thousands of students over the past 18 months, which signals the number of families who once lived in New York pre-COVID are moving out. After watching the city planning commissioners approve the governor's island rezoning plan and the east side coastal resiliency
Ms. Ryan,
project
I'm afraid
to
that your time is up, but we would welcome your submitting your written testimony to us. And I'm actually relieved to see that you yourself were not the one behind the wheel. Thank you for testifying. Our next speaker is Jocelyn Anker, followed by Vincent Cow.
Oh, thank you very much. And there's my clock. Thank you very much. So good afternoon. And thank you, Commissioner Levine, for your kind tone through all of this and your professionalism. And thank you also, Commissioner Ortiz, for continuing to ask clarifying questions, especially of the experts who are testifying. I myself am not an expert on anything other than being a resident of this neighborhood. My name is Jocelyn Anker, and my family has been living here on Worcester Street since 1978. I currently live here with my mother and my daughter, so it is in fact our longtime family home. Soho has become a wealthy neighborhood, but not all owners are wealthy. In fact, the neighborhood has become so expensive that it has also become a challenge for artist families like ours to remain here. With the proposed JLWQA tax, of course, we're still trying to get clarification, but just assuming that what's been presented so far is actually true, we would actually have to sell our home in order to pay this conversion fee. And I find it pretty ironic that we, as the artists who help create Soho as a cultural center, would have to give up our home to help sponsor an artist fund. That seems somewhat self-defeating. I'd also, as Commissioner Ortiz mentioned very early on, would like to do some other ground truthing. The city agencies already have a very hard time addressing quality of life issues in this neighborhood, and the current plan really does not adequately address how those can be improved. For example, Holland Tunnel traffic is one of the key sources of noise and air pollution in our neighborhood, and the DOT does not adequately manage cars blocking intersections, so much so that it can be difficult, sometimes impossible, to cross the street as a pedestrian. The Soho West area, as someone just mentioned, in this proposal is completely flanked by the worst of the Holland Tunnel traffic, which I'm sure contributed to the Trinity Group deciding to relocate their mixed-use condominiums down to Greenwich Street. I can't imagine anyone, especially those who can afford luxury housing, wanting to live in that area. And I think that in turn would encourage any developers to turn that into a commercial space instead, since there's no requirement to build housing. The last has to do with open spaces. We've all heard people say there are no open spaces, and that open streets would be one way to address that. Through the pandemic, the rodent problem has only become worse. If we increase the food to 5,000 square feet and continue with open streets, I can't even imagine what would happen. And I have 3 seconds left. Thank you again for your time. Hopefully that was helpful.
And thank you, Ms. Anker. I do feel it important, as Commissioner Ortiz did before, to clarify there appears to be a misperception that the conversion fee somehow would be payable immediately upon adoption of the zoning. That, in fact, is absolutely not the case. And we will, or perhaps Commissioner Levin, apologies, but at post-hearing follow-up, we will be beyond crystal clear about that. And I'm very sorry that folks are concerned about something that actually is not in the proposal. We will next go to Vincent South, followed by John Wojtowicz.
我是 Vincent 曹8385保里街住客委员会的代表。我们住户里面都是华人，有老有少，有男有女的。我们在这个社区几十年了，特别是最几年这个城市规划局之前我们也参加过关于那个2桥建案，但是呢，我们以压倒性的人数都参加了那么多的公听会，城市规划局仍然是忽视我们民众的声音，导致现在唐人街下东城租金地税飞涨。现今疫情肆虐，许多居民。
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I didn't hear there was a request for the Mandarin interpreter. I apologize. So let me translate for what he said so far.
Thank you.
Yes, apologize. And so I have been living in the neighborhood for a decade. Because of the policy changes in the past few years, the rent for the commercial area has been significantly increased. 你好，你可以继续。
现在这个新冠疫情肆虐，许多商家、许多居民呢都被高昂的租金和地税，差不多已经根本负担不起了。市府居然在引进地产开发商，让其在 SOHO、NOHO 华埠建豪华高楼，将已经贵到离谱的租金地税继续拉高。
Because of the COVID, there's a significant increase of the rent income for the commercial and residential in Soho, Loho, and Chinatown, especially in Chinatown area. A lot of people can't afford to pay the regular expenses, and the government even further expanding the development of luxury condominium building.
这个 SOHO、NOHO 的华埠的这个土改计划呢，将会带来很多这些特别是给那个地产开发商一个机会，让他到这个 SOHO 跟华埠大建豪华高楼。那么这样将会导致许多这个民众，特别小商家也会面临逼迁。而且现在这个地税已经这么昂贵了，大家可以试想一下，现在这些市府跟开发商准备用一些所谓的可负担房屋，而且这个可负担房屋是我们大多数民众在这个社区是负担不起的。我们早就看穿这种市府和地产商用这种所谓的可负担房屋来摧毁我们的社区，所以我们已经受够这种做法，要求这个城市规划局去投反对票，马上停止这个SOHO-NOHO的土改方案，停止种族歧视。
I personally reject the vote because I have saw over the past so many years the scheme the government has been utilized to provide affordable housing, but affordable housing is not actually affordable, especially for the small business owner in Chinatown community. It has destroyed our community. I would strongly recommend to reject the vote.
现在呢，特别是这一次的土改方案，根本就没有通知我们唐人街的民众，你们将在这个在唐人街大建豪华高楼，特别是给这些地产开发商的福利。
Excuse me, there's a time limit. 对不起，这有个 time limit. So the final word from him, because the time limit, the final word from him is because there's a little notification from the government to the Chinatown community.
I'll note that 5 minutes are given for translation.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead. 继续。
OK， 最后一句。那我现在是要求呢，现在市府马上停止在这个 SOHO 跟华埠建高楼，该在支持这些，特别是给这个唐人街最大的业主朱氏家族的福利，帮他们建高楼，摧毁唐人街。应该要通过真正保护社区的华埠工作组土改计划。谢谢。
So once again, I don't recommend the government to say yes to this zone changing policy, and I would recommend the government to come up with better policy to support the Chinatown community. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time to testify, Mr. Sell.
谢谢。
Our next speaker will be John Wodowitz, followed by Carter Booth.
John is not in the Zoom room.
Okay, then we will move to Carter Booth, followed by Laura Sewell.
Thank you, Chair Lago. Commissioners, good afternoon. My name is Carter Booth. I represented CB2 on the Envision Soho NoHo Advisory Group. Was until recently the chair of Manhattan Community Board 2 and live in and represent CB2 on the NoHo bid. DCP never delivered on the continuing engagement that was promised to the advisory group and community during Envision. That's probably why there are so many issues today. One aspect I want to reinforce is the risk of displacement discussed earlier of current rent stabilized units through demolition, especially in the opportunity zones, which are not protected under the 2019 reforms. This is a risk here given the underlying economic environment. How many neighborhoods are there calls to co-ops with offers to buy the whole building with a premium? Rental buildings will be demolished. Internal demolition with the facade remaining has been allowed by DCP before, and there is no good reason to believe that LPC will not allow such demolition in Soho and NoHo. This will make all existing rent-regulated residents vulnerable to displacement. Usually there's a lot of give and take around land use and development issues, trying to strike a balance and get things right. Why is that re-engagement that is necessary to get this right not happened? There are two issues I want to touch on. First, housing. This process has made it clear, certainly to me, that there is a housing crisis, especially for real affordable housing. Soho and NoHo in the northwest corner of Chinatown have a very limited number of lots to contribute. Those lots are all we have. The big housing unit numbers that you hear are based on developing just about all those lots for housing. On Tuesday, the answer from DCP, basically, we have a baby thumb on the scale for housing, but there will be commercial development because we want the mixed use. To quote from Tuesday's meeting, we think it's very important to still have very healthy commercial FAR in Soho and NoHo. So it's clear they're going to build commercial on many of the lots that are supposed to be residential and that we've told will be residential. Second, the Arts Fund. Lots of issues with the fund itself, as others, including Eugene and Amit, have raised, and the fee, which was reduced by DCP from the materials presented on Tuesday to $75 per square foot. Nobody seems to be mentioning that. Keep asking your questions about this. What I want to talk about with the Arts Fund is the other problem it's supposed to solve. The Arts Fund is also the mechanism to solve the problem for those who want to sell their JLWQA space as a residential unit and not as a manufacturing unit. As a side note, this does not solve issues for current non-compliant residents that were raised extensively during the envision process. So in addition to paying into this fund, you also have to convert the manufacturing JLWQA 17D space to residential use group 2, including significant and costly code compliance to get a C of O changed through an Alt 1 process. This hasn't been explored thoroughly and it needs to be discussed. If it doesn't work, it's not going to happen. The Arts Fund won't be funded. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Booth. Our next speaker will be Laura Sewell, to be followed by Connie Murray.
Hello, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. The city's plans to upzone Soho and NoHo continues to move forward, despite fierce opposition from a large number of community organizations, including the East Village Community Coalition, of which I'm an executive director. But we've not heard just from groups from this neighborhood. We've heard from communities in Brooklyn who've suffered this type of upzoning and shared their experiences with the consequences. How the city's proposed plan will result in anything besides a wave of hypergentrification defies logic. The plan at best only mandates 25% affordable housing and allows 75% luxury housing. It has numerous loopholes with no public benefit of any kind required to develop commercial space or private institutional facilities. It would permit institutional expansion and crowd out local independent businesses by allowing more big box chain stores, as well as eating and drinking establishments of unlimited size. We echo others' calls for protections for tenants, especially against construction and demolition. Many of our neighbors fall well below the median income figures that have been shown. Show us where upzoning or the absence of landmarking and other protections has created affordable housing for these individuals. These policies result in demolitions and the loss of rent stabilized units, as we've seen again and again. These policies result in homogenization, the loss of retail diversity, and independently owned small businesses, as we've seen again and again. Housing doesn't trickle down. It's bought and held as a commodity. Of course, some zoning changes are needed, especially when it comes to commercial space and height restrictions and as of right development. Not only do the existing commercial spaces require a special permit, they're far too large to be within the reach of most independent small business owners. The community rezoning plan would help create more affordable housing and help retain existing independent small businesses while retaining the creative neighborhood character that draw residents and visitors alike. Allowing out-of-scale enlargements in and adjacent to 6 historic districts sets a terrible precedent, not only for this neighborhood, but for historic districts citywide. Please reject this deeply flawed plan. Thank you.
Thank you for testifying, Ms. Sewell. Our next speaker is Connie Murray, followed by Allison Sky.
My name is Connie Murray. I'm a lifelong New Yorker and a former Soho resident. I oppose the city's plan to rezone Soho NoHo, as this proposal will likely not produce any affordable housing, despite that very promise being this project's top selling point of allegedly providing more opportunities to low-income New Yorkers. This rezoning will also eliminate tenant protections for over 1,200 residents in over 600 buildings in their already existing deeply affordable homes. These are vulnerable, elderly, and immigrant residents. They deserve to be considered in this process. They deserve to be protected, and we all have a moral obligation to keep these folks in their homes. As well, MIH affordable housing is not all that its name is cracked up to be. Recent affordable housing listings on NYYIMBY reflect salary requirements above $80,000 for small studios and one-bedroom units, which rent upwards for $3,000 a month. These are not apartments for working-class families. Who are these developers really building for? They never create three-bedroom units. And via advertorials in real estate media, developers are even marketing their alleged affordable housing to households earning over $100,000 annually. This rezoning's proponents focus so heavily on this fallacy of its opposition being wealthy, but in fact, it's the residents who are not wealthy and whose homes will be threatened who are here today speaking out against this proposal. The very wealthy do not care. They can move, they have other homes, they have endless resources. It's the residents without endless resources who are opposed to this plan. The people who are mostly elderly and mostly who built these neighborhoods into what they are today. And now they are being shown the door out of this magical place they created with their own hands, money, sweat, love, and tears. What a vicious betrayal by the city. Adding to that betrayal is the false narrative promoted by YIMBY zealots that these senior residents are members of the Ku Klux Klan and that their neighborhoods should be bombed like Dresden. Elderly residents have been bullied out of public engagement meetings because their pictures were taken and posted on social media. So to shame them as alleged racists who no longer deserve to stay in their homes. They do deserve to stay. They don't deserve these lies. So let's protect them. Thank you.
Thank you for testifying, Ms. Murray. Our next speaker is Allison Sky, to be followed by Zeke Luger.
Allison is not in the room.
Zeke Luger, to be followed by Carla Fisk.
Hi, thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. My name is Zeke Luger. So the Department of City Planning has had one main community partner for the Soho rezoning, and that's Open New York. Almost all of the public testimonies in favor of the rezoning that we heard today are from members of Open New York. So I want to talk to you about Open New York for a minute. I got introduced to Open New York last December. I ended up getting enlisted by people in Flushing, Queens to help fight back against the rezoning there, not far from Queens College where I go to school. Flushing is a really lively and unique majority Asian American working class neighborhood. But like many other New York neighborhoods, recently much of Flushing's downtown has been demolished after a series of rezonings and large variances that allowed the construction of enormous glass towers and pushed out thousands of local residents living in rent-stabilized housing. The rezoning we failed to prevent will bring in 1,700 more million-dollar condos and 900 new hotel units to Flushing. I ended up writing an opinion piece opposing the Flushing rezoning, and within a couple hours, I was terrified of its publication. I was terrified to find that I had more than 60 comments on my opinion piece, almost all of them calling me stupid, a liar, they didn't know what I was talking about, that I was promoting homelessness, or that I was a NIMBY. I talked about this with Soho residents recently, and people seem to have had similar experiences recently, which is why I'm speaking here today. Open New York is a pro-developer AstroTurf organization founded by a quantitative real estate investor who makes money by betting on these rezonings he's attempting to influence. Open New York operates by pretending to ally themselves with young people on Twitter interested in transit and urbanism and who are terrified of climate change. Their paid leaders bombard them with hyper-aggressive messaging, saying that if you don't support these upzonings and building new luxury housing, you're a climate arsonist. And eventually, these young people start imitating them and bullying local housing activists. Despite their self-description as grassroots, I've seen zero evidence that they do any kind of on-the-ground outreach to local residents in the neighborhoods they advocate in. Open New York loves to claim that their organization only advocates in high-opportunity neighborhoods, but that's not true. They push knowledge and ideology that applies to all neighborhoods. One of their leaders, who works for the founder's quantitative real estate company, spent a day in June trying to convince everyone that a friend of mine from Flushing has taken money from the North Korean government, which is super racist and super dumb. What's it called? Basically, the way they operate on Twitter, they wouldn't let Flushing activists post anything without butting into their feeds, calling them NIMBYs. I'll add that an hour ago, right after a Chinatown resident testified, Open New York members were commenting on their Slack feed saying DCP should introduce a plan to rezone Chinatown so people quit lying about this one. They also called the speaker anti-Semitic, which I find very inappropriate. So to sum up, I think I think Open New York is a really inappropriate community partner for city.
Thank you, Mr. Lugar. Thank you for testifying. And if you'd like to submit your written testimony, we'd welcome that as well.
I would. How do I submit written testimony?
Yes, Brian.
The testimony can be submitted if you go to our website, planning.nyc.gov. If you click on the sort of CPC page, and then there's a link there for submitting testimony.
And again, thank you. Our next speaker is Carla Fisk, to be followed by Catherine Freed.
Here I am. Hi.
Welcome.
My name is Carla Fisk. I am a rent stabilized tenant in Inwood. I'm a member of the Inwood Legal Action Steering Committee. We sued the City of New York and won to annul the Inwood rezoning in State Supreme. We won in State Supreme Court in December of 2019. Justice Werner Saunders found our claims, which included the claim that the city refused to do a racial impact study on the impacts of the rezoning on Inwood. She found in our favor, and the rezoning was annulled for almost 1 year. I'm here because although some people will claim that Soho, NoHo, and actually Chinatown, that's the real big target, which was silenced, which was erased by the city through their own version of racial, ethnic cleansing. Some people will claim that Soho, NoHo, and rezoning and Inwood are very different types of rezonings. In fact, they're not, because this rezoning is designed specifically to measure for developers that we have good reason to believe the city has been in private conversation with for months, for years in planning this rezoning, just as they were with Inwood. My biggest concern as a rent stabilized tenant in Inwood, and my concern for the residents of Chinatown and the East Village is the almost certain complete displacement of hundreds of Chinese and Chinese American working class people from their homes directly through direct displacement. And also what's happening in Washington Heights will happen, this rezoning goes through, will happen in Chinatown and in the East Village and Lower East Side, is indirect displacement as market rates are raised by this predatory rezoning, and rent stabilized tenants in adjacent neighborhoods will be displaced, just as they were, as is documented by several studies. The neighbors of Williamsburg, the Williamsburg rezoning, thousands of Black and brown people were displaced through the Williamsburg rezoning. Thousands also were displaced who lived adjacent to Williamsburg. So I call on you, City Planning Council, to vote no on this predatory rezoning, which will hurt so many thousands of New Yorkers and force them out of their homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fisk. And I do need to correct for the record that on appeal, the rezoning in Inwood was upheld and is currently in effect. Our next speaker will be Catherine Freed, to be followed by Michelle Coopersmith.
Okay. Hello. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. For some reason, I don't see. Okay, there we go. Hi.
We see you.
I'm a former city council member for the council district that includes Soho, NoHo, and Chinatown. And in fact, I moved into the district that's considered Soho in 1969, and I was involved in a lot of the landmarking and special zoning for both Soho and NoHo. And so I have a little bit of a history with this, but I just want to say I'm opposed to this proposed upzoning. I know you're saying that it's a attempt to get affordable housing and increase diversity when it is on, it's likely to do exactly the opposite. What it really is a giveaway and will open the floodgates to allow development of large-scale commercial properties and the likely demolition of a lot of buildings that currently have moderate to low-income tenants. If you wanted to have an affordable housing proposal, perhaps you should have not allowed the demolition of buildings in this district, especially in the Chinatown Opportunity Area, which has been referred to as Soho East. It will most likely result in the demolition of a lot of those buildings and the displacement of the tenants in them. Also, I don't understand why we haven't heard from landmarks preservation. It's very clear that increasing the FAR, particularly on the core buildings in Soho, which you are doing, and the landmark or the cast iron buildings, which are a unique form of architecture that are only exist now in Soho, NoHo, Tribeca, except for a few buildings in Chicago and a few in Paris. But by increasing the FAR, you are allowing developers to build over these buildings, which will completely change the landscape of Soho, and the old landmarks preservation would never have allowed that, and they never did. And they would, it seems to me that what's going on here is this is the first salvo in the war against city landmarks and landmarks preservation, because clearly this will decimate and eviscerate landmarks. So I'm sorry that we haven't heard from them, because we really should have. Just a couple of other things. First, I don't understand why Chinatown was even added to this zoning, except to make it an area that developers have been trying to get a hold of for years, just like they've been trying to get a hold of Soho since it became so shishi and profitable. But it seems to me like
Thank you, Ms. Freed. Ms. Freed, I'm afraid that your time is up, but we would welcome getting your written testimony. And thank you for taking the time to testify. Our next speaker will be Michelle Coopersmith, followed by Lynn Ellsworth.
Michelle is not here.
Okay, then Lynn Ellsworth, followed by Zach Weinstein.
I am Lynn Ellsworth. I'm chair of Human Scale NYC Network in the city. I'm also the founder of Tribeca Trusts and the Friends of Duane Park. Testimony from our group is as follows. The opposition logic is compelling. This rezoning will not deliver significant affordable housing nor lower housing prices. It will not diversify the neighborhood. It will exacerbate displacement effects, enrich a tiny list of developers, and do irreparable harm to the historic districts. The alternative community plan is vastly better. Many believe that MIH is a huge policy fail. There are less destructive ways than MIH to figure out how to get more affordable housing. For example, our group was the first to call for 100% affordable housing at 5 World Trade more than 2 years ago. We've also called for citywide displacement risk to be handled through stronger legislative means prior to any attempt to upzone and gentrify. We've called for a regional plan for allocating density and affordable housing rather than targeting a tax to core neighborhoods that are already dense. We've called for a new affordable housing fund, 100% public low-rise infill on NYCHA estates, an end to single-family home zoning, incentivizing auxiliary units, and investment in a regional unified transport network, among many other policies. So it's a puzzle to us. Vicky Bean and Ed Glazer's published attempt to justify an attack on historic districts is some 10 years old now, and it has been convincingly challenged both theoretically and empirically. So why does nobody seem to care? Why are so many stuck in the dying paradigm of trickle-down supply-side fundamentalism and crying the virtues of infinite density in the core? From the outside, it looks vindictive, like someone is hell-bent on wreaking some kind of revenge on historic district residents. Why would intelligent people act this way? I don't have the answer, but to me, it feels best explained by a hunting metaphor of hunting dogs who bay and run for their prey in obeyance to their master's bidding. The prey here is historic districts, and the masters, well, I leave that to your imagination. Last, Tony Tong, a former LPC commissioner, author of Preserving the World's Cities, confessed in his book, Growing Realization, that many of his decisions made in the name of compromise and expediency had done harm. He wrote, standing in the shadow of these compromised second-class buildings, I saw that I had been complicit in wounding the cityscape. The echo of those words spoken in behalf of expediency had long faded, and what remained was a permanently injured city. I can only hope that our leaders and policy technocrats learn from Mr. Tong's self-realization, grace, and honesty. Please reject this unfixable proposal. Thank you.
Thank you for testifying, Ms. Ellsworth. Our next speaker is Zach Weinstein, to be followed by Victoria Hillstrom.
Zach is not here.
Okay, then Victoria Hillstrom, to be followed by Monica Rittersporn.
Ms. Hillstrom, you should be able to unmute your mic and turn on your camera. Just had her do this yesterday, so.
Excuse me?
She was here. This is a repeat speaker from yesterday, so we know that she can do this. We just,
we'll come back.
Come back.
Okay. At this point, we are getting relatively near the end of speakers who have signed up to speak on this matter. And if you haven't registered to speak, but have decided during the course of this hearing that you'd like to, please, now is the time to register. And you can find instructions on how to register, whether online or via telephone, at www.nyc.gov/NYC-engage. And with that, we'll turn to Monica Rittersporn.
Monica is also not in the room.
Okay, then Henry Dombrowski, to be followed by Julie Harrison.
Hank is also not in the room.
Okay, then Julie Harrison, to be followed by Kirsten Theodos.
Am I on?
Yes, who is speaking?
This is Victoria Hillstrom.
Oh, great. Good. Welcome.
Shall I go
Please
ahead?
go ahead. Yes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Victoria Hillstrom. We've lived in Tribeca since 1983. Our lofts are 385 Greenwich, aka 71 North Moore, dating back to 1805 and 1815. Our life savings are invested in these buildings to bring them up to code that we saved from two major fires and damage from adjacent property from the Greenwich Hotel, now on 37 permits. I would like to address today this notion of demolition by construction. I don't know that if anyone quite exactly realizes that we are victims of demolition by construction. And so I thought it was incumbent upon me to share our very shameful and embarrassing story of how our landlord masked themselves as kids in a 199 square foot illegal bar in our attached single car garage, illegally subdivided from our lofts without permits. We caught them illegally subdividing our electrical 3 times with Con Ed theft and shared meter. We caught them lying to the Public Service Commission it had been repaired. They damaged our lofts from stem to stern. caused our ceilings to fall in from improperly installed air conditioning equipment on a roof with no drain. They obstructed our secondary means of egress with a partial petition that presents a known fire hazard, never passed a full inspection, and started a fire. It turns out that they had bribed a city inspector for an illegal C of O. And needless to say, 37 permits later, Con Ed came in again and filed the 101st complaint. It turns out that they had illegally subdivided our gas lines too. When they started this fire, we wrote Mayor Bloomberg, his daughter was on the adjacent wall. And apparently the police had tipped them off that this illegal bar that was operating 3 times legal capacity, the kids from Beatrice Inn, somehow the police had tipped them off that I had written Michael Bloomberg personally in order to protect his, we knew that they failed to pull permits. I am a designer. Carlos is a very famous architect and restaurateur above me, and Elizabeth von Gutman is a very famous editor of Sister magazine. And they immediately sued us to prevent the city from investigating that in fact it was an illegal business, and prevent the city from finding that the Greenwich Hotel had gone down 3 floors instead of 1, failing to survey the surrounding landmarks, hit the water line, and caused the damage to our lofts on now 37 permits. It was obstructing, our windows were broken, so that when the fire started,
Ms. Hillstrom, while your 3 minutes are up, I would very much, one, welcome your submitting your testimony, but also we would be pleased to reach out and speak with you if that would be helpful. And I would suggest that you could send it. Ryan, would you be willing to be the conduit for this?
Yes, sure.
And thank you
there
for taking the time to come and
buildings with
testify.
accidents and fires in our case, Madam Chair.
Again, thank you. Did I hear correctly that Henry Dombrowski is not in the room?
That
Yes,
is true.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Then we will go to Julie Harrison, followed by Kirsten Theodos. Is Ms. Harrison connecting?
I will say that it looks like Kirsten Theodos has been waiting for a while, so she's ready. She's like, I got her camera on, so we can jump to her.
So why don't we go to Kirsten Theodos? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Kirsten Theodos, and I'm adamantly opposed to this rezoning. Just like every other neighborhood rezoning under the de Blasio administration, it is racist and does not create deeply affordable housing. So who is really behind this push? No big surprise, but big real estate. Edison Properties, that sits on REBNY's board of governors, owns 2 large parking lots in the proposed upzoning. Citizens Housing and Planning Council, which includes an executive from Edison on its board, published an opinion piece supporting the upzoning. Among the many other notables on CHPC's board is the legal and lobbying firm of Kramer Levin, whom the mayor still owes $300,000 to. Kramer Levin is on record advising the land use process needs to be underway to ensure it is done by the time de Blasio leaves office. We can connect the dots to see why this rezoning was suddenly resurrected during a global pandemic. Time is running out for Edison Properties to develop their lots under a favorable regime, not because of the quote, anti-police protests sparked by the killing of George Floyd, as Deputy Mayor Vicky Beam shamefully said, while the city continues its erasure of Chinatown. The sham public engagement process and the MIH upzoning plan are an absolute disgrace, and I urge city planning to vote no on this inherently racist plan. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time to testify, Ms. Theodos. Is Julie Harrison now available?
Yes, I'm so sorry. So do I?
No worries. Welcome.
Do I join as a panelist? Do I click join as an attendee or as a panelist?
We'll give you the panelist invite. Just a moment. There you go, Miss Harrison, you should be able to unmute yourself and turn
Okay,
on your
unmute
microphone or
and
turn on your
start
video.
video.
There we go.
Okay, great. I don't really want to repeat I'm Julie Harrison, and I've lived in Soho since 1978 for 43 years. I've raised 2 kids there. I have a business there. I'm a working artist and have been for these years, and now I'm a senior citizen. So I hope I don't end up repeating what a lot of people have already said. There's been some fantastic input. I'm just trying to find my notes right now. There has been some fantastic input on both sides, and probably the people that spoke early on are no longer online, but I just, I wanted to say to William Thomas of Open New York, I don't disagree with that strategy. I mean, I think that I just want to paint the picture of who has been the people who have been here for all these years. I mean, we're working artists, and typically, especially in New York City, that means we're kind of leaning left. And so affordability and diversity are just keywords for us. And I'm going to say us because I think there's a lot of people that live in Soho that would agree with this, who are longtime tenants. I don't mean the newbies, but I'm in a rent stabilized building. Most of my building are 6 out of 8 units are working artists who make their living on their artwork. And my husband has an art business as well. I would not be able to afford to live in Soho had I not been rent stabilized. And I want to point out that the reason we're against this plan is not because we're racists and let me point that out, I am against the plan as it is defined now. It's not because we're racists or we don't want it in our backyard. We're not NIMBYists. It's because we know, when we've been around long enough to know that this plan will not work, that that things have been promised. I mean, my landlord, for example, and I have a lot of respect for my landlord. I haven't been forced out by loud noise and other issues, that other people have had to endure. But our landlord went for 35 years in non-compliance of the city's regulations. So we know that this doesn't work. I voted for de Blasio because he had worked in Central America. And I thought, okay, good. Socialism, yes, I want diversity and affordable housing in our city and in Soho. There's no question. So why stop at 900 units? Get 2,000 affordable units. And let me remind you, and I know my time's running out, that affordability is different for all people. I would probably not be able to afford even the affordable housing in this neighborhood. So those are the issues that we're fighting against, not the NIMBY.
Thank you.
So on. So thanks.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for testifying, and thank you for proudly pointing out that you are a senior citizen. As another senior citizen, I wear that badge proudly. Our next speaker is Phyllis Rosenblatt, to be followed by Anita Jorgensen.
Thank you. I'm going to read what I've said. It's been proven over and over by every single community group in these areas. The plan will not achieve stated goals for growth within these landmarked areas. As it is formulated currently, it will in fact destroy these areas. If the most urgent need is for housing, for equity, for lower income citizens, then make that the focus of the plan. Relying on private developers is clearly not the answer, and the laws as written will permit lawless overbuilding that will threaten the very people the administration claims to want to help provide housing for, especially in Chinatown and among other income dwellers actually here in the regions. All persons in the communities involved want equity in housing. They do not want exclusive whites-only gentrified housing, yet the plan stands to clearly reinforce the expenses and whiteness of the region as it is formed. Please do not go through with the plan as it is currently formulated. Rethink it and listen to what the community suggests, since their ideas are not out of sympathy to the city's goals, just the planned means to them. Because COVID has changed where and how people work and their potential office needs, working from home may become more dominant for a large number of people, because the consequences of this pandemic over the next 10 years is not knowable at this time, but a necessary element in evaluation of the proposal projections. It cannot be made up as fiction to be used for any realistic plan, because 12 communities have offered a clear, statistically backed alternative plan, which the city's proposed plan has repeatedly ignored without reason. Because laissez-faire retail without procedures or scaled restrictions will choke the areas to death. A small footprint retail is scale appropriate for these landmarked regions. Because no green space, schools, communities, service centers, health centers have been proposed in the DCP plan. Because MIH is not a real way to create anything affordable for the people this administration claims it wants to attract. And because the communities being affected are repeatedly disrespected and disregarded in the planning, the plan has not altered its talking points for several rounds. Because the communities are seen as obstacles to real estate goals and are not active partners as citizens in this entire process. And because DCP lacks understanding of what—
Thank you, Ms. Rosenblatt. I'm
You're
afraid
welcome.
that your 3 minutes are up, but we would welcome getting your written testimony. And thank you for testifying.
Thank you for—
Our next speaker will be Anita Jorgensen. And we also had Hank Dombrowski, in addition to the Henry Dombrowski. I'm assuming, Ryan, it was the same person registered twice?
I believe so. That's a dial-in number, so may indicate that they're trying to get back in.
Okay, so then we'll go to Anita Jorgensen, and then to be followed by Henry Dombrowski, or Hank Dombrowski.
Ms. Jorgensen, you should be able to unmute your microphone. Don't see Mr. Dombrowski in the room as well,
Okay.
so I'll just note that too.
Then it will be Judith Stonehill after Ms. Jorgensen.
We'll reach out to Ms. Jorgensen.
Okay, so then we'll go to Judith Stonehill. Are both Ms. Jorgensen and Ms. Stonehill in the room?
We have Henry Dombrowski.
Welcome.
Here, they're Judy's.
Who is this?
Hi,
Judith Stonehill.
I'm Judith Stonehill, speaking on behalf of Village Preservation, formerly the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation. One cannot examine the impacts of the proposed rezoning without looking at the disproportionate impact upon Chinatown and Asian Americans. And one can't look at the process by which this rezoning proposal was created without noting the complete failure to reach out to and include the Chinatown community, or to acknowledge its impacts upon them. Even calling it the Soho NoHo rezoning, when several blocks of Chinatown are also included, is emblematic of this failure. The Chinatown section of the rezoning is in fact targeted for the largest upzoning, with the largest incentive for demolition and displacement, oversized development, and new wealthier residents. In addition to Asian American residents, this area of Chinatown has a disproportionately high concentration of lower income residents and rent regulated housing. And as per documentation that we've submitted, blocks with blocks with higher concentrations of Asian Americans throughout the rezoning area track consistently with where the city has targeted the highest upzonings, creating the greatest pressure for displacement, oversized development, and new wealthier residents. This is one of many ways in which the plan is not about social justice, equity, or diversity, but about displacing and replacing the least well-off and least well-connected in these neighborhoods, all for the benefit of developers and real estate interests. It's one more reason why this plan should definitely be rejected. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stonehill. And Ryan, do we have any of the other recent names back in the line?
Henry is dropped out again. We're not sure what happened there. Let me just ask Ms. Jorgensen, you should be able to unmute your microphone and continue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then we will move on to Atit Chaveri, followed by Joan Melnick.
Atit is not here.
Okay, then Joan Melnick, to be followed by Andy Zhang.
Hi, my name is Andy Zhang, and I'm here to call in to support the proposed rezoning. I'm here to support the Soho NoHo upzoning out of support for working towards the goal of increasing housing affordability. To clarify, I do not support every part of this rezoning. Even more housing needs to be included than currently, and I propose lowering the commercial and office densities in order to increase and add additional housing units that are needed. Time and time again, we have seen from the data and the evidence collected from not just cities and neighborhoods in New York, but over America, over the entire world, that more housing units, hello?
Yes, please continue.
That more
Mr.
housing
Zhang.
is needed in order to increase affordability and ease overcrowding conditions. In New York City alone, we have over 300,000 residents that are being crammed into overcrowded living conditions, and there is no way to ameliorate this condition and this problem without increasing the amount of floor space and housing units per person. I reject any attempts to use the Chinese and Asian American communities as tools and chips against this rezoning, given how the vast majority of this rezoning will be concentrated on the wealthy and white-dominated Soho and NoHo neighborhoods. In the same way that we ask the rich to pay their fair share in taxes, it is up to us to also ask the wealthy property owners and landowners of this area to build their fair share in their neighborhood. Demand that is spilling over from housing needs for students and people living in artistic and retail zones alike in Soho are spilling over into Chinatown, into Two Bridges, and into other minority-dominated, lower-income residential neighborhoods. This must be stopped. In order to build their fair share, every neighborhood needs to step up to ameliorate the housing shortage that New York City is facing right now. And I kindly request that the Zoning Commission does not use the Chinese, Asian American, and other minority communities and immigrant communities in this city as bargaining chips in this rhetorical game that at the end of the day serves nothing but real estate interests in the form of land and property speculation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Any other returnees, Ryan?
I believe that Anita Jorgensen is now able to speak. She was
Yes.
talking before.
Yes,
There we go.
I'm here. I'm
Welcome.
actually on an errand to one of my favorite suppliers in my neighborhood, one of the very few hardware stores left, Lendy Electric. I'm a resident and work in the neighborhood. I'm an architectural lighting designer. The design field is not, as many people may know, a high income occupation. I think this plan is plain and simple, a developer giveaway, a de Blasio donor Edison property specifically giveaway. It is criminal. It guarantees zero affordable housing. Let me state also, I am 100% for affordable housing, but not under this cynical race baiting guise for giving developers the right to create housing when there's no obligation for them to actually create housing. I urge you to look at the Village Preservation's fantastic studies. They have brilliant studies and visuals on this matter, and is well within the city and city planning to provide affordable housing without this criminal upzoning that is for the benefit of capital markets. You know, Soho was built on sweat equity. It was not built on private equity. We are the locals here. We live here. I raised my family here, despite the fact there are no schools here. I had to schlep to take my my family to school. There are no parks. I've got to schlep to go to just a nice little park in Soho. There are none. So please stop this ridiculous masquerade of providing housing when it will indeed not provide housing and may very well push out some of my very favorite suppliers, such as Lendy Electric and OK Hardware on Broome Street. These are the small businesses I depend on, but they cannot afford their rents any longer. And this plan will only increase small businesses' rents, as is clearly known by most people. Storefronts have been vacant in Soho for years because of capital market investments that depend on the gross value of a building based on rent income, which are unconscionable. One of the best bookstores, McNally Jackson, in my neighborhood, my immediate vicinity, is in constant struggle to find a reasonable rent.
Ms. Jorgensen, I'm afraid that your 3 minutes are up, but we would welcome any written testimony that you'd like to submit. And thank you for making time while you're out and about to participate in our hearing. Our next speaker will be Chris Ryan, to be followed by Denise Martin.
Mr. Ryan, you're muted. We can see you, but we can't hear you.
Okay, I got you now. Thank you. Hi, my name is Chris Ryan. I wasn't planning on testifying, but I've heard over 6 hours of testimony here, sitting next to a candidate, Allie Ryan, District 2. She was on a car. I'm on a boat now. I looked like you were interested in people having ideas, you had questions, and I just wanted to cite as an example my situation, which is I live in East Village, District 2, 30 years. I was a benefit of a home ownership program. One person did mention affordable condos, and I'd like to propose that as a consideration that low or affordable housing can also be a home ownership program. I'm on the board of our building. We have a 30-unit building. All of our lives are changed by a program that was affordable home ownership. I would propose the NoHo portion of the plan because people don't seem as up in arms about the NoHo part, which is more just east of Lafayette, from what I can see, and is zoned for, the plan had like 140% increase. If that could be built as affordable home ownership, that would be real affordable ownership. There would be real impact on people's lives. And we would have communities, and those units were 2-3 bedrooms, not studios, not catering to who knows what, students, single people who are going to live in the neighborhood briefly, but actual families. And we could bring to that area NoHo, which I don't see as very family right now. It could be a way to bring families to our neck of the woods, this community district 2, where Allie is running, and not displace artists and the people who put in the sweat equity and whatnot, and let us take the hit, let the East Village take the hit. And I'm living proof that these affordable ownership programs are life changers. Now I'm staying in the city with raising a family, and we're giving back to the community. So throughout all Allie's time and activism, and now running for office. So that's my basic thing. I wish all the candidates were here, but I'm happy to see Chris Marce and Allie Ryan here, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Home ownership. Thank you.
Thank you for testifying, Mr. Ryan.
Sure.
Our next speaker is Denise Martin. Please, welcome. Yeah, right there.
Okay, my name is Denise Martin, and I am speaking for my small artist co-op on Bond Street. We are one of the first artist co-ops in NoHo, 1970. It's been a long time. We went through the SRO business on Bowery. We went through crack epidemics. We've gone through high-class architects coming to NoHo. But all these changes have created a neighborhood that we still recognize. And what this plan does is do away with all of the unique and recognizable components of NoHo as an artist-oriented space. And I went to all of the meetings. I heard a lot today, and I appreciate the many opinions. But, not many people have seemed to talk about what it means for the co-op board of a small co-op. We have only 13 units. We're not big. We're not rich. Half of us are seniors. The other half, some of them have children in elementary schools in the neighborhood. We are a model, really, for NoHo. And we see that if someone in our group wanted to sell his JLWQA unit because he's 80 and needs to move, and he would have this enormous tax to pay, well, that would have to come out of his price. But that's a lot of money. $75 a square foot, $100 a square foot. Our units, they're JLWQ, they are working units. These are painters. They have studios. They got a lot of square feet, but they don't have a lot of money. Let's say they decide they have to sell. They get this very large tax, and then to sell to to change the zoning, their unit has to be residential. That does a lot for the co-op because we then are driven to consider the C of O of the entire co-op. We became a co-op in the 1970s. I can assure you that the code that we had to meet in the 1970s is not the code we would have to meet today, and we would have to pay for it. So I just urge you to consider the situation of people who have lived in the city for a long time, 50 years, and who are facing changes that would really make it difficult for them, for us, for me, to stay here in a neighborhood that I really do love and that has paid the city back. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Martin, and for bringing the perspective of the small co-op. Appreciate it. Oh, yes, Commissioner Ortiz.
One point of clarification.
Ms. Martin, would you mind taking a question from Commissioner Ortiz?
There's a question from behind the pillar here. I'm hiding. Here though. Hi. So. Sit here. Oh, I'm okay. No, I'm okay. So one point of clarification, and I know this has come up before, the Arts Fund contribution that you're referencing. On the New York City Planning Twitter feed, they clarified that this is required for voluntary conversions of artist-only live workspace to regular residential. So if you, if you go to regular residential and we lose a JLWQA, which I think we're saying we don't want to lose the artists in Soho, it's in that situation where you would have to contribute. But is this correct? If you then sell,
if you're going to sell to a non-certified artist, yes.
Yeah. So if you want to retain artists in Soho and you sell to a certified artist, you don't have to pay that fee.
That's correct. There are many advantages, obviously, for the owner who's old to sell to someone who wants a residential thing. Plus, I have got to say that there are a lot of advantages in the plan, as I understand it. Now, I'm not an architect. I don't know. But it would be changing. You're absolutely correct. It would be changing from JLWQA to residential. And that is what triggers this tax. That's correct.
And you can see that, there are two sides of this.
So if people can sell to another certified artist, absolutely. I will say that one of the things that we feel badly about is that we can see that there are things about the existing situation in NoHo that are not reasonable.
Ms. Martin, at this point, it's answering the questions of the commissioner. And thank you, Commissioner Ortiz, for your question.
That's about certification, but you're absolutely right. And I think I misspoke unintentionally, but I think that that is what people fear, that when they go to sell, they would be pushed to sell to someone who wanted a residential space. Now that there is a way to do it, which there really was not before.
No, thank you for the clarification, Ms. Martin. And again, thank you for your testimony. Our next speaker, no longer on video or on phone, but here in person, is Henry Dombrowski.
Hello, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Henry Dombrowski, and I've lived at Spring and Lafayette on the edge of the proposed rezoning. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and of other rent-regulated and affordable housing tenants working and living in the community. And I'm on the steering committee at Cooper Square Committee, a housing group in the East Village. Living in this neighborhood in an affordable apartment where private equity, bad actors, or stewards of bad banks are in search of maximizing potential of buildings will assure years of diminished quality of life and constant harassment for all of those in an existing affordable or rent-regulated apartment. There has been some talk of tenant protections. I can assure you, as many of my neighbors who manage to remain will attest that tenant protection laws are not enforced to the point where targeted tenants will be able to hold on to their existing affordable housing. In many cases, this statement is proven with statistics reflecting losses of regulated apartments or an in-person visit to the housing court on any day that it's in session. Construction harassment, despite the introduction of new construction harassment laws, runs rampant right now. It's not illegal to accidentally poke holes through the tenant's ceiling with crowbars while doing work on adjacent apartments. It's not illegal for a bad actor to refuse rent payments, then bring a tenant to court for non-payment. In housing court, tenants meet their adversary, corporate real estate lawyers. The first time, this can be alarming. It's not illegal for water pipes to be accidentally pierced and water allowed to run for months into an apartment that is inhabited. It's not illegal for electricity to be accidentally shut off without notice during construction. You get the message. Tenants always have the housing court system where they can get the repairs ordered by a judge. That may be true, but keep in mind that for the tenants, months and years in court defending their homes, there's almost zero compensation for their days off from work or the physical and emotional suffering that they are subjected to by these forces choosing to harass citizens from their homes. This is what goes on. As a member of this community who has worked and lived here for many years, it is clear to me that this tidal wave rezoning is not good for most everyone who has positively contributed to this community over the years. Poor, middle income, wealthy, think of your own position, your favorite place for coffee jeopardized, your shoemaker jeopardized, the place you could leave your keys for a friend to pick up jeopardized, coolest building on your block jeopardized, so on and so forth. This is not about nostalgia either. This is about choice. The choice to destroy or maintain a vital model community.
Dombrowski, I'm afraid that your time is up, but I see that you have written testimony and we'd very much welcome your submitting it.
Oh, can I, 10 more seconds?
10 seconds?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, I'll be generous. You're the first person today.
Oh, thanks so much. All right. The choice to destroy or maintain a vital model community that's magic has been copied and studied worldwide to the benefit of other communities seeking answers for their own societies. I urge the CPC to reject this short-sighted rezoning as it is and work with the community to come up with another groundbreaking example of what a society can offer when the potential of the community is maximized and not the potential of a subset of buildings. An example where cities everywhere want to copy and follow that.
Dombrowski, I'm afraid that we're well into 30 seconds. Again, thank you.
I have 3 copies. You want all 3?
If you could give 1 copy to Ryan here, and thank you for making the extra effort when you couldn't get in electronically.
I really appreciate it.
Okay, so Ryan, I will now read through the 15 names of people who signed up but did not testify in the event any of them have returned to the room.
If you want, I can, Joanne Melnick is in the room and we see her
Oh, okay.
ready. Let's go ahead and get her going.
My name is Joan Melnick. I live on Great Jones Street. I have been a resident here for over 50 years. I'm an artist, a college professor of history, and I am a painter. I have watched my neighborhood, NoHo, go through a phenomenal evolution over these years. And I have watched the way the city has basically created this monster, because the monster being the gentrification of Soho and now NoHo. There was a time when it was only artists living here, and they have been pushed out. And the reason they were pushed out was because there was no enforcement of the mixed use, which was artist certification. I find, and I do believe I represent as the vice president of my co-op, which is 7 floors, that we do not support this rezoning. The idea of tearing down buildings to make way for new construction is beyond my understanding. I do not believe that this will create affordable housing. I do believe that this is a gift for de Blasio as part of his legacy when he leaves office, that he owes, and this is gifting these developers. I do also believe, and this is without any proof, that the city has much real estate that has not been developed. It has also allowed for warehousing apartments all over the city and not punishing the people with taxes who come in from out of the country to put their money into real estate and not use it, nor do they participate in their communities here in New York. I don't want to reiterate on information that has already been stated. I think you're all pretty tired by now. But we are a small co-op. We bought the building in the early 80s and we've developed it. We certainly cannot afford to go through the idea of paying a tax on something we as artists are paying ourselves, some absurd tax that will never reach
Ms.
artists.
Melnick, I'm afraid that your time is up, but we would welcome your submitting. And thank you for testifying. And Ryan, I think you indicated that none of the other 14 people are in the room?
No, there are no further people in the Zoom who have not already spoken.
Okay, and since I can't see around the polls, if there is anyone in the room who has not yet testified but is interested, now would be the time to come forward. It appears there are none. The record on this matter is going to remain open through Monday, the 13th of September, to receive written comments on the draft environmental impact statement. And with that, the only public hearing on today's calendar, the one on this matter, is closed. And is there any other business?
There is no further business. The
meeting is closed. And I thank the commissioners for not only 2 days of long public hearings, but for battling the elements. Thank you.